Hello, everyone. I was mentally absolutely not prepared for this like fancy jingle in the beginning. Like tripped me off a little bit. But I'm super excited for the 4th edition of our JetBrains JavaScript Day. With me here today, I have my 2 co-hosts, even though one of them is my manager, so that kind of makes it weird to say co-hosts.
I think you should say besties.
Besties. Okay, I like that. So, Paul, do you mind introducing yourself super briefly? Because we have a tight time plan.
Sure. You mean not my normal drag it on forever.
Yeah,
Hi, I'm
yeah.
Paul, JetBrains advocate for Python and web.
That was a
very
painful
succinct.
face.
That was pretty good.
All right, I guess I'll introduce myself. Hi, folks. Chat is being awesome right now. Lots of people. My name is Khalid. I'm a JetBrains advocate, mostly on the .NET side, but you know, I love me the web and JavaScript. So I'm here today to help Jan and Paul host this event. So
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Thank you very much for joining us. And just very briefly about myself, my name is Jan-Niklas Wortmann, developer advocate for JavaScript and TypeScript. Surprising, I know, shocking. So,
Person who knows everybody in the world of JavaScript, don't you?
Not even remotely. I don't even know like the people in Kansas City here. So, so here's the thing with this JetBrains JavaScript Day. We do this now for the 4th edition, right? I just did it last year, not the years before. But did you two do the years before together already? So, okay.
Yep.
Well, thanks for that. And also at this point, I want to give a brief shout out to the person in the back, or people in the back, our video audio team, and also Sasha doing all the facilitation and stuff. So Chad, if you could put in like a super quick thank you, that would be highly appreciated, because we're just faces. We hardly did any work, to be super honest. So really appreciate that. And having that said, we have I already said it actually, we have a packed agenda. We have plenty of stuff. I need to watch my vocabulary. We have plenty of stuff to go over. But I want to spend a couple minutes to announce something that is very, very important to us, I think. I at least heard that some people are very excited about that, just saying. So for those who checked the agenda beforehand, you might have come across this mysterious point of surprise announcement. And the thing is, we've had a lot of requests from users for more community editions. Like over the year, people came to us and were like, hey, having a community edition like you have for IntelliJ and PyCharm would be super nice. The thing, though, is our IDEs are built to support a productive workflow with deep integration. And therefore, we decided that this wasn't the best approach. So instead, we found a better way to give more access to a broader audience. So today, we're very excited to share with you all that as of today, later today, but we come to that later, WebStorm, the JetBrains IDE for JavaScript and TypeScript, and Rider, .NET IDE for game development, are going to be completely free for non-commercial use.
Wow. That's amazing. Yes.
So
hey, can I flash up the first person to give a reaction to it?
Yeah, go for it.
There you go. Oh, that wasn't it. It moved too fast.
So we need to send out that check afterwards, but that works.
This was the first one. Here we go.
All right, Jan, keep continuing, because I know a lot of people are starting to ask questions and people are excited. So tell us more about this.
Yeah, so I used a lot of big words for that announcement. So I want to break it down a little bit and answer some of those questions. So free for non-commercial use means that for any kind of learning, open source, content creation, and hobby development, you can use WebStorm and Rider without purchasing a license. We believe that this will make our product generally more accessible and helping you to learn, grow, and generally be more creative. You might be wondering now, why only WebStorm and Rider? And honestly, we as advocates were probably asking the same questions. The thing is, we already have the same model for our more recent products, Rust Rover and Aqua, and according to recent surveys, close to 70% of developers code outside of work as a hobby. So this approach to self-paced learning outside of regular working hours is particularly popular in web and game development. Therefore, we have strong reason to believe that WebStorm and Rider are the perfect starting point for those communities. Having that said, at the current moment, we don't really know if this license model will expand to the broader JetBrains family. but we will constantly reevaluate it. Okay. Now, if you're already a WebStorm or Writer user, you're probably asking what happens to your existing license. And the thing is, if you're working in a commercial context, not a whole lot. The license will stay the same way. They stay exactly the way they are. So no change in that regards. It's really more about like the non-commercial usage of our software. We did prepare a blog post covering more of the nitty-gritty details, and we have the link right here. Camera angles right there. And if you have more questions over that, feel free to join us for the AMA later, which is 12:50 Eastern time, I think, which should be something like 6:50 p.m. European time. So do the math yourself from there on, provided you the anchors from here. The team is already super excited to go over all your questions you might have. So if there's anything you want to figure out, just join us and we've sorted out from there. I do have to make the small little tweak, though, to this official announcement, because the way that big announcement always works, like nothing works flawlessly. So as we're talking about this announcement, we're literally building things and stuff. So let's say, hopefully, by the end of today, everything is sorted out and you can use WebStorm and Writer for free.
Yep. Yeah, I want to add, Jan, too, like for folks, typically community editions are kind of these like Frankenstein IDEs that have some features in, some features out. This is not the case. This is full WebStorm, full Writer. Everything professionals get to use, you now get to use for your hobby projects, your side projects. So if you've ever wanted to build that side hustle React application, go for it. If you want to build that Unity game or Godot game or Unreal game, now you can use Writer to build your Flappy Bird billion-dollar unicorn app. So get those side projects going. So it's pretty awesome.
You embracing hustle culture. I think this is like Christmas and Easter on one day.
Hey, look, I'm seeing a lot in chat that folks are excited about finishing those side projects that they started years ago. And now with the best IDEs on the planet, they can do that.
You're going to be releasing Flappy College, right?
Yeah. Look at me.
I want to add something to what College just said. I'm also with PyCharm, and we have a community edition over there. And there's always the question about what's in community, what's in professional. And for the last year, WebStorm has been getting asked, why don't you have a community edition? Well, because WebStorm was thinking about these things and thinking about the right way forward. And this is a pretty interesting approach.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think too, like just to add, it's like, you know, Jan mentioned 68%, 70% of developers code as a hobby. And part of being a professional or getting into this professional industry is about expanding your knowledge and learning. And I think it's a really great opportunity that JetBrains is offering people to expand their education using some of the best tools on the planet. And for me personally, not as a JetBrains employee, but as a developer, like learning should always be free. It should always be something that people can go better themselves. And I think with an opportunity with WebStorm and Writer, people have that chance now. And I think that's pretty cool.
True.
Yeah.
One thing we may forget to mention is that this is not like retroactively for like old versions of WebStorm. This will happen with the next version happening hopefully today.
Yeah.
Hopefully. So that should be WebStorm 2024.2.4. And because we're not in sync with minor releases, this is 2024.2.7 for Writer. So just have a look out if you're like not seeing the pop-up allowing you to activate for free. You're probably on an older version, or not the right one at least.
I will, if you're doing asterisks, I will do one more asterisk and say the only requirement is that you have a JetBrains account, just so that you can kind of log in. I will also recommend if you want to install multiple JetBrains IDEs or have JetBrains IDEs side by side, I highly recommend JetBrains Toolbox.
Oh yeah,
it's fantastic for managing
really
all your tools. So highly recommend that. So
that's probably my favorite advocacy tool, just because I have like 20.
Yep.
And I get to click on the update all and feel productive because my CPU fan comes on. And
I've never done that because I want the old version so that if someone approaches me, be like, I have an issue in this one, then I can check like Does it happen in the old version? Yes, it does. Does it still happen in the new version? No, it doesn't. Easy.
Hey, is it okay if I get on my soapbox about this? Colin, finish your point.
Well, I was going to say, for you guys, make sure you turn off JetBrains Toolbox, or else it's going to, all the updates will come during the worst time. So
Sure.
But go ahead, Paul. You were going to say something.
Yeah, is it okay if I get on my soapbox about a little bit about this announcement that there's a class of people who say when you're learning, you should use like the simplest possible tool and eat your vegetables and do your push-ups. There's a famous guy in the world of Python, learned Python the hard way. And I've always thought, you know, I'd want someone to have the best experience in the beginning, not the worst experience. Call me crazy. And so something that's already ready to go out of the box seems like a pretty good starting point. And so I'm pretty excited about people being able to get something and recommend to other people who might be beginners, who might be hobbyists and stuff, something where you're not just constantly fiddling. Ain't nobody got time for that.
That's true. But I do want to cut this off here a little bit because this is not a marketing event. We're celebrating JavaScript and TypeScript. I know this is hard for you, Khalid, but you will make it through this day.
Oh, man.
I believe in you. So I think without further ado, we should talk a little bit about the agenda and get things going because I already see our speaker in the backstage.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So this is all in EST. So we're right now at the opening remarks. We did the surprise announcement. So surprise. First talk of the day by Evan Yu about Vite and the future of JavaScript tooling. Super excited about that talk. From there on, we have Josh Goldberg talking about TypeScript generics with practical fun. I'm kind of curious to see that because generics usually rather give me a lot of pain instead of fun. But we'll see. Leading to that, we have Bekah from Open Source talking about the silent open source crisis with when maintainers walk away, which I'm very excited to see because we have a lot of those projects in our ecosystem where it's like one maintainer in the middle of nowhere maintaining a library that have like 300 million downloads a week. Slightly exaggerating, but you know what I mean. I think I might be wrong, but I think for the JavaScript Day, Kevin Powell is doing the first CSS talk this edition. Did we have a CSS talk before?
I don't think so. I think I'm really excited about this one because I'm a big fan of Kevin Powell. He has a great YouTube channel and a lot of YouTube shorts. So anything with CSS is awesome. I love it.
Well, I mean, you are an unofficial CSS advocate, so
yeah. Don't ask me to create a masonry UI. I can't do it. It's impossible. All right, Jan, keep going.
So after that, we have a little bit of the Ask Me Anything session that we did that last year. Did we do that the year before? I don't know. I wasn't there anyway.
Yep.
It's basically your way. If you have any questions for the WebStorm team, what about that feature? What about this kind of thing? Have you heard about that? Have you considered this? This is a great place to ask those questions. We have a good mix of the team here. We have the dev lead, we have marketing lead, we have a couple of our integration developers. So good point to ask any kind of questions and generally just hang out, have a cup of coffee. I'll at least will have a cup of coffee at that time. And after that, we have Shruti talk about React 19 and everything you need to know about, which I have to know about. A lot about React 19 because I haven't really kept up with everything going on. After that, at 2:30, we have Chau from NX talking about driving your JavaScript library ecosystem with NX that I'm super excited about because I know he's doing super cool stuff with NX, and every time I try it, it's not working the way I want. And he didn't find the time yet to fix my stuff. So
I love hanging out with Chau.
Yeah, he's a really nice dude. And after that, another talk that I'm particularly excited about by Jeremy Elbourn, definitely from the Angular team, about evolving Angular for the long run. The thing with Jeremy, he has just like, he's not British, but he has this dry British humor, which always cracks me up. I'm not sure if he's British now.
Let him decide if that's a compliment.
I think he's hilarious. So, and last, we have Danny Thompson talk about TypeScript and your code base. They deserve each other. Super excited for that. I think this is going to be a great wrap up for the day. A couple closing remarks, and that's it for today.
Yep. I do want to remind folks watching on YouTube right now, because I'm seeing this question show up a lot in chat. Yes, this live stream is being recorded, So if you need to take the dog for a walk, pick up the kids from school, maybe go have a burrito. Burritos are good. If you need to do any of that, you can always come back, watch the live stream on our YouTube channel. And also be sure to like, subscribe, hit that notification bell. Helps us out. Helps Jan out, really.
Does it? Is that
Paul,
related to
Paul
my
not so
KPIs?
much.
Do they have to bring back burritos for everybody?
Ooh.
No, burritos are a personal thing. Okay. It's for you. It's for you, Paul.
All right.
Anyways, go ahead, Jan.
Sweet. The thing that I wanted to chime in real quick, because we still have a couple minutes. What is the talk that you two are the most excited about of the ones we just went over?
Oh, so Paul's pointing to me. I mean, honestly, two things on the opposite side of the spectrum. I think Josh Goldberg's talk about TypeScript generics. I'm a C# boy, so I work with .NET. I've lived the generic lifestyle in the strongly typed language of C# for a long time. It's just kind of interesting to see the correlation between TypeScript's generics and C#. What's similar, what's not. So I think that one's interesting. And then obviously I said Kevin Powell's CSS talk. It's the web platform, not the JavaScript platform. So I love seeing all that stuff. Maybe next year we get an HTML talk in here. Oh yeah.
Sure.
Go ahead, Paul. What are you excited about?
By far the best session will be the AMA because the two of you are the most fabulous people on the agenda.
Oh man, thank
Just
you
kidding.
so much, Paul.
Just kidding.
I
Becca's
was not
talk on
joining us
open
for the
source
AMA.
and governance is the one I'm really interested in. I had a podcast yesterday where we took a deep dive on it's in the news about when business and open source collide and stuff like that. And open source maintainers have a lot of pressure and stuff on their plate. And eager to hear Becca's thinking on this.
Yeah, I agree. All right, Jan.
Sweet. I think we pretty much nailed those 20 minutes. It's been 17, but I struggle with like holding myself back. So I think we should slowly welcome our first speaker, not our next speaker, our first speaker, and say bye to one of our hosts.
Yeah, it's me. People are already making fun of me about being a Microsoft boy. So I'm going to get out here. I'm going to fight people in the chat and then I'll be back. All right. Good luck, guys.
Be nice, Khalid. All right. So our first speaker of the day, we already talked about it, is going to be Evan Yu talking about Vite and the future of JavaScript tooling. And I mean, I doubt I really need to introduce Evan. So Evan, do you want to join us on stage?
Sure. Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
How's Japan?
It's great. Unfortunately, I caught some bad flu a few days ago, so I've been struggling to walk around, but
that's really rough.
Mostly recovered now.
I would think from the conference schedule that you have an immune system that can probably withstand the apocalypse.
I also had my flu shot before I came to Japan. Unfortunately, it didn't seem to work. So
I feel that our little one is like sick all the time. So I had through COVID, and you still get everything. She's just a germ spreader at this point.
Yeah.
Sweet. I don't want to really keep you super hostage here. I know you have a lot to share with us today. So I guess the stage is yours, and we see you in 20-30 minutes for a Q&A part. Have fun.
All right. Cool. All right. So hello, everyone. I'm Evan, and I am the author of VJS and the front build tool Vite. So in case you don't know what Vite is, it's essentially a build tool that allows you to quickly build single-page applications, and it also supports a lot of other high-level frameworks, which you'll see in the talk very soon. But since Vite is pretty widely adopted now, so I'll just make the assumption that many of you probably already know what it is and skip the part where I just like explain what really it is. A quick recap of how it's been going for Vite. Vite was created 4 years ago in 2020. And 4 years later now, it has crossed 15 million plus weekly NPM downloads and has grown almost doubled in the past year alone. So So the growth is pretty astonishing because Vite originally started as an experiment and a prototype for me. I was trying to create a faster dev server for Vue itself, but halfway through, I realized it actually can serve as a more generic development tool for other frameworks as well. So I decided to rework it and make it framework agnostic, and turns out a lot of other frameworks also liked it. So more and more frameworks started to adopt it, especially meta frameworks that involve server-side rendering. So this contributes to the much wider adoption of Vite today than I expected. And on top of Vite, we also spawned a unit testing tool called Vitest, which is essentially created from the frustration of wanting a unit test runner that understands Vite's own config format and just works with Vite with zero config. So in the latest state of JS survey, Vite and Vitest got a lot of support and love from the developers. So Vite got the #1 most adopted, #1 highest retention, #2 highest interest, and also voted the most loved library overall. And on the other hand, Vitest was #3 most adopted, #2 highest retention, and #1 highest interest. And on top of all this, we have a vast ecosystem. So there are pure front-end frameworks that defaults their tooling to Vite. Of course, there's Vue, there's Svelte, there's Solid, there's Preact. React doesn't default to Vite, but a lot of the new React apps, single-page applications in particular, are being created with Vite instead of create React app. Angular uses Vite as its dev server since version 16, and I do think they have interest in leveraging a bit more in the future. And on top of that, there are meta frameworks like Astro, SvelteKit, SolidStart, TanStackStart, Analog, Remix, and many others that's also built on Vite. So there is a clear sign of convergence between a very wide ecosystem in the web space, where people start to think that it's probably a good idea to stop reinventing the same wheels and let's just build on something together as the common foundation. So I think last year we were starting to see this sign, and probably it was a bit premature to say this, but I think this year, right now, Vite has become the shared infrastructure layer for the next generation of applications. And this is a lot of responsibility, a lot of pressure, in fact, because I would be the first one to say that Vite is not perfect. And having such trust placed on Vite really pushes me to think what we can do better to support what these frameworks need, and to make sure the next generation of web applications being built are actually built on something that's solid, on a good foundation, right? So let's take a deeper look into what can be improved inside Vite, and what specifically are the problems that we see that we believe need addressing. So going back to first principles, people love Vite because it makes web development feel simple again, especially when you just need a simple single-page application. Vite abstracts away most of the complicated setups for you, and most of things would just work out of the box. And it has a pretty simple plugin system to allow you to do customization. But the simplicity is really, most of the time when we create simplicity in the web space, we're really hiding complexity underneath. And Vite is really no exception in this case, because when I created Vite, I had to essentially hack together a bunch of different tools. Because when I was just doing the prototyping as a side project, I didn't really want to say, write a bundler myself or write a TypeScript transformer myself, right? So I just looked around and see what's available. And turns out there are multiple great tools that already exist in the JavaScript ecosystem. But the sad thing is, a lot of them does one thing really well, but kind of lacks a few other features, right, that other tools have, and doesn't seem to have the intention to implement anytime soon. And this happens between multiple different tools. So they all have somewhat overlapping capabilities, but they also have some unique capabilities that each other doesn't have, right? Or properties or characteristics that we're looking for. So Vite ended up leveraging multiple different tools for different things. So we use ESBuild as a bundler for pre-bundling your npm dependencies. We use it for the default TypeScript transform. We use its minification and tag lowering transforms during the build phase. And for rollup, we use it for production bundling, because rollup gives you better chunking control, and it's a bit more designed towards application bundling use cases than ESBuild is. And its plugin system is a bit more flexible, which Vite's plugin system is also kind of based upon. So it's a superset of rollups. And SWC provides transforms for React JSX plus React Hot uploads for React Fast Refresh. So when you build a React application with Vite, if you want hot module replacement, you need the Fast Refresh transform. By default, you can either pull in Babel, which is the default, but Babel is written in JavaScript, kind of slow. So if you want it to be faster, then you need SWC. But SWC is written in Rust, and its binary is pretty huge. So if you install SWC by default, it can be double the size of Vite and all its existing dependencies. So essentially triple your download size just by opting into SWC. So that's kind of a tricky thing to pick a default with, right? So we kind of give user different options. So first of all, you have to use ESBuild and rollup, which are direct dependencies of Vite. Then you kind of have to use Babel in some cases, kind of have to use SWC in some cases. And it results in quite a few problems, right? So here is, I'm going through a bunch of limitations we see in each tool. So ESBuild has limited chunk tree shaking control. And it has no React refresh transform. We wish we can use ESBuild for everything, but it just doesn't cover all those use cases, right? And then rollup is written in JavaScript. So its build speed is really great for something that is written in JavaScript. But when we compare it to something that's written in a native language like ESBuild or Rust-based bundlers, it's still orders of magnitude slower. And then there's the SWC, which has a heavy binary, and it has a bundler, but it's not really usable, unfortunately. So each of these toolchain or bundler, if there is one option that allows us to just like opt into one of them and solve all the problems, we'd be happily do that. However, unfortunately, there just isn't one. So we kind of have to rely on all of these things at the same time. So this creates some subtle problems. So first of all, because we use ESBuild for dependency pre-bundling due to its speed, and we do it in production, or we do production bundling with rollup, right? Sometimes they have slight inconsistencies when handling, especially when handling some legacy dependencies that's written in CommonJS or transformed from CommonJS to fake ESM. Some weird legacy package formats that could be handled inconsistently between these two bundlers. And this can be annoying because sometimes you only find out about the inconsistency after you have shipped your code to production. So this is something we've always wanted to address, and it's kind of a pain point for some Vite users as well. And then there's the pipeline inefficiency. Imagine if you're building a React application and you've opted into SWC with Vite, your same source of piece code, the same TSX file that you've written, in fact gets transformed by 3 different parsers 4 times over the build pipeline. So it first gets during development, it gets transformed by SWC, and then bundled by rollup, and then it is transformed and minified by ESBuild. So you see, with each of these tools, they're using different parsers, and they parse them into Java, parse the same source code into ASTs, transform them, and serialize it back to strings, then feed into the next tool to be parsed again, right? So there is a lot of duplication and wasted efficiency here. And this is something we've always wanted to eliminate, but however, due to the constraints of the tools that we have, we just cannot, and we kind of have to live with that in today's Vite, right? And then there's another issue with Vite itself, is just the unbundled dev server that we chose to go with. So the original intention is that unbundled dev servers allow us to leverage native ESM, which makes a lot of things quite simple, especially during development. You can just let the browser fetch the ES modules as needed, and we transform them on the fly on the server side. So this works pretty well up to a certain threshold, a certain level of scale. Usually, if your app has, say, around 1,000 modules, the browser can handle it without a sweat. However, there are really, really large projects. For example, we've seen projects with more than 10,000 modules, 10,000 source modules, excluding dependencies. And some of them also run on somehow dated enterprise development machines that may not be as powerful as the latest M3 or M4 machines, right? So in that case, the browser networking layer actually becomes the bottleneck, because even with HTTP2 enabled locally, it just like there's just so much overhead in processing all these requests at one time. It just blocks the development server page load by a really, really long time. So unfortunately, this bottleneck exists at the browser level, and there's not much that we can do other than so we try our best to make the individual transform of each module faster. We can do pre-warming and all that. However, we cannot eliminate the network overhead, and that has actually become the biggest bottleneck in some extreme cases. So we do also think that having an extremely fast bundler that can bundle consistently between development and production can be really beneficial to those users, right? It's not all Vite users, but some users do have this problem. So we started thinking about the idea of unifying the bundler, i.e. build our own, that actually covers all the things that we need. And that is why we started working on Rolldown, which you've probably heard of. But as we are working on Rolldown, we started also digging into the deeper layers of all these different tasks. For example, to build a bundler, you need a parser. Which parser do we use? And once we have a parser, which transformer do we use, right? And then if we go a bit further, how about minification? How about hot module replacement, right? All of these things require looking at the AST and manipulating it in some way and emitting code, right? And as I mentioned, we want to reduce the inefficiency as much as possible, which means ideally all these different tasks during the bundle phase should be handled by the same parser, the same set of transforms, right? The whole toolchain should be just aware of each other, which means it should be a unified toolchain, right? So, and as we are thinking about this problem, we realize that the challenge that Vite is facing is kind of a reflection of the JavaScript ecosystem at large, right? Because there are these multiple concerns or development tooling needs that we run into during the JavaScript development lifecycle. So we need to parse our code, bundle our code, transform our code, minify our code. So this is just all in the build part. Then there's linting, formatting, unit testing. All these tools need to touch and process our source code. They need to understand the source code. But up to now, we're just relying on all these different tools that's coming from different sources, likely using different parsers. Just do their own thing without being aware of each other. And usually it's the end developer's job to pulling all the configuration files and making sure all these different tools work together nicely. And it's not an easy job. And that's why a lot of times people complain about front end being complicated. A lot of the complexity really results in having to make all these different things work together nicely and keep them updated and in sync, right? So to eliminate the inconsistency and inefficiency issues, really like a unified toolchain is needed. And in a way, that's kind of like easier said than done. Like we can claim, okay, like a unified toolchain is obviously something that will solve this problem, but it's hard. It's not easy to build, right? So here's what I think such a toolchain that could satisfy our needs would. There are a few characteristics that it needs to satisfy in order to fulfill this role. So first of all, it needs to be unified, right? Same AST, same module resolution logic for all the things we want to do, right? Your unit test runner and your bundler should just understand the same, understand your source code the same way. You shouldn't have to configure two sets of aliases, one for your test runner and one for your build tool, right? They should just all understand the same source of truth in terms of how to resolve files. They should have the same source of truth in terms of how to transform your files. You shouldn't have to do it once for every tool you're installing into your code, adding to your code base, right? And ideally, there's one AST to rule them all, so all your plugins can just work on the same consistent format, and there's no repeated parse, transform, and serialize cost. And then it needs to be high performance. I think it's pretty clear at this point that performance of written in native compared to native language tools is just much noticeably better than those written in JavaScript. I think in the early days, it makes sense for JavaScript developers to write tools for ourselves in the language that we're most familiar with. And I think in a way also in the early days, because so many things are in change, in flux, and everyone is just trying out new ideas, writing things in JavaScript allows us to iterate really fast and cater to the ever-evolving, changing needs. But I think today, the needs has largely consolidated, and we have a much better idea of what we are dealing with nowadays. We have a much idea of what we need nowadays. So some of the targets are becoming more and more well-defined and slow-moving. And it is now a good time to start actually writing tools in a bit harder, slower to develop with languages, but also resulting significant performance benefits. For example, Go or Rust, right? And then there's composability. There are attempts to provide runtimes or solutions that come with these all-in-one features or tools. But all these features and tools are coupled to a specific solution, which means you're essentially vendor locked into a specific runtime in order to use its linter or in order to use its test runner, right? And we don't think that should be the case. We do believe that we want to have a toolchain that can be used individually, essentially, right? It should be available as crates, Rust crates, or available as NPM packages that you can still pull into your own higher level tooling. If you're building some custom infrastructure, you should be able to just pull in the parser, just pull in the transformer as source, and then compile it with your other dependencies, or use it in your own project, right? So it should not be one single black box that you can only call APIs from. And then finally, it should be runtime agnostic. As I said, I don't think people should be vendor locked into a specific runtime to be able to get such development experience. It is possible to have a consistent set of tools that just works with Node.js, works with, for example, you can use it to target different platforms too. Like if your code intends to run in Cloudflare workers, you should be able to get the same DX. If your code runs only in a browser, you should be able to get the same DX, right? So I think it does not make a lot of sense for you to say you must be using runtime X in order to get a good DX for JavaScript. I think it should be just you need better DX for JavaScript, period. It should not be coupled to a specific runtime. Okay, so as I said, people might be thinking, isn't this too ambitious? It doesn't exist probably because it's too hard to do, right? So I think at this point, we decided, okay, it's time that someone do this, and why not us? So I have started a company called Voice Zero, and we've raised 4.6 million in seed funding to pursue this vision. And a lot of it comes down to the idea that we see that there is a rare convergence at Vite level, that a lot of frameworks are betting on Vite, trusting that it can serve as the future foundation to be built on top of. And we feel the responsibility, we feel the trust, and we feel there's a lot of momentum in making sure that that we can also leverage what Vite's position in order to sort of unify the layers underneath of it. I think that's a good opportunity to do that. And the reason we went with VC funding is because this is indeed a very ambitious goal, and I don't believe this is going to be feasible if we just relied on donations or sponsorships or just trying to ask people to support us to do it, right? We need proper capital resources to get things started, and we need to have a dedicated full-time team, hardworking engineers to solve these hard problems. Okay, so here's the big picture. There are a few projects that we are currently working on. The first one, the most foundational one, is at the bottom. It's called OXC. It is a language toolchain that includes parser, semantic analysis, transformer, minifier, resolver, linter, and a formatter. And it's a composable set of NPM packages and Rust crates that you can use each piece individually in your own toolchain as well. On top of OXC, we're building a bundler called Rowdown, which will serve as the future bundler inside Vite, which will make Vite's build more consistent and faster. And Vite will also continue to support Vitest, and in turn, Rowdown will be supporting Vitest. And eventually, Vite and Vitest together will support the higher-level frameworks and tools that rely on them. So we've actually been working on this whole idea for a while now. So here's the progress so far, right? Just to show that it's not all vaporware. OXC has already completed the parser, which is 100% ECMA's 262 compliance. We also can, and it can also parse TypeScript, JS6, and it includes built-in semantic analysis and control flow graph analysis APIs. The linter, OXLint already has 400 plus ESLint compatible rules, comes with IDE extensions. The resolver is based on Webpack's enhanced resolve, covers all the Node.js compatible CGS and ESLint path resolutions, and is fully customizable with like custom aliases, conditions, everything you can think of. And then there's the transformer, which transforms TypeScript, JSX, isolated declarations, which emits TypeScript definition files without going through TypeScript itself, React Fast Refresh. So the only thing that's still work in progress for the transformer is syntax lowering. And the minifier and the formatter are currently work in progress, and but we already have working prototypes for them. They just need to be a bit more complete. So we'll pick them up once we finish the transformer. The highlight of OXC, obviously, is the performance, right? The whole point of working on something new is really it needs to be significantly better. And performance is probably the most significant side of it. So everything we've built so far, we're happy to say that they are the fastest in each category that we know of. So OXC has the fastest parser, the fastest linter, the fastest resolver, and the fastest transformer. You can read into the benchmarks and comparisons in more details here, but notice that we don't even compare to Babel anymore because it's just kind of pointless at this point. Our main comparison targets are tools written also in native languages, namely Rust or maybe Go or Zig, right? So we compare with SWC, we compare with ESBuild. The linter, unfortunately, there is not a direct equivalent. So we compare with ESLint, and usually for people who've tried OXLint with their existing ESLint code bases, they will notice 50 to 100 times speed up. Outside of just performance, there's also some interesting metrics that people often overlook. So one is it actually uses less memory usage. And another one is it has significantly smaller binary size when compiled and shipped to your computer. right? So surprisingly, when you use Babel transforms, it actually downloads 21 megabytes of JavaScript source code across 170 packages onto your machine. Whereas for OXC transform, it's one single binary for your specific platform, which is less than 2 megabytes. So the Rodan. For Rodan's progress, we've already completed the basic bundling, OXC integration. So essentially, Rodan is now a pretty capable bundler that can handle mixed CJS and ESM module graphs, has source maps, can output all the different formats, has tree shaking, has 90% rollup plugin compatibility, can even do advanced chunk split control, which is something that rollup doesn't even have. And it has built-in support for Node.js resolution, package resolution, built-in TypeScript and JSX transforms. So right now, we are adding a bit of extra capabilities for Rodan, for example, first-class CSS, HTML, and SS support, to make it a more suitable application bundler that serves as the base layer of Vite. And we're also in parallel having a branch of Vite that uses Rodan instead of ESBuild and Rollup. And currently, we are already passing more than 90% of the tests. So we'll have a version of Vite that's running on Rodan, probably in beta status later this year. And for 1.0 beta, so we believe Rodan is pretty feature complete as a library bundler already, and you can already try it out. But we believe before 1.0 beta, we do want to give it a bit more polish and making sure there's more rollup and ESBuild behavior alignment, enabling more test cases, and fine-tune the performance and improve the quality of the code. Some of the hacky places, we want to clean that up before we enter beta status. And the performance Rodan, obviously, is the most important aspect of it as well. So in a benchmark case here, bundling close to 20,000 modules, Rodan finishes in 0.63 seconds. That's 20,000 modules. Actually, the current Vite, rollup-based Vite, runs out of memory just trying to bundle this very case. And here, the Rodan Vite 1 is the work in progress Vite that's swapped to Rodan instead of rollup for the production builds. And we also have ESBuild, Farm, and RSBuild, which are other native bundlers that we're comparing against. So another case study is we swapped over. So there is a Rodan branch in the Vue core repository where we bundle Vue using Rodan and OXC transform. So we also enabled isolated declarations, which means we can also emit the TS definitions and bundle it without going through TypeScript itself. So the whole improvement is pretty impressive. So in Vue 3.2, we were using all JavaScript-based bundling build tools, and it took us almost 2 minutes to bundle all the formats because it's a Vue is actually a monorepo with 11 packages and 62 disk bundles. Right? So in 3.5, we moved a lot of the plugins, for example, the minifier and transformer, over to native-based ones, and we got things almost like 15 times faster. But when we move over to Rodan and XC, we get another 8 times speed up, which makes it almost 100 times faster than Vue 3.2. Okay, so that's the progress so far. And what do we expect next, especially for Vite, right? So the most significant thing for Vite is its architecture is changing internally. So right now, this is what Vite looks like. We have the top half is the JavaScript side of Vite, which is Vite core. And the bottom side are the critical dependencies that we currently use. So in Vite Next, which is currently work in progress, we will have the non-JavaScript side, i.e. the native side, replaced by OXC and Rodan, which is the vertically integrated toolchain that we're building, and making sure everything that needs to be handled in Vite is now handled consistently by the same toolchain and more efficiently. And in the future version of Vite, we're going to expand the native side a bit more to reduce, because there is one important aspect of it is there are some current responsibilities in the Vite JavaScript core is done as internal plugins in JavaScript, and they can actually be ported over to Rust side. Right now, leaving them in JavaScript allows us to get things working with the maximum compatibility in today's applications. However, there's still a lot of overhead that we can eliminate by moving those directly over to Rust and reducing the overhead of calling between Rust core and JavaScript plugins back and forth, and also moving more logic to be executed on the native side. And the architecture also will allow us to handle the current some of the internal, for example, environment API and how server-side rendering applications are handled during development. So by leveraging rowdowns, bundling capabilities to do those things, we can make things a lot more consistent and more efficient. So this is currently in prototype stage. And one capability this unlocks is the full bundle mode, which actually moves away from the unbundled dev server and back to using pre-bundled code for your development server. So this is quite necessary if you have really, really large applications, like more than 5,000 unbundled modules. And in our test cases, this does improve performance significantly. So again, this is server startup, including server startup and page load time for a pretty large application, and this is including HMR. So this is a work in progress prototype benchmark, but this is just here to sort of show you the progress of it and what to expect when it eventually lands. Okay, so that's it about what's going on in Viteland and what we're building. So what to expect, and thank you very much.
Hello there. Thank you very much for this talk. That was great. Really appreciate you and your time. I mean, I already know all the answers to the question, but I think Paul is over there, has some questions. So you want to go over that? You're muted. There's this microphone thing.
Of course, it wouldn't be a webinar without me doing this. Evan, we have a lot of questions, a lot of interest, a lot of good questions. I'll go through these quickly. So first question is a pretty detailed one about extending manifest.json.
Okay. From v.config, I guess this is a pretty specific one. So unfortunately, if I don't look at an issue with more context, like what's the use case, it's kind of hard to answer it here directly. Yeah.
Sure, no problem. This one's a lot more general. Next.js, you knew this was coming. You had to.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think this is going to happen anytime soon. So first of all, Next is Vercel is very heavily invested in their own toolchain, obviously. So TurboPack, they've been working on it for a very long time. And we have actually had team members looked into re-implementing Next on top of Vite. And we have a prototype that actually is able to run the app router, like 90% of its features with the app router playground. But in the end, I think the conclusion is the deviance of the internal architecture is so large. So in the long term, we just don't see a reasonable way to reconcile the differences down the road, right? So I think at this stage, unless Vercel decides to say, hey, let's go on Vite, then I don't think this is going to happen from the outside. But given how deeply vested they are in TurboPack, unfortunately, I don't think it's going to happen.
That's a reasonable point. And probably a better question for them than for you. This is just an observation, but it leads to an opportunity for me to talk about the poll we did. A comment about easy to configure is the biggest value that they get from all of the work that you're doing. We did a poll asking, what do you value most from your build tools? Performance got 55%. And then points like this were the remainder. So it's interesting that, hey, guess what? You got it exactly right on what people in this talk, at least, were interested in.
Good news.
Do you get much comments from people that confirm that performance is the sweet spot?
I think, like as developers, like I think it would be weird for us to get to not welcome more performant tools, right? Because every if you're doing the same task and things just run faster, you're saving your own time, and time is really the most valuable thing for us.
Indeed. I'll bring this one up. We only have 5 more minutes, but I'll comment that about syntax lowering. What is syntax lowering? Picto13 gave a great explanation of this, but if you would like to for the rest of the stream, what is syntax lowering?
Well, imagine you are writing a new syntax just landed in ES 2024 today, but it's not supported in the browsers yet. So the transformer may be able to downgrade it into something that most browsers today already understands. For example, downgrading it to ES 2015. So that's syntax lowering. Yeah.
And it's something that we're familiar with transpiling from long days past. Okay, Guillaume asks a pretty good question. What's the status of all this Void Zero stuff?
Right. So we have so during the talk, I listed the things that's already completed, the things that are still work in progress. So the parts that we completed, for example, parser, linter, and transformer is also almost complete. They're already usable. Like you can check out the documentation. OXC's each part is available as either Rust crates or NPM packages. In fact, there are already companies that are using some of those pieces in their production code.
Maybe the Rust crate will be usable in Python for me. We'll see. Okay, we have a question about all the work that you're doing and kind of what you're thinking about for the commercial, non-commercial status.
Yep. So our end goal is to eventually build services that where the toolchain will serve as our funnel, obviously, right? But our toolchain, everything that we release as open source will remain open source. We do not intend to monetize directly on the open source projects that we create. And in other words, we don't do rug pulls.
All right, great. Khaled asks a good question. You're doing all these optimizations, but you get into some tricky spots and things might not work at the end.
Yep. So this is why right now we are in fact doing a lot of alignment work, which means we have all the roll-up test cases. We run the roll down against the roll-up test cases. We also run roll down against ES build test cases. And essentially, we enable all the test cases and let them fail. And then we figure out what test cases are about correctness and what are about the specific behavior difference between the butlers. And we filter out all the test cases that are about correctness. For example, in this case, should we expect this to happen or not? Right. So essentially, we enable all the possible cases that we can find for the tools that we're trying to align with and make sure we pass those tests. And we do this for OXC as well. OXC actually, when we do the transformer, we're pulling all the Babel transform test cases. We actually find the Babel transform test cases to be not that complete. Like we had to add our own test cases to make sure like we are covering cases that's not even tested.
All right, here's one that will be a pretty quick one. Can Vite be used, and presumably the tool chain that you're talking about and in the future, can be used from Bun and Dino?
So Vite as a high-level tool, we rely on some Node.js APIs. I believe both are already supported in both Dino and Bun. So you should be able to just use Vite in Dino and Bun today without problems.
All right, great. All right, last one will be right on time. Gives me an opportunity to make another larger point. You had to know this one was coming. But I noticed that your round is with Excel, who is also behind Charlie Marsh and Astral, who are doing the stuff you're doing. But in my world of Python, they're also behind Laravel in PHP. So do you have any opinion on anything you'd like to say about business strategy?
So what I can say right now is we do intend to build services that use the technology that we're currently open sourcing as funnels. We don't want to really get into the details of what exactly we're building at this stage because it's quite early. We probably will reveal them as we have more concrete things to show. But for now, our focus is really focused on open source adoption and making sure the toolchain gets widely adopted, serves this community well, ideally become the industry standard, and sets up for the real commercialization work that follows afterwards. Yeah.
On this point, I was thinking about you this morning, and you've been a kind of a voice of moderation and good taste for years in a world of JavaScript tooling that isn't always so friendly. And you're actually like one of the elders now. I wonder if you ever think about, wow, I've been around for a long time. So I just like to say to everybody out there that, you know, you deserve, people should have a little faith in what you're doing, and you've earned the right to say, hey, I'm thinking about this and things are going to be okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it feels weird because this is the 10th year I've been working in open source now. Like Vue is 10 years old. I didn't really expect to be doing this as a career, but here we are.
All right, Jan, that's our questions. Back to you.
Yeah, I really just wanted to hook into what Paul just said. I mean, I'm mostly involved with the Angular community, but the tools you've been working on in the Vue ecosystem expanded way across that ecosystem. So I really just want to say thank you for everything you're doing, and really appreciate you and your work and the team you're leading. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the support.
All right.
Thanks
I think it's pretty late for you, so I guess we gotta let you go. Thank you very much for joining. Really appreciate you. Paul, I've heard a rumor, just a rumor, that you're like big into this whole V-test kind of thing.
Dude.
Just do.
Yeah. Just like you, I know that you're a big fan of unit testing. I was looking at the state of front end, which came out today, which says I'm right and you're wrong. I think it says it right there.
I still don't understand how you get the perception that I'm not a fan of unit testing. I've been multiple talks on unit testing. I have opinions. That doesn't mean I don't do them.
But the way that you and I work on the project that we have together is one that I'm really excited about what Evan's talking about. In that world in Python with Astral and what they're doing, in the interviews that Charlie Marsh gives, he says that it's not just faster, it's categorically faster, and it changes the way you work because everything is essentially free. It's so fast. And so you're sitting in V-test in watch mode, and it already has this super fast change detection thing. True. But even when you do a change that needs to like rerun the universe, and it's going to be 1,000 times faster now, you might as well just be in that mode all the time.
I never disagreed with you on all those aspects. The only thing I always disagree with you on are the way we write tests and the kind of test you're writing, because they're not good.
Sure. And for the audience, while we're waiting to get the next session started, just give us your feelings. Does it match what this state of front end said? Do you do unit testing? Component driven development, do you stay in a test, or do you put console log and go over to Chrome 100 times a day? Tell us what you think. I love using V-test. There you go.
Both are very valid approaches.
Yeah. And the other thing I like about V-test, it's a little bit like Vite, but it's just a thriving project year after year, release after release, working down the bugs. They had that moment where they were fighting against Node.js's isolation model and put in a speed up and had to back down and brought it back again. And it's just, it seems like not just a mature project, but a level of maturity with the people behind it.
That's true. And I'm particularly excited about their new experimental browser mode, because that I mean, usually when you're in like the single page application, I have more trust in the test that runs in the actual environment than in Node.js. So
Joshua says V-test and console log. Joshua, we got to talk.
He is right and you are wrong. Just accept it.
No, I accept nothing.
Console log,
hey,
coming as an RxJS core team member, I have seen asynchronous stuff. Console log has its place.
In that state of front end, Jest actually was almost double in front.
I appreciate what Jest did for the JavaScript community, but other than that, I have no good words about Jest.
Okay.
So
what is, as our resident Angular ambassador, what is the state of Vite and V-test for the Angular community?
So That is a great question. It's unfortunately not yet supported by the Angular team, but even the Jest integration is still experimental technically. So there is a fantastic community contribution by Brandon Roberts, obviously.
Yeah.
So he wrote a package that you can basically add to any Angular application to use Vite, which is just chef's kiss.
Yeah. I'm going to flash this up. Our friend and colleague clearly agreeing with me that you should never use console log.
Thomas just knows how it's done.
No. I wish I could edit that on the in the DOM or something and change it to. But that is a pretty impressive feat that Vite, see what I did there?
Mhm.
Did where like create React app kind of admitted defeat and was like, okay, just scaffold React with Vite.
I just want to mention that also our next speaker agrees with me and says you're wrong. Just for the record. And Josh, you're getting your check also in the mail next week. Appreciate that. But he's maintaining Mocha, so he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah,
Just saying.
he might outrank me. I think that might outrank me.
He has some credibility in this game. Yeah.
All right.
Sweet. So, I had a great question. The other thing that I actually love about Vtest is the snapshot testing. It's pretty nice. I use it a lot for.
I wish I got into the rhythm of that. Just kind of introduced that idea, right?
Yeah, I use it for my that sounds so nerdy, but for my presentation, for my talks, I use Shiki to have like syntax highlighting.
Oh
So it's
yeah,
basically just like inline style, and for things like that where you just want to make sure like a certain bunch of HTML matches what you expect, it's really nice.
I will say when I grow up, I want my slides to look like your slides because your slides are great. Gustavo asked about, I guess I'll flash this up. That's kind of an interesting point about tree shaking. And I'll just go out on a limb and say when he was showing those points about bundle sizes, it's obvious that they are thinking really hard about this kind of stuff. And they've got a lot of experience in previous generation tooling.
No. I think tree shaking is a somewhat sorted out problem by ESBuild at this point.
And I guess we should point out that this roll down shift is not something that like happened 10 minutes ago. Last year, they had started signaling about roll down, etc.
All right, I think we're slowly getting ready for our next talk, and as our next talk is about TypeScript, I think we should get you off the stage and get Khalid here.
All right, let's bring on Khalid.
All right, TypeScript. Hey, before we move on and introduce our next guest first, I want to thank Paul. We'll see him a little later, but thank you, Paul. You did a great job.
Oh,
I didn't get out of here now. Get out of here.
Thank you. See you, Jan.
All right, Sergey, get him off of here. Nah, Paul's great. Also, I want to let folks know before we introduce our next guest, the downloads for the free non-commercial license of WebStorm is now available. So if you go over to the website, you can get that version of WebStorm. So that's cool. So give that a try. Yeah. On that note, our guest has been waiting. Jan, you mentioned his name already. So let's welcome Josh Goldberg to the stage here. Hey, Josh.
Hey, how's it going?
It's already Christmas, right? That's awesome. I love the tree.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Did you skip Halloween or what's going on?
It's out of focus, but yeah, it's a Halloween tree with little spooky ghosts all over it.
That is hilarious.
Awesome.
So I can keep it up for the last half of the year, basically.
So for folks who don't know Josh, he's a full-time open source maintainer, maintainer of TS ESLint, and a committer to ESLint. He's also an author of a TypeScript book. You can go over, I think it's published by O'Reilly. Is that correct? Yeah. And you run SquiggleConf. So if you're looking for a conference to go to, check out SquiggleConf. On that note, Josh, do you want to say anything before we get into your talk?
No, just general appreciation for having me here. Thanks. And I'm looking forward to all the audience questions. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, and thank you. Folks, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask in the chat. We'll kind of gather them up and we'll ask Josh those questions at the end. But for now, let's head on over to Josh's talk. So good luck.
Hello, and welcome to TypeScript Generics Practical Fun with me, Josh Goldberg. I am an independent open source maintainer in the TypeScript ecosystem. My main project is TypeScript ESLint. I'm one of the maintainers. We work on the tooling that lets you run JavaScript tools such as ESLint and PrettyArt TypeScript code. I'm also one of the maintainers of Mocha and on the committer team for ESLint. Lastly, I wrote the Learning TypeScript book through O'Reilly. So I like TypeScript and the tooling around it a lot. Speaking of TypeScript, we're going to cover 5 sections today regarding generics, an awesome feature in a lot of programming languages, including TypeScript. We'll start by covering the foundations of TypeScript types. We're going to introduce generic types and functions, what those are, some practical features and fun things you can do with them, and we'll end with some cautionary notes about things you might want to avoid or how to use them well. So okay, let's say hello to types and dive in from the start. What are types? Well, in order to go down that path for JavaScript today, we generally have to ask, what is TypeScript? Because TypeScript is the most popular way to do types in JavaScript. But to go down that path, if we really want to start from the beginning, we should ask something like, what is JavaScript? Which is where I'm going to start today. As many or all of you may know, at the JavaScript date, JavaScript is a programming language. It provides a standard set of syntax to describe values and how to use those values. Variables, string literals, assignments, and so on. The big problem with JavaScript, though, is that it doesn't provide a standard verifiable syntax for describing what each of those things is supposed to be. There's nothing you can put there in JavaScript that says, say, this value variable is only ever going to be a string. This code snippet shows it being first a string, then a number. Is that allowed? Was the developer originally okay with it being used that way? Who knows? So that's why we have TypeScript. TypeScript adds in a syntax like this colon number or colon string here, a type annotation, that looks a lot like JavaScript, but it's a superset. It's all of JavaScript plus this new syntax. So JavaScript is already somewhat complex. It's got a lot of stuff in it. Why are we adding these things? What's the benefit of adding in this new syntax for types? Well, types are a development time description for the expected shapes of your values. That's what it is, and over the course of this presentation, we'll see quite a few reasons for why we like that, things that they can help us do, or bugs that they can catch. Looking at it in practice, here we've already seen a nice little type annotation here saying the intent of this value variable is the built-in JavaScript type string. But we can make our own types, or type descriptions, our own shapes in TypeScript. Here, instead of saying built-in string, we're saying I'm making my own shape description called boxed, which refers to any shape, any value, in practice any object, that has a value property of type string. Later on, if we, having said that a variable is type boxed, assign it an object with value, say string ABC, that's okay, that's allowed, because we told TypeScript boxed.value is string, and that's what we gave it. But if we then assign, say, a number, that's not allowed because, well, that violates the contract. Okay. That's 3 minutes of recapping types. I apologize if you already knew all that, but I like to put us on a shared foundational footing of terminology for when we explore the really fun stuff, generic types. We like generic types because they allow us to make reusable types in the type system. Going back a slide, maybe we wanted to have a version of boxed for strings, and then also a version for numbers, and then a version for a bunch of other types. It would be really nice if we could make generalized or generic types that we can reuse to swap in and out different portions, but keep other parts of them the same. So we're going to talk about that for a little bit. What are generic types in TypeScript, and how do we define and then use them generically? To start, the real definition, or one of the definitions I like, is that generic types are those that have pieces that can be provided or swapped out every time you declare a new usage of it. I'll show you what I mean by that. Interface boxed of T. This is a, being very precise about terminology, generic interface. It is generic because it has a type parameter T declared on it. Notice how we don't say value string anymore, we say value T. we're defining that there's this type parameter t that can be swapped in every time we use it. Here we have let boxed, box of string, box colon boxed, which is saying as my type argument for t, I am providing string. So let's run through that terminology. We provide, or we give a type argument for the type parameter t, which is what makes the interface generic. And I'm being very particular about my phrasing here because a lot of folks will sometimes use ambiguous or imprecise terms like I'm passing a generic. And that's not super wrong, but it can make it really hard to use like Google or ChatGPT or whatnot to learn more about these things. So I highly recommend, there's a great article, There Is No Such Thing as Generic by the Total TypeScript guy, Matt Pocock. Great article talking about how phrases like passing a generic aren't quite what you probably mean. Highly recommend it. But back to the interface. If we swap out from boxed string to boxed number, then TypeScript will know to give us a complaint. You said box.value is number, not string, but now you provide a string. That's wrong. What did you mean? If we swap back out to number, then we're happy. Yay, generics! Now, another way of thinking about this that I really like is that generic types are like functions in the type system. They receive type parameters and they output types. Their inputs are types, their output is a type. Now, if we look at the, say, interface boxed t, we could also think of actually like a runtime function that's kind of analogous to it, where both of these take in a t, and then you can call or declare with them, say, boxed of string on the left or box parentheses string on the right. And then they have an object that they return, this object shape with value string. So I think that's a cool way of thinking about things, that generic types like interfaces allow you to pass in, provide a type argument, and then using their type parameter, they give you back a new type. But however you're thinking about these things, welcome to the world of generics and TypeScript. I'm excited to be here with you. I'm going to take a quick detour from pure type system land to talk a little bit more about functions actually, because runtime functions can be made generic too. One really nice motivator is the identity function. This is a really common one in programming language theory. It's the function that does nothing. All it does is take in an input and return that same input. No other operations. How would you type this in TypeScript? For example, if you were to, say, provide a string, how would you set it up so that the return value is known to be type string? Well, you could explicitly hard code that value as string, which is great because then input ABC or identity of ABC gives you string, but then it's supposed to be reusable. We wanted to make this a generic function, so if you pass in number, we would have thought value would be number, but actually it's string, and you said the type of value is string, the parameter, so now this argument number is not allowed. So that's not it. A couple things you could try that won't work. You could try any, the YOLO, let me do whatever I want type in TypeScript, which is very unsafe, lets you do anything you want with it, and is kind of infectious. This function is now implicitly returning any, which is not what we wanted. You could use unknown, which is like a safer version of any, but still not what we wanted, and, well, unknown is annoying to work with. You have to verify that the value is a particular type before you use it. So that's still no good. The way we would actually likely want to declare our identity function is with its own type parameter t, making it a generic function. We declare this t here and then use it for the value runtime parameter so that TypeScript can then infer in the TypeScript type system land, okay, this takes in a t and it returns that same t. For example, you call it with ABC, it infers that value is going to be ABC. And it's almost like we had declared the function when we're using it this way with string and an explicit return type string back. Then if you swap out to passing in number, it's as if we had declared it as taking in number, returning number. Hooray! Generic functions. So thinking about both functions and interfaces and not covered in this talk, the other places you can use type parameters, those lovely things, those type parameters, allow input types to change your output types. They allow you to declare that this interface takes in a type that swaps out some pieces of it. or that this function has a type parameter, which is then allowed to be used as the types of its runtime parameters. I think that's a cool way of thinking about things. It's a little head twisty when you start talking about different parameter types. So we're going to go back to learning about generics. Now that we know how these work with type parameters and interfaces and functions, let's talk about some of the things we can do with them. And because this is a practically oriented talk, I'd like to go through a few practical uses of real-world code that I see a lot that uses type parameters and other generic things. To start, box, again. I've made a little create box function here that's a nice little equivalent to the box interface. Takes in a value, gives you back a box. If you call it with string ABC, then you get box of string. Box is a nice little example. You probably aren't writing interface box too much in your code, but you might be saying an interface result of t that maybe takes like a status boolean or number, and then some value t or some result t. Let's look at a bigger function that's got a little bit more stuff going on. This is a create state function. It's probably closest to what you might find in something like solid.js, but a little different, but it's generally the idea that a lot of UI frameworks have, where you have little pieces of state that you create with a function. How would you type this in TypeScript? Well, if we look through the function, it takes in an initial value runtime parameter, and that's, it seems generic because it returns an object that lets you property get or property set on that initial value. So I'm going to make a generic interface called state of t that, given that t, has two properties: get, which is a function returning t, and set, which is a function that takes in t and returns void, nothing, ignore that. Ta-da, generics. Now this is something you might see in the wild, but I don't like giving huge, big examples in talks because I think I like going over the foundations of the syntax. So we're gonna not show anything at this level of complexity for the rest of the talk. But going back to this box interface container, I actually want to point something out that I think is really cool. Notice how, although we passed in the string literal ABC, we still got back box of string as the inferred, meaning TypeScript figured it out for us, type of the box variable. That's actually really interesting and touches on some cool programming language theory, because there's a difference between the literal ABC and the primitive string. Primitives are general data, like number, string, boolean, big int, whereas literals are specific instances of those built-in data types, 1, 2, 3, quote, ABC, and so on. And TypeScript, for our inference, inferred string, but it didn't have to. It could have inferred the literal ABC. And if we actually wanted it to infer the most narrow specific type, there is something we can use in the type system. It's called a const type parameter. If we augment or modify our t declaration to say it's const, that tells TypeScript that we want that most narrow literal version of it, the most even read-only for more complex data. And here, voila, we have gotten box of ABC instead of box of string. Now, you might be wondering, why is this useful? Why do we care about the difference between the primitive string and literal ABC? Aren't they all strings? Well, TypeScript is able to give you better assistance in development stuff when you use more specific, more not just accurate, but precise types during development. And just a quick pre-canned example here. It understands that if you compare two, say, literal types that aren't the same, that comparison is unnecessary. In this code, we know box.value is ABC, not just any old string. So it can actually give us a type error saying this comparison appears to be unintentional because the types literal ABC and literal DEF have no overlap. I think that's pretty nifty. So you probably won't do this very often, but once in a while it might be useful. Use const to indicate a type parameter should be inferred as the most narrow type possible. The most narrow type possible. I think that's cool. Anyway, moving on. Multi-containers. Let's say that you wanted to have more than one piece of generic information being provided to your interface or function. For example, a create pair, like a key value pair. You might see this in like database wrappers or whatnot. How would you type this in TypeScript? Well, there are two generic swappable pieces of type here. Pair.key, which is in this case string or power, and pair.value, which is number, or 9001. So I would create an interface with, fun fact, you can do this, 2 type parameters, key and value. Great. And then I'd have 2 type parameters on the function. Now, I'm not even explicitly indicating return type, pair, key, value. I'm letting TypeScript infer the equivalent because this is kind of getting to be a lot of code. We've got like a half dozen instances, each of the word key and the word value in the first half of the code. So what you could do is you could abbreviate the names. Type parameters don't have to match up between different declarations and naming. This would save some space to go with K and V, but personally, I'm not a huge fan of single letter names like this, including for type parameters, unless it's just really clear what's happening. I mean like 4 let I equals 0 levels of standardized. So personally, I wouldn't go with this. I would go with the longer names, but that's me. It's up to your personal preference. Either way, hooray! We are using multiple type parameters in an interface and a function. I think this is good stuff. And also, one last note, of course, the fun little const hint that we used before, the const type parameter, does work here too. So now we get pair.key is power, the string literal, and pair.value is 9001, the number literal. Awesome. Let's look at some more intense usage of generics. The get function. This is another classic. It was made popular in JavaScript land by older utility libraries like Lodash and underscore back in the day. How would you type this in TypeScript? Well, this takes in a container and a key and returns container next of key. So I think container should probably be generic here. And then because we want to get the value under attendee of the key, we probably want to make the key a generic, or rather a type parameter also. But then we get type K cannot be used to index type T. What's that about? This is one of the more common TypeScript complaints that people stumble on, myself included. Well, TypeScript is right. We told the function that T and K are some types, but we never restricted what key or K can be. We never said it must be something that exists on the type of container. We never said it's one of the properties of container, so TypeScript doesn't have the ability to verify, is this something that can actually be used as an index on T? We could provide, I don't know, something valid like name or interested, or we could provide something invalid like ASDF or the number 123 or null, and nothing in our types said we couldn't. Now, normally in TypeScript land, the way you would do this would be to declare key as a type that is an index, a known property container, such as with key of. Nice little built-in keyword there. But this isn't working because although there are no type errors, if you look at the return type of the function, get attendee interested, it doesn't specifically return Boolean or true, it returns string or Boolean. So it kind of works, but it's not exactly what we wanted. It's accurate, but not precise. And this is to be expected because in switching key from its own type parameter to a key of T, we've removed that relationship, that input-output pair in the type system between what key is and what the return type is. If type parameters relate a type of an input to the type of the output, we've severed that relationship. We've broken it up between the key and the return, which means TypeScript can infer what the type of the container is, but there's nothing allowing it to infer more specifically what key is being used. All it knows is that key is some key of T of the container, meaning container of key is any of the possible types under the values. We need some way to give key a type parameter, but also constrain it to the keys of T, a constrained type parameter. And we can do that in TypeScript land with the extends keyword, which constrains a type parameter to some other type, such as another type parameter. In other words, we can say that not only do we have this unique key type parameter for K, we can also say that K must extend or be assignable to key of T. And what do you know? It works. Const attendee, get attendee interested, the return type is Boolean. Hooray. And for the equivalent runtime code, give or take, approximately, it would kind of look a little like this, where we're saying that key is K, but K is the type of T, or the key of T. I'm kind of fudging it here with the second line. However you think about it, whether you're looking at it in the runtime code or the practical example, I think this is a really powerful thing that you can constrain type parameters to other types. Great power for us. Now that we've experienced the raw power that is generic type parameter inference, I want to dig a little more into that inference and actually show off how this stuff kind of works under the hood. To do that, I'll show one more function for now, and then we'll dive into this for a bit. GetIndexOf, which takes a const type parameter t, an array of values, and a single value, and returns the index of the value. How would this actually work for inference? Meaning, how would, given a call like, say, this one, how would TypeScript know what the t is? Well, I'm just going to rearrange it a little bit. The way it would work is by looking at all the possible things, all the possible types that could be used as the type argument for t. And it just iterates through them and adds them to a big union type. Union type meaning a type that could be one or more of several other things, like string or boolean that we saw a few slides back. So first we see blue, which means it could be blue. Next iteration we see feta, so it could be feta, so now t is the union blue or feta, the literal. Then we go back to blue, and so okay, we already had that, which means voila, hello, get index of the inferred type argument for the type parameter t is the literal of the union of the two literals, blue or feta. Awesome. Let's see what happens if we have a third version of a string for the value t. If we have a typo, notice that it's a different spelling of blue. Starts off the same, blue, feta, still a union, but then when we get to the third one, well, it's just yet another string literal, so we add it, and now we have the inferred type argument, blue or feta or typo blue. That's not great. And arguably, the developer, me, who wrote this function wanted it to be that you have to pass in a value that's t. That's one of the values in the array. So being able to expand the type inferred for t when you pass in some typo value is not ideal. I want to be able to stop inference on one of these runtime type parameter annotations. I want to be able to stop value t from expanding the inferred type of t. And once more, there is a TypeScript thing for this. It's actually relatively newer. A few minor versions ago, they added noInfer, which you can use to stop a type parameter from being included in type argument inference. I'll show you what I mean by that. If we switch value t to value this built-in generic type noInfer of t, we're telling TypeScript, shush, no, don't respect this. When you're doing the inference algorithm, don't use blue, which means don't add it to the union of possible types, which means it takes it out of the equation and gives us this lovely type error instead, saying, hey, we inferred blue or feta based off the other stuff, and this is some other thing. We don't like it. So hooray, we've used noInfer to throw something out of there, to make it so the type system doesn't respect that one parameter, and we get the right result. Nice. Those are a bunch of features, and I'm really happy about them, but I want to end with some cautionary notes, because generics go deep in TypeScript. We've seen identity, we've seen get, we've seen some stuff. I've even honestly omitted a lot of them. I haven't shown you map types and modifiers and conditional types, because those things, especially conditionals, can add logic in the type system, which then means you can do weird and wacky self-referential inference and bit arithmetic and binary arithmetic in the type system and all this stuff. And please don't. Unless you really have to, please don't. Because the more complex you make something, the harder it is to deal with. And as with any code, complex types should only be used to represent complex ideas. And we don't like complexity. We don't like complex ideas. Try to avoid complexity, complex ideas, if at all possible, especially in high-level app code. If you're working on like a generic data handling library and it has to do some wild and wacky stuff by virtue of how it's designed, and you can't avoid that design, then sure, maybe you have to dive into the generic stuff a lot. But if you're writing just like a high level, I don't know, Express or Fastify app or like React or Solid app, then try to avoid writing your own ridiculous fancy generic types. That's one piece of advice. When you are writing your own fancy generic types, though, a couple of pieces of advice for you. One, respect the golden rule of generics. I love this name. It's in the TypeScript handbook. It's also described in more detail in a great blog post from Dan Vanderkam, author of the very, very excellent Effective TypeScript. I'm not going to go too deep into this screenshot, but I do want to highlight type parameters should appear twice. If a type parameter only appears in one location, strongly reconsider if you actually need it. What does this mean? Well, a type parameter is supposed to relate an input to an output. So if you only use it for the input, or if you only use it for the output, there's no relationship there. There's nothing it's relating. And I'll show you a common example. The built-in TypeScript type, or pardon me, the built-in JavaScript function json.parse, by default in TypeScript is typed as returning any. So it's common for developers new to TypeScript to write something like this parse JSON t generic function, takes an input and says it returns t. But this type parameter here is unnecessary, and actually worse, it's unsafe. Because there's nothing that actually verifies that JSON.parse input, the any returned by that, is actually t. There's no relationship between input string, output t. And as an example, if you pass in some JSON that doesn't match what you thought it would, and then do console.log, whatever, some property that doesn't exist, that's going to crash at runtime with this to uppercase. You violated the golden rule of generics. That's not good. Now, there are some things you can do to get around the ability to violate this rule. You can respect the lint rule that we recently added to TypeScript ESLints, no unnecessary type parameters, which can actually validate that every type parameter you declare is used at least once. Now, using that rule, you might just say remove the t, or even set input to any, which is, well, that's one way to get rid of some type errors. No type complaints. But if you use more linting, which I of course recommend, you would then get a complaint that, aha, value is unsafe because value isn't any, because JSON.parse returns any. So then if you're nice and properly linted and you don't have any implicit any's or whatnot, you might say that input is string and the return type of the function is unknown, which means now you finally do get a TypeScript type error, value is of type unknown. Awesome. Low-key, I do feel a little smug that TypeScript ESLint rule has like a kind of nicer error message than TypeScript, but you know, they do a lot for us. No shade. Anyway, conclusion here. Lint your code. Linting is a very effective strategy to not completely eliminate, but severely reduce bugs and misuses of TypeScript in your projects, especially in larger ones. Now, I know there's a lot of stuff in the JavaScript ecosystem that can take up your time. Linting is one of those many things. Plus, when you have a larger code base, I know it can be a little bit of a pain to get typed linting with TypeScript ESLint set up. So no shade, no complaints if you just don't have the energy or don't have the time. But if you do, it's really valuable. There's a lot of great stuff in there, not covered in this talk, but at least you saw a couple of useful lint rules. So I highly recommend, at the very least, try onboarding to tseslint.recommended-type-checked. Our recommended type-checked rules, lint rules that use the awesome power of TypeScript to give you better information. They're really nice. They're really useful. Okay, one last piece of advice before I wrap up. The TypeScript type cycle is one of my favorite things. This is a variant of the common term, the Gartner hype cycle, which refers to the kind of emotional journey most or all large new pieces of tech go through. You start off at the peak of inflated expectations, or for TypeScript, the peak of inflated types, which is where it's new and exciting and, oh my gosh, look at all the cool stuff you can do. You can have generics and all sorts of features. But then when people overuse things, which in the case of TypeScript types, I have seen every TypeScript developer I've worked with for more than a few iterations go through this, myself included. You get to this trough where you overused it, you step back from the project, you come back, you have no idea what happened, why did you write all this stuff, it's completely incomprehensible, oh my gosh. Trough of disillusionment. But then once you've learned the hard way what the places you shouldn't do stuff are, and what the nice things are, you get to this plateau of productivity, this lovely space where you know how things are meant to be and when to use or not use features. And that's where TypeScript shines the best. Once you know when to use generic types and when not to use them. So the TypeScript party doesn't have to stop just because your generic types are killing you. That's a natural part of the process. Okay, let's recap for 20 seconds. I'm just going to blaze through these. If you are curious about types, they are development type descriptions for the expected shapes of your values. Generic types are those that have pieces that can be swapped out every time they're declared. There's no such thing as a generic. I use the term generics as the plural, but really type arguments are provided for type parameters. You can think of generics as like functions or type functions in the type system. Input types, output a type. A few features: you can use const to indicate a type parameter should be inferred as the most narrow type possible. You can use extends to constrain a type parameter to another type, such as the key of another type parameter. You can use noInfer to stop a parameter's type from changing the inference. And lastly, a few pieces of advice. Respect the golden rule. Type parameters relate input and output. They should do both. Please lint your code. Please, for the love of all that is holy, lint your code. And then don't be upset by the TypeScript type cycle. It happens to all of us. The trough of disillusionment is a natural part of the journey. Anyway, if you want to talk about any of these things, generics, TypeScript, types, open source, linting, I'm always happy to chat. You can find me as Joshua K. Goldberg on Blue Sky, Fosstodon, and Twitter. And lastly, thank you, JetBrains, for having me. This has been a blast. Talk to you all. Cheers.
So that was an awesome talk. I get hints of like C# definitely, because Anders created C# and TypeScript, so there's a lot of overlap. You begged people, Josh, to use linting, but I have the first comment for you. There are tsignore folks out there, and they mentioned we have a tsignore swear jar at work. So I imagine Paul actually has a tsignore macro on his keyboard. He uses it so much it's worn out at this point. So
I can understand that.
Yeah. So I guess the question related to that, like how do folks use linting to kind of move away from those swaths of tsignore into the promised land of type checking and better TypeScript code?
It's a great question. I think there's no one strong strategy. It's just a lot of small, strong strategies that all kind of feed together. If you don't have the time to like ramp up on TypeScript to become a true master and wizard in whatever terms we're using are the types, it's reasonable that you might have to any tsignore once in a while. That's fine. We all want to be perfect, but we have finite time and energy. A few tips though. First, use tsExpectError, not tsIgnore. tsExpectError is like tsIgnore. Thank you, Jan, for the aggressive head nods. It's like tsIgnore, but it'll create a new type error if there is no longer a type error it's suppressing. So like maybe TypeScript had a bug, or more likely your code had a bug that was later fixed in type system land. You'll no longer have this now useless comment allowed to be laying around. Also, in general, linting can help show that you have any's in your code, even though you never explicitly used any. And any's can cause a lot of issues. Sometimes they cause libraries like Zod to infer unknown or never instead of an actual type. So it's better to avoid any. Those are the two big strategies, along with just learn TypeScript if you have the time and energy and I don't know, general excitement about that area.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I noticed when I pair program with Jan, if I ever type any, I see parts of his soul leave his body. Like just
sure.
He's just like,
it
oh
hurts me
no.
physically. and you're like technically like more mature in like this advocacy game, so I have to be respectful and not be like, oh my God.
No, there's no respect. There's no respect here. So, but anyways, Josh, there was something interesting about the code sample you were showing. Andre actually had an interesting question when you were doing generics. You had used interfaces instead of, say, types. Is there a situation where you prefer interfaces? Should people lean towards more interfaces, lean more towards types? Or is that just kind of the example you used in that situation?
This is one of the really annoying debates in the TypeScript community. It's annoying because there's no answer to it, which is why it very reasonably keeps getting brought up. It's a great question. Very reasonable.
Yep.
In TypeScript land, most of the time, but not all of the time, there is no practical difference between using type something equals versus interface something. There are little edge cases where the two are different. Interfaces can merge. So like you can declare new properties on the global window interface, for example, whereas types can have unions and intersections. interfaces cannot. A few other differences. However, most of the time those aren't relevant. So most of the time it's best to just pick one and stick with it. So I'm just posting now. There's a lint rule in TypeScript ESLint consistent type definitions that says whatever your style is, just stick with it. Don't use the other style if you don't have to. There are some performance considerations around type. TypeScript, the project has mostly fixed most of those, but once in a while it's a little faster user interface. But otherwise, it's just a style thing.
Just to slightly add, this is completely correct. I don't want to feel like this is not correct. I just want to mention that type augmentation is the worst feature that ever made it to TypeScript. It's not the worst. It's right under enums, but it's like.
Jan, tell us how you really feel. Tell us how you really feel about this.
So coming from a software coming from a company that works on developer tooling, type augmentation is really hard to figure out.
Yeah.
It's not fun. Don't do that.
Yeah.
I am curious though, like this question might change, or the answer might change to this question, considering like I know the JavaScript space is considering adding types, especially at runtime. So that could be a potential changer, but we don't know yet. That's completely speculation. This is a personal question for you, Josh. This is all opinion, no wrong answers. So somebody asked, how do you think generics can be improved? So it's great now, but it could be better. How do you think it could be better?
I've never been asked this question. There's a mantra. Some people say in opinions, there's no wrong answers. It's all wrong answers. This is a hard question to answer. I think the debugging story is tough. Like when you're writing complex generics, it can be difficult to figure out why things go wrong when they inevitably do. So I would love more assistance around there. This is not a TypeScript language thing. This is a TypeScript tooling thing. So I don't know how to do that, but I just know that the general user pain is as soon as you have more than a few lines and more than 2 type parameters or anything like extends or infer or no infer, then it gets hairy and no one likes that.
I do have a great tip for debugging for you. There are usually like a handful of folks that I approach. One of those is there's a guy on Twitter. It's called Josh Goldberg. And if I have a typing issue, I usually send him a DM with like a brief snippet, and he comes up with an answer. So I don't know what it's doing. It seems like to be like some kind of debugging as a service kind of thing. So far, I haven't received an invoice though, so I'm a little scared.
Yeah, I mean it's an AI. It's not a real human.
It's an AI chatbot that's purely trained on TypeScript knowledge. So I do want to point people to your book. If folks want to learn more about TypeScript, definitely head over to Josh's site, learningtypescript.com, where you have access to his book there. It's a fantastic resource for anyone looking to kind of transition just from JavaScript over into TypeScript land. There was another interesting question. Let's see here. Let's say this kind of there's 2 questions. So both people mentioned React, but I'll ask this question. Let's say my React project uses TypeScript. Can I still add other projects that do not use TypeScript? And then additionally, the other question was, can I add other packages that don't use TypeScript without breaking my current app? So this is kind of a situation where maybe folks are mostly writing in JavaScript, but want to get into TypeScript because of things like generics and all the amazing features that are in your book. Should they be afraid? Do they need to go all in with TypeScript, or can they kind of buffet their way to TypeScript?
You can buffet your way into TypeScript. It's a great way of putting it. Very, very common and good question. Yes, TypeScript is very configurable. It's one of the, if not the most configurable mainstream programming language. And what I mean by configuration in this context is you can tell it to be less aggressive when there are parts of your code that are untyped. For example, you can make it so that it's totally okay with you having untyped parts of your code where everything is the any, the YOLO, I don't know what I'm doing type. Don't yell at me. That's totally reasonable. In fact, the general recommended strategy that a lot of people, myself included, give for you have a large JavaScript code base and you want to turn it to TypeScript is don't do it all at once. Don't change any runtime code during the conversion. Convert single or a few files at a time to TypeScript gradually over time as you learn more about TypeScript, so that until the end of the process, you always have some JavaScript, some TypeScript. So yeah, you can definitely go incremental. You can definitely add non-TypeScript stuff to your TypeScript project.
Okay, very good. That's a very good answer. Again, like, don't bite off more than you can chew. Since we're still in the buffet analogy here, we can we can use that one.
Yes.
So Jan, do you have any last words for Josh before we let him go? Because that was an amazing talk. I learned a lot.
So I kind of like similar to Evan. I really appreciate everything you're doing. You're doing I need to watch my language. You're doing plenty of stuff behind the scenes that is like not necessarily visible, but ESLint is one of, and like at least within WebStorm, one of the most used third-party dependencies that is used across projects. So the work you're putting into the open source community is very, very much appreciated. So thank you very much for all you're doing.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Josh. Yeah, you folks follow him on social media. I think you have a GitHub sponsorship. So if you folks can sponsor Josh's work, it's amazing. It helps a lot of people around the world. So if you can, please do that. So again,
or even better, annoy your company to do it.
Oh, your company definitely should do it. So on that note, Josh, thank you so much. We really appreciate this. And we'd love to have you back sometime.
Thanks for having me, guys. Cheers.
Yep.
Bye.
All right, Jan. Man, a lot of good talks. Should we bring Paul on before we kind of get into our break here? All right, Paul. We need to disable that macro of tsignore on your keyboard before we move any further.
Hey, look, I want to clear something up. It's not every day. It's only on the JavaScript days.
It's only on the days that you're writing TypeScript and JavaScript.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's every other day.
And it's only when I get confused, which is
every day that ends with a Y.
Every day that I'm in front of TypeScript. Josh is a hoot.
Yeah, that was a great talk. Even, I'm surprised Jan even said, hey, I didn't know that feature existed, which
so
I thought.
The thing with the TypeScript documentation for generics, it's just so bad. It's hard to Google for some of the things because it's like syntax questions mostly.
Yeah.
But then it's like so nuanced because the context, like you're in the generic, matters so much that it's like the results you're getting are just very hidden. So most of the time you're sticking, at least I stick with the release notes, which are like, I can't remember what was introduced in like TypeScript 2.5 or something. So yeah.
I think it's cool that the two of you got him a question he hasn't been asked. So good job, audience.
Yeah, great job, audience. So speaking of the audience, we want to give them a break. I know there's a lot to absorb right now. So we're going to take a 10-ish minute break. We're going to be back at the top of the hour. My time is 11 a.m. So yeah, go get a coffee, go hit the bathroom, give the wife and kids a hug, pet the dog, do whatever you need, but come back, please. And we'll get to our next session. So on that note, let's take a break and we'll be back.
Hey, Colin. You're muted.
Hey,
You're
what's that?
unmuted. All right.
No. I know I'm a professional. I know how to unmute myself. So,
It's complicated. It's like TypeScript. I mean, what can you expect? Before we get
yeah.
into the next talk, which I indicated was my favorite talk, let's give a little shout out. Every year this gets better, and it's our colleague Sasha, who is the showrunner for this, puts everything together, gets all these great talks, makes everybody feel wonderful. Everything runs super smooth. And of course, it's the hosts too, but we're just a pretty face, right?
Yeah, I mean, they make our jobs easy. And I'll say this too, the product team makes our job easy because the products are just great. So it's easy to talk about them when it just works, So
Yeah, and a lot of love in the chat. Let's go ahead and get started because this is a talk that I'm really eager to see. Bekah Hawrot Weigel is our next speaker, runs a virtual coffee community. Jan loves coffee. Everybody loves coffee. But more importantly, DevX lead at Open Source. Let's bring on Bekah. Bekah, welcome.
Hey, thanks so much for
Hey,
having me. I'm very excited to be here.
I'm very excited for this topic. And also in the show notes, the fun fact says that you wrote a book.
Yeah, so my very first book is coming out. It's a young adult fiction novel I wrote with my brothers. I have two brothers, and it's coming out in about 2.5 weeks. So very excited about that.
I guess the best part of the entire experience was when you typed the last letter and didn't have to write anymore, right?
That's exactly right. I actually find there are definite parallels between shipping code and shipping a novel. So I felt very fortunate to have that experience.
Colin also wrote a book, C# for Babies, which is a hoot. Bekah, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, it's right
Yeah,
here.
so it's so sweet. I came into tech about 5 years ago. And so prior to that, I taught college English for 10 years, and it was like a very unexpected transition, but I moved over, and then it was just before the pandemic. So then the pandemic hit, I lost my first job and just found that struggle of trying to figure out where I fit into the ecosystem, what I was going to do. And then I accidentally started a community called Virtual Coffee, which is still going 5 years later. And now I'm the developer experience at Open Source. And for me, it's always been community has been a central focus for me. I think it just stems from not even my teaching, but just growing up, experiencing parents that were always building community and what all the things that they did, and understanding we can make a better space if we work together and if we support each other. And so that's been a primary part of my mission. And open source, I think, lends itself very nicely to that. It is a very important community. We're standing on open source for many of our projects. And I just want to make sure that we continue to be able to do this and support each other and grow in a way that advances all of technology and where we are in today's tech landscape.
I'll say this, your background in English is a superpower because storytelling is something that's super important in what we do with what you do for developer experience. I see all the talks that you have online and you talk about storytelling, and you've got a story to tell us today about open source and all the things we should be thinking about. So over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Like Paul said, I am super into storytelling. I've got a lot to say about it. I think it's very important to connect all of us. And, actually, my very first open source project I maintained 5 years ago, almost to the day, because it was for Hacktoberfest. And I learned a lot through that experience. I learned about being able to work with other contributors. I learned about creating good, solid issues. I learned about the challenges that maintainers have. But even in the last year and a half, I've been working at Open Source. I've been talking to a lot of open source maintainers, and I feel looking at some of the chat. Thank you all. I feel that you know, like we all have our own story to tell and we all have challenges we face, but I don't think that these are insurmountable challenges. I think that these are things that we can face together. Whether or not you're a contributor or you're a maintainer or you use open source software, like all of these things pertain to you. Like it's very important that we recognize that we are all invested in open source software, whether or not we know it. You don't have to be a maintainer. You don't have to be a contributor, but I can guarantee that you are a user of open source software. So this is what I'm going to be talking about today. And so let's just like take it back a little bit and think about open source when it started. So when it started, it was more of like a hobbyist project. You know, there were a bunch of people that want to be able to share information together. And I think that we're not so distant from that past. Like we can understand that we want to share and innovate. And I think that, you know, there are many different reasons why people get into tech. But I think that one of the main reasons is because people are so excited for what they experience because we're moving at such a fast pace and it never stops, right? Like tech continues to keep moving forward and we get excited by these new things. Sure, it can get really exhausting, but we want to keep up. We want to know what the newest trends are. We want to innovate. We want to push. And this is one of the reasons why I feel like if we look at Facebook, for an example, or Meta, you know, they've open sourced a lot of their AI offerings. Why? Because they want people to be able to use those things. They want adoption and they want to see it push forward. When we open source things, we often get feedback about those things, which can be ultimately good, but we're going to talk a little bit more about that. So many of the maintainers that I've talked to in the last year have said, you know what, I found that I had a problem and I needed to solve it. So I did. And then it grew into this open source project that I never anticipated. And so what really happened was they solved the problem and things grew and things changed. Now, I don't know how many people have read Working in Public, the Making and Maintenance of Open Source Software. Let me grab it. It's like right here on my desk. Try not to like smash anything. Okay, so let me see if this is on my camera. Okay, so the book looks like this. Sorry, there's like really hard to, but anyway, you get the general gist of things. That is ultimately, OSS is open source software. And that book is a really great detailed account of a lot of the challenges that maintainers face. And this is something that like we need to be aware of. But one of the things I want to talk about, I'm going to extend. So Nadia Eghbal writes that book and she talks about this reference to Christmas lights. Okay, so essentially, like let's think of open source like this. I don't know how many of you put up Christmas lights, but let's say Christmas season is coming closer and we are putting up Christmas lights in our house. Like I love putting up Christmas lights. I put them up for I don't even know how long, but I love it. It's great. It's beautiful. It like creates this magical sparkle, right? And people will drive by and look at Christmas lights and that just like feels nice, right? But like, what if your neighbor comes over and they're like, hey, your Christmas lights are good, but they would be a little bit better if you just like put up the Santa Claus display. Can you put up the Santa Claus display? And you're like, okay, I will put up the Santa Claus display. And so then the next day you get up in the morning and you start putting up the Santa Claus display, right? And then you find that the Santa Claus display, the lights are all like super tangled up. And so then you have to untangle all of these Christmas lights so you can get this working. But halfway through untangling all the lights, you realize that like you just spent half of your entire day untangling these lights, but like you got a day job. And so the last 4 hours that you've spent, you haven't gotten paid for. And now you need to make up for that somewhere else. And so you're like, hey, I got to put a pause on this. I'm going to go take care of my day job because I'm not getting paid to put up these Christmas lights, right? And so then you go and you're doing your day job and then like somebody knocks at your door and they're like, hey, you know, like you're not done with this thing. Can you like finish it? Because it's making my house look bad across the street. And you're like, you know, I really have to work this day job to be able to pay for the electricity that powers my Christmas lights. So I can't get to it right now. So they're like, do you mind if I work on it? And you're like, sure, go for it. And so you let them work on it, you do your day job, and then you come back and you find out that they've made more of a disaster than when you even started. And so not only do you have these tangled Santa Claus Christmas lights, but now they've taken your original Christmas lights and they tangled them up into the Santa Claus display. And so you're like, what is going to happen now? Like, who is going to take care of this? And the neighbor who initially said that they would untangle your Christmas lights and put up the Santa Claus display is like, actually, I don't have time for that. So thanks, but no thanks. I'm not going to do it. So now you have completed 8 hours of work, 4 hours later than you anticipated. So it's like 10 p.m. at night, and you're trying to untangle these Christmas lights, get it back to the original state. And then one of your neighbors comes over from the right-hand side of your house, and they're like, hey, all of my lights are white lights. And you have colored lights. And so it's like really not like keeping up with the vibe of what I want for my Christmas lights. So can you change your colored lights to white lights? And you're just like, all I wanted to do was like put up Christmas lights. I like Christmas lights. They make me happy. They make my kids happy. They make people that drive by happy. Like, I don't really know what to do. And so you're like, I'll think about it, right? Like that's just like kind of like what you say if you want people to continue to consider this. And so then you have your other neighbor on the left side, and they come over and they're like, hey, I really want colored Christmas lights. And you're like, well, yes, my lights are colored. And they're like, if you change them to white, it's going to mess with my vibe. So then you're stuck in this argument between two sets of people, and you have to figure out what is going on, right? Like, what decisions do I make? Initially, I made this project for myself to solve a problem, and now I'm getting demands from all over. And this is certainly not what I anticipated. In the same way that this tweet is putting out there, like it's a challenge to create an open source project when you love it, like you work with your friends, you get on the same energy path, and then suddenly you have all of these external points where people are just making these demands, and they're making it really challenging to continue to do what you want to do. And like ultimately, that's what open source is kind of about. And so when we look at all of the challenges of open source, we think about like maintainers are faced with this overwork and constant demands, right? It's not just Christmas lights, right? Like this is the extended metaphor of things. People are making demands, and a lot of times they don't do it really nicely. Like I've talked to maintainers who have showed me what people have said in the comments. Number one, if you're one of those people that is swearing at maintainers, like you're doing that in public, okay? So nobody should hire you or work with you based on your work in public, because that's not okay. People are putting this out there, and generally, most people are not paying for that. On top of that, there's a lack of recognition and support for maintainers. So what's happening is maintainers are finding themselves in this situation where they're doing tons of work and nobody cares, right? Like nobody's saying like, thank you for doing this thing, or like, I appreciate you. You've solved a problem for me. And there's an emotional labor of community management. So I've spent many years as a community manager as well. And one of the things that I found is that communities generally don't agree at all. And so there's always there's disagreement, and I'm totally okay with disagreement. I don't feel that it's bad. I think that it pushes all of us forward, and that we're able to grow and learn from each other in those spaces. But if you're a maintainer that has not signed up to manage a community, you have to understand that this is additional labor that's put onto maintainers that they have not signed up for. Yes, developers do have lots of opinions. We are all not shocked by that situation. But who's in charge of navigating those opinions? Who's in charge of being the decision maker? Oftentimes that's maintainers, again, who have not signed up for that. They were solving a problem for themselves. They did not anticipate being in the middle of navigating this argument, right? And so there's a lot of emotional labor and community management. And like as a result of all that, there's also isolation and loneliness. So if you've ever managed a community, if you've ever been a maintainer, you might find that you are kind of like a step away from the rest of the community. You can't say to the whole community like, wow, this person is like really getting on my nerves and I don't know what to do about that, because now you're in a leadership position and you have to navigate those situations. And so you're a step outside of the community. And so you have to figure out like, okay, now how do I navigate this? Who am I able to talk to? And really, there's not a really clear way to identify like who are the maintainers out there that I can talk to. So it becomes very, very challenging to be able to have that communication with other people and to know like, what do I do next? There's this thing called the Lozado ratio, which maybe you've heard of, but it's also called the magic ratio, which suggests that it takes 3 to 5 positive comments to undo 1 negative comment in a personal or professional setting. So when we find that somebody says all of these negative things in an open source project, how do we navigate that space? Like, how do we feel okay to move forward as maintainers? And so what we end up finding is like burnout happens on top of burnout. And so here on the screen, you can see there's this post from Lee Robinson, who is VP of product, I think, at Vercel. And I thought like this was a really great demonstration of what burnout looks like, because it's not just people disagreeing about the code or the approach that you're taking, but sometimes it gets really personal. And like, number one, why? Why are we getting really personal with all of these things, right? You don't have to personally attack the maintainers or people that are contributing, because that doesn't move us forward. And if we go back to the roots of open source, we know that the core of open source is to share and innovate and move forward, right? So if you are negatively commenting on people personally, this is against the spirit of open source, and like just stop doing that. But also let's recognize that sometimes maintainers are facing that. It doesn't even happen in public. So if people have a social presence online, or if they're in a Discord, sometimes you get DMs about things, about like, why didn't you do this? Why haven't you checked my PR yet? All of these things can be intensely stressful on open source maintainers. And you have to think like, if you are putting that message out there, you're not the only person that's putting that negative message out there. So number one, take a breather, step back, don't do it. And then figure out how you can positively contribute to the conversation. We don't want to pile things on top of maintainers and have these ridiculously high expectations for them when we know that this is a problem. Because what happens is maintainers eventually step back. They stop, they move backwards, they don't respond. And if you're lucky, maybe they find someone to replace them, but that's not always the case. You know, a lot of times maintainers leave a project because of how the contributors behave. So we have to think about that. We also have to think about like the value that maintainers bring. What happens when maintainers leave a project because they can't maintain it anymore? This is one example that I found in the last year and a half that was just like kind of mind-boggling, right? So there's this package that is pretty widely used. It's a critical tool in the Node.js ecosystem. So in May of 2022, so that's like more than 2 years ago, right? Dan Springmeyer says he was going to step down as maintainer. So he gave this pretty detailed issue about what he thought it would take to onboard a new maintainer, to make this a good experience for a new maintainer, and what that would look like, right? And here's the catch here. This was not resolved until June of 2024. So 2 years later, a new maintainership plan was implemented. So what does that even mean? Like, this project pretty much sat stagnant for 2 years, and this was a really important project in the Node.js ecosystem. So let me, here we go. Next slide. So this is the challenge. This becomes the invisible maintainer. So in essence, that project had no maintainer at all, right? And so who was making the decisions for that project? Well, the answer is nobody was making the decisions of that. The other issue of having invisible maintainers is that you have projects, but you're not really sure who the maintainers are. So you don't know where to direct questions. You don't know who is making decisions about the project. And when there's a lack of transparency, we find that there's not clear communications and roles and responsibilities either. So there might be people out there that are willing to step up, they're willing to do the work, but they don't know how to do the work, right? And so then it becomes a challenge for everybody who is using that package. In addition to that, like, if you don't, in a recent podcast interview, Jordan Harband asked, how many humans can screw up my dependency graph? And he didn't necessarily mean it in terms of the way that I'm talking now, but that thought, that sentiment really got me thinking about like what we're talking about here today. The answer is one. It only takes one person to screw up your dependency graph, right? And so if you don't know who the maintainers are of the projects that you depend on, if you don't know who to communicate with when you are trying to implement a fix for an open source project, your project might be in trouble. There might be a challenge. And so what we find is when this happens, projects are at risk of stagnation. There might be unresolved issues that start to pile up. There might be projects that are left in limbo. Maybe security patches are delayed. Community confusion and frustration continue to happen. Sorry, just checking some of the comments there. So when a maintainer walks away, the important thing to recognize is that the project doesn't stop. Unresolved issues start to pile up. We see that pull requests are often left unreviewed, and this means that security patches are delayed. There's confusion and frustration. People don't know what's going to happen next, and this is a real challenge for those projects, right? This is not what we want from the open source projects that we depend on, but it's like very important to recognize that most of us don't know when this happens. It would be really, really useful for you right now to look at all of your dependencies and to ask yourself, do I know the maintainers? Do I know that all the maintainers of these dependencies have updated their security vulnerabilities? Do I know that all of them are protecting me from any source of vulnerability? I can say that the majority of us here don't know the answers to those questions. And this is not an accusation against anybody. This is just like the typical way that we've done things in open source, and it really needs to change to continue to keep all of us safe. One of the big things that we don't realize with open source usage is that when a maintainer leaves, we also have knowledge debt. And what does that mean? That means that we can lose project history, we can lose context. We don't know why design decisions were made. We don't know what the roadmap looks like. This stuff can all be probably resolved if a new maintainer comes on, but it doesn't mean that it can be resolved immediately. If you have a gap like we saw with Dane Springmeyer, where it's 2 years, how much stuff has accumulated that now needs to be resolved? How many new decisions need to be made? Now, I talked about a project at the beginning of this talk where I maintained my first open source project. In that project, I was pretty new to React Native, and the project was a postpartum wellness app. And the reason why I decided to do this project is because I went into the App Store, and I was postpartum with my fourth kid. And I wanted something to help me with like my mental health and the health of my baby. And the majority of the apps in the App Store were about losing weight. I was like, well, that's a no-go for me. That's not the healthy path that I want to achieve. So I want to be able to do this. So I was doing something like very outside of my comfort zone. But this was a project that I was doing to solve my need in the free time that I have. And like I said, I have 4 kids, so there's not that much free time that's happening here. And so there have been periods of that project that just went stagnant, right? And I remember one year I had to decide, like, okay, do I start this project from scratch, or do I update all of these dependencies that haven't been touched for a year? Ultimately, it was much easier for me to to start the project new than it was to update all of the dependencies and to understand, like, okay, what doesn't work with this other package that I didn't touch in the last year, right? And so all of that stuff is like knowledge work that a maintainer has to constantly do to keep the project safe and up to date. Okay, so there's all this ongoing learning and documentation, and like we have AI and all of these tools now that people are saying like can solve so many problems. But ultimately, right now, there's nothing that solves knowledge debt in AI. We don't know why maintainers made the decisions they do. They did. And you can look back in PR reviews, you can look back in issue comments, and that can give you more context, which is incredibly important to understanding that knowledge debt. But that takes time. So if you have a gap in maintainers, there's going to be a huge amount of time for somebody to get up to speed and make the right decisions for the project. And so as part of this, I think that we need to think about the ecosystem impact that it makes. So we know that dependent projects will face instability when they're not updated. We know that users lose trust in software when they're not being updated. You might not even know this about your project, but when you discover it, I guarantee that you'll understand that you've lost some trust there because it's probably not safe if it's been left stagnant. There's also potential for widespread disruptions. And like we can see this in like the blue screen of death that we saw last year when things hit our airport systems, right? Like when something is finally updated, when things are not working, then that's usually when we start to notice like, oh, this hasn't been maintained properly, right? But like, where were you the past year when these things weren't being maintained properly? This is something that we all need to invest in and understand. This is what everything that we do every day depends on. And so the open source ecosystem health is at risk. We need to recognize that it's at risk. And this is all part of the software bill of materials. It's also known as SBOM. And the software bill of materials is like, what is your project dependent on? Are those projects safe? Do they have good maintainers? Are they well maintained? These are little things that we can start doing to keep our project safe against these vulnerabilities. And so this is where I think that we need to start assessing open source health. We need to rethink these project metrics because a lot of times we're like, yeah, we've got 50,000 stars. This is an amazing project. But like maybe 50,000 stars are not the markers that we really want to be looking at. We want to be looking at metrics that really matter. And so some of the things that we can look at are, contributors. Are people contributing to these projects or are they just starring them? Starring is a marketing metric, and like even to some extent, forking can be a marketing metric. But who is actually helping to sustain these projects? That's what contributor confidence helps us to understand. And we don't just want internal contributors. We want people who are external. We want people who are recurring. They come back to make sure this project works. And the last thing that I'm going to mention here is the lottery factor. So you may have heard this being talked about as the bus factor. We just like to put a positive spin on it at open source. This means that 50%, if your lottery factor is high, 50% or more contributions are coming from 2 or fewer people. You don't want that, because if one of those people decides that they are burnt out, they're exhausted, or if they've won the lottery and they're going to move on and own their llama farm in Peru or whatever, they're not going to maintain your project. And then suddenly this project is unstable because nobody is invested in it, right? So we have to really understand what's happening with our projects, and we have to understand we can track this stuff with marketing metrics if we take the time to do that. So I mentioned SBOM really quickly, and so this is just an example of what SBOM looks like. These are different projects that Microsoft TypeScript depends on, and so this like goes along with Josh Goldberg's talk a little bit, where we look at all of these dependencies, keep TypeScript going. So what does that look like? What is the lottery factor for those? How are maintainers supported in those projects? And the OSS score that you see there on the end of that graph, that is the safety score, right? Like this is the security score for the project. So is it okay that some of that project has a 4.5 or a 4.8 score? That's going to be up to you to decide, like, am I okay with depending on a project that depends on a project that has a 4.5 safety score? But at the very least, you can't say that you didn't know that there may be some potential security vulnerabilities here. These are all things that we need to be looking at and we need to be thinking at for our projects. And so what does this mean in terms of making a sustainable open source? Like, well, first of all, I think that, we talk a lot about sustainability in open source. And I think that the models are out there. Like we have answers to the problems of sustainability in open source. Financial support through sponsorships gives us the opportunity to directly fund projects that we depend upon. But still, many maintainers are underfunded. And this is not something that you or I specifically can deal with, right? Like I can give money to a project, you can give money to a project, but ultimately, if our company is depending on a project, that corporate responsibility comes key to solving this problem. So we have to encourage our companies to be willing to donate money to support the maintainers of the projects that we depend upon. There's also sustainable licensing. Like I've seen a lot of companies in the last year change their licensing. And for some of them, it's been a lot of really negative publicity. And I'm not going to necessarily talk about that. I think there's a right way and maybe a wrong way or a different way to communicate things. But you have to be able to communicate to your users. Ultimately, at the end of the day, if a company cannot sustain itself because the costs are too high, then we have to find a way for them to be able to sustain themselves. And licensing can be a way to do that. Sure, that might mean that it's no longer, by definition, open source. But I think that if we look at the ultimate overall impact, that being able to pay and fund these projects is going to be really key to making a sustainable future. And the last part of that is community engagement. And like we're in Hacktoberfest right now. We've got 7 days left of Hacktoberfest. And one of the things that we talk about a lot is like, hey, let's contribute to these projects. Let's get PRs in. And then we drop off after the month of October. But ideally, what really helps maintainers is when you continually and you sustainably continue to contribute to their projects. They don't need one-off contributions most of the time. What they need is people who are willing to invest their time and effort and to show up when they need them. And so all of these things come together to make a sustainable open source. So what I want to say to you right now is that all of us use open source every single day, whether we know it or not. 96% of software runs on open source at some point or another. So we are part of the solution. Whether you are donating, whether you are contributing, whether you are encouraging your company to give back to the open source projects that you maintain, you are responsible for the sustainability of open source. So today I am encouraging you to leave this talk and to go figure out what is your role. What is the investment that you are going to do to make sure that open source has a sustainable future? So thank you so much for spending this time with me today. If you want to connect with me, I am Bekah HW on all socials.
Very cool
Bekah, that was
talk.
fabulous. Real quick, can you hold your book up again?
Yes,
Did you have it?
sorry. So it is the making and maintenance of, working in public, the making
Okay.
and maintenance of open source software. It's just like, let me try and put it.
All right, cool.
It
There
really
were questions that were asking about that, and maybe we can get it later.
Nadia Egbal. So Nadia, and then it's EGHBAL.
And
Yep,
if you
that's it.
have a
So
question
definitely look that
about
up.
that or about Bekah's forthcoming young adult book, you can find Bekah. She's probably everywhere and easy to find. She'd be happy to tell you about this. Wonderful talk. I thought the Christmas light analogy was hilarious. And about the bus factor being a pretty, kind of morbid way to put it, it actually came out of the Python community. What would Python do if Guido got hit by a bus? I realized nobody ever asked Guido about this analogy, and maybe llamas in Peru really were the thing that he wanted to talk about. And we did a poll. How do you support open source maintainers? 244 votes in the chat. I don't was the winner. And money was 9%. So,
but I think, the thing there is just advocate for open source projects that you're using at your company,
Yes.
and if you are managing a team, especially to say, we depend on this project, the lottery factor is very high. We want to continue to work on this project. And, the lottery factor is not necessarily negative, but research clearly shows that if a maintainer is supported financially, they are more likely to address bugs and security vulnerabilities than if they were not. So just keep that in mind.
And thank you, all of you at Open Source, for what you're doing on all of this.
Colin,
over to you for some questions.
Yeah, in relation to that kind of supporting open source maintainers, looking at it from an open source maintainer's perspective, only recently have they gotten the tools to accept financial support. What are some of the things an open source maintainer should do to be ready to accept kind of the financial support from organizations and other developers to help maintain their software?
Yeah, so I can speak personally, but for the community I run, we set up an LLC and we accepted donations or sponsorships through GitHub sponsors. But there are other, you can do Open Collective, and now Sentry has their OSS pledge, which is like super great to the OSS pledge says it's essentially focused on providing monetary support for open source maintainers. And so they want companies to devote certain amount of money based on the number of employees that they have to be able to financially support the maintainers of the packages that they use. And I think that, that's been a really great wake-up call for a lot of people. But I would say having something, it might be Patreon, it might be GitHub sponsors, Open Collective. There's one more, Hero Devs, maybe. There's one more that just I feel like popped up in the last year that has been really, really good and doesn't take money away from the maintainers. But these make it clearer pathways. Put that in your README. Put that on your org on GitHub. All of these things can create a clear path for people. And I also think don't be afraid to ask people hey, I'm having a really hard month. I can't maintain this if I don't have your support. This is how I need it.
Yep, that's great advice. Mahmoud asks, and I've seen this actually a lot in chat. A lot of people want to help open source maintainers. They've always wanted to, but just never knew how to get started. So we had asked a couple people about ways to do in the poll, but what are your recommended ways that people should get involved with open source projects? What's a good way to dip your toes in helping maintainers?
So we have a course at OpenSauce. You can find it at opensauce.pizza/intro. And it gives you it walks you through what it's like to contribute to open source. But I would say it depends on where you are in your journey. So if you're very new, there's plenty of ways to do it in a non-code way. So if you're nervous about submitting code, one of the biggest challenges maintainers face is with people knowing about their project. So I get a lot of questions about like, oh, like I'm doing this project, but nobody knows about it, so I don't get contributors. Write a blog post about it. Talk about it with your friends. Put it on social media. Like that's a great way to get started. Answer questions. One of the biggest challenges, like we get the same questions over and over, even though it's in documentation. Answer those questions for people. Like that takes a huge burden off of maintainers. If you want to contribute code, look at the projects that you depend on and see where their issues are open. But like, first of all, live in those communities. Understand what the mission is of that project. I listened to a podcast with Evan Yu recently where he was talking about his project, and they were asking about like, okay, so how do you know if someone's ready to be a core member or something like that? He said, if that person understands what the project is about and the approach and the philosophy we're taking, then I know that that person is ready to contribute. And so for him, there was one contributor in particular that just kept showing up, creating these PRs, and it showed like this person clearly understands what we're talking about. So like devote yourself to a project, like get interested in one thing and go for it. And you'll find that like not only will you support that project, but you'll create a really strong network of people that are willing to support you in that project and beyond.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I know a lot of people, even in chat today, were mentioning like maybe sometimes their job keeps them from contributing to open source or potentially like helping open source maintainers. Sometimes your world can feel very small, and getting involved with communities can really open things up for you. So I think that's great advice, Bekah. Excellent advice. Paul, do you have any
I just
other?
want to
Yeah, go ahead, Bekah.
Mind if I
Sorry.
jump in real quick? Because
Yeah.
I gave the wrong link. We like changed the subdirectory. So it is opensauce.pizza/learn, because we now have two courses, which is the intro to open source course and the becoming a maintainer course. So if you're looking for that, if you're looking for the courses we have, it's at opensauce.pizza/learn.
Yep.
I sent
Thank
them
you.
to your blog post.
Yeah.
It looks good and it has a nice picture of a pizza on it. So like, there you go. That's all
Thank
you
you.
do.
I love pizza.
Speaking of open source maintainers, we actually have an open source maintainer here, Jerome Dev. They say lack of recognition is definitely what's hurting him right now, maintaining an 80K stars project, and most interactions is about what's wrong. So like that negativity. You had mentioned about mental health, your personal mental health, the mental health of maintainers. Do you have any tips or advice for folks who are maybe struggling with the overwhelming negativity of like having a popular project?
Yeah, so Jerome, I'd love it if you contact me if we have a chat one-on-one, because I know that this is a real challenge for people. And that tweet that I showed from Lee from Vercel, I think like kind of breaks things down in terms of like, sometimes you have to take a step back, or you have to be able to think about things, or just say, maybe you need somebody like kind of like a bulldog, I don't know the right term here, to be the person that comes in and says like, that's not an appropriate way to talk to us. So like, if you want to come back and give this information to us in a different way, then come back. But right now I'm closing this issue because this is not how we do things here. And like, I think that having that support of somebody that's willing to do that can be really useful, because then you don't have to navigate that. But like, as humans, like, I think that it's also okay for you to say like, this hurts really bad and I need a break from it, because we're not robots, right? Like we can't just filter this stuff out. It's not like a fish tank, right? Like the bad doesn't go in the filter and then goes. It just like kind of sticks in our brains, and that's just like neurologically how we're built. So it is definitely a challenge. And I think that, sometimes there are strategies that we can put in place to decrease those things. But like, I just also want to say, like, I'm very sorry that you're dealing with that. Is very hard. And I'm happy to hear more about like what specifically you're going through to see if I can help.
I really appreciate this talk, everything that you're doing, everything Open Source is doing. I encourage everyone who's got questions in the chat, on both sides. I am a consumer. I want to help. I'm a provider. I need help. Find Bekah, get in contact. Let's all make things better. Thanks a lot, Bekah.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Thank you.
What a cool talk.
Yeah, very cool. It's interesting. I will add too, I know a lot of open source maintainers. A thing you can do that will like save them a lot of time, just have a good reproduction. If you have a bug,
No kidding.
don't just say, hey, this thing's broken.
And it's actually in your self-interest because they'll work on that one first.
Yeah, just a good reproduction, maybe with tests, Paul, tests. Yeah, yeah, maybe. And then you're good. So that's really valuable.
We make little movies and attach it to the issue.
Yeah, screen
that's
share.
all we do these days is sit in front of a microphone. Am I right?
Yeah, yeah. So
there was a point Bekah made. Had to write it down. You look at your node modules and you're like, do I know all these people? It's like, do I know one of these people? It's terrifying to think how dependent we are on that one guy in Nebraska. You and I have a guy in Montana that we're like really big on that's doing wonderful and great things. And we got to find ways to make it worth their while to continue, right?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I do think it's interesting though, like even hearkening back to Evan Yu's talk, their sample project had 19,000 modules. So, I mean, I could barely keep 19 people in my head, let alone 19,000. So I think it's definitely a challenging problem. And tools like open source can definitely help you understand kind of your security risk when dealing with modules and dependencies. So on that note, though, Paul, this is a good segue. Maybe you don't need as many dependencies as you have. First, let's bring Jan back on. I think now's a good time. Jan, you're coming back on so we can give Paul a break.
Cool. I'm absolutely 100% prepared for this. So that is good.
Yeah, so we're going to bring Jan on. I'm actually going to let Paul and Jan take this one. And I'm going to go away. So thank you guys so much for doing this. Yeah, I'll see you in a little bit.
You're still going to be in the channel, right?
Yeah.
I'll be a little bit. All right, you got to keep the vibe. And I know this is like your talk, baby. So
we just lost our CSS advocate. Oh,
yeah, indeed. Indeed, his moment of glory arrives, and this happens. Come on. It's a good segue from talking about kind of this big JavaScript ecosystem that we have that has so much value, but being done by people who maybe they're not getting the value out that they're giving in. And so looking at different ways for coping with that maintenance burden and having projects that might be a little bit lighter so that I don't need as much of that. Before we get started, do you want to give any comments on that topic?
So just to be clear, are you already talking about the next talk, or are you talking about the previous talk?
I'm trying to connect
either way.
I'm trying to connect the two, but basically I'm talking about node modules.
Node modules, yeah, awful, just awful. We shouldn't use them at all.
Yeah,
if we can prevent it. I had a interesting talk a couple by now months ago with some of the folks that worked at Cisco. And he basically said, we don't use any dependencies unless it went through like severe checking of like how healthy is the project and stuff. And I like coming from this JavaScript world where you're like, oh, let's use isEven as a node module.
What could go wrong?
I think this is a very healthy attitude to be a little bit more conservative with like, okay, what do I install or put in my package JSON? And some things are absolutely okay to write yourself.
Sure. when npm install starts to tell you you've got over 100 high vulnerabilities, and
I
you
think by
probably
now,
need
if you're
to,
just using a framework,
you
you
need to
already
think
have
about
like more than 100 vulnerabilities. But
yeah, sure. Gatsby. I didn't say that. Okay, let's go ahead and get the next talk going. Kevin Powell is someone that, to say that Kevin is a YouTuber, CSS YouTuber, and does courses and blogs is a little bit like saying, LeBron James plays a game with a ball. Kevin is prolific. Let's go ahead and bring Kevin onto the stream. Kevin, we've been talking about you behind the scenes. We're so looking forward to this talk, but first, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, first, thanks for having me. And also, I never thought I'd be compared to LeBron James, so I do appreciate that.
It just popped into my head. There you go.
so the really important question now is first, do you have a kid? I think you do.
I have 2 kids.
I think we talked about that. Is your kid also into CSS?
No.
Because like
The day is young.
LeBron is playing with his kid now.
That's
On
right.
the same
Yeah.
team. So
I do
that would
have a video. I do have a video on my channel where I'm trying to teach him some basic HTML and CSS. But
All
the
right.
big takeaway from that he appreciated the most is one of the class names he came up with was "My dad has a big butt."
Yes, you have
Yeah.
found your successor. Hey, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, so my name's Kevin, and my main thing, like you alluded to, is I have a YouTube channel where most people know me from, where I help. My goal is to help people fall in love with CSS, and if I can't get them to fall in love with it, I'm hoping to at least help them be a little bit less frustrated by it. That's sort of my elevator pitch right there.
Hey, if I can, I'm going to break the rules and go ahead and pop one up. A friend of mine, Andreas, says like, "Wow, it's actually him." So yes, your YouTube channel is doing the great work of telling the story of CSS. We really appreciate it. Before handing it over to you, I got to tell you the fun fact that we have. Kevin went from studying field to becoming a designer in publishing, teaching web design, online course creator. That's more career shifts than a Fast and Furious movie.
Yeah.
So that's pretty good.
Yeah, I'm the type of person who gets I like doing something new and then I get bored of it really quickly and I'll find something else. But instead of doing that with hobbies, I did that with my career or planning of career, I guess. And then somehow this one actually stuck.
All right, let's hand it over to you and hear about the one true way.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I just want to say a really big thank you first for having me on. And I'm really excited to be talking about you don't need JavaScript for that. Because obviously we're talking a lot about JavaScript today, but there's a lot of things that people use it for that it just isn't needed. But of course, I have a YouTube channel that's devoted to CSS. So of course, I'm the person who's going to say, you don't need JavaScript for that. I might have a little bit of a bias in terms of CSS solutions when possible, or even just HTML solutions when possible. But I do think that it's really important that we don't avoid JavaScript for the sake of avoiding it. And this is something that I'll talk a bit more about later on. There's a purpose to JavaScript. There's a reason we have it. There's a reason it's such a big part of the web. But we don't want to reinvent the wheel a little bit. We were talking about installing, node packages when you could just write a small script to do it. Even better than that is when there's functionality that exists where you don't even have to do anything that works. That's really good. And yeah, so when we can do that, it's usually a good thing. And today I want to cover a lot of things that do this. Will help you not reinvent the wheel, that I see people doing a lot. There's a lot of modern CSS coming along that we'll touch on at the very end, but most of the things I'm going to be talking about today are actually like super old and just people aren't aware of them. And then we'll see some of the newer things that are coming if I have time at the end. But yeah, this happens all the time where people do reinvent the wheel. And this obviously means there's more work for the developer, which sucks. You don't want to be doing more work than you have to. More JavaScript potentially means slower sites, which sucks. And it can also have very big negative impact on the user experience as well. And this is a really big one where if you're trying to recreate something, often there's a lot of accessibility things that are baked into the native features that are really hard to actually recreate properly. And so you might not realize it at the time. And I'm not just talking about the slower sites here, but just significant accessibility things. And we'll see some examples of that as we go through this too. The first one I do like to talk about is smooth scrolling because it's a really simple one. It's actually one that a lot of people do know that we have with CSS, but also that there's a reason people avoid it. And I want to talk, show how we can actually fix that as well with just an extra line of CSS. Before I look at the example here, we're going to be doing a lot of code examples. I'm going to be diving into it. I'm talking a little bit fast. I do apologize. And I'm going to be going kind of quick through the examples. I more want to be showing you what's possible, so you can just remember that and go and look into it. And all of the links to these code pens are available. I have a link on the last slide, and the people at JetBrains have it too, and we'll share it with you. So if you want to see any of the examples, you can. With smooth scrolling, really important, if you are going to do things that involve a lot of motion, you probably want to put it in a prefers reduced motion media query, just so people that have vestibular issues don't have any problems when they got on your site. Because if somebody does have vestibular issues, they can get a headache, they can get migraines, they can have nausea and other things if all of a sudden the site's scrolling or you have big motion going on. So just want to say that really quickly, and it's super easy just to wrap it in that media query. So here's the first example we'll look at where I just have an exaggerated height navigation here, where I can use anchor links that I have set up that just go to a different ID on my page. And this is always kind of a weird experience because it's hard to know when you've actually got anywhere. So we can turn on that prefers reduced motion media query right here. So it's the exact same one that we just had the screenshot of. And now it will scroll, and that's it. There's no work to be done. There's nothing else. It just works. And I've seen this recreated with JavaScript a lot of times. So if you have, you can refactor some of your code now. But there's obviously another big problem that comes up when you do this is if I go to the top, I don't see the top because it's hiding underneath this navigation bar. Or if I go to middle, it scrolls too far. And this is usually where people go, well, this doesn't really work for me. I have to use some JavaScript. But you don't. So I'm going to come over here, and I'm just going to do an HTML. And I'm going to do scroll padding. And I'm going to say 10 rem. It's a bit magic numbery, but it's going to work because I have this giant one. And you can see now, because my navigation just happens to be a bit less than 10 rem in height. So now it's creating a padding on where I'm scrolling to, and it just stops where I want it to. I did include this outside of the media query here, because let's say somebody has prefers reduced motion enabled on their system. That just means that now when it jumps to, let the code pen refresh. When it jumps to this area, that padding still applies, even though we're not smooth scrolling, but you don't lose the text underneath. So that makes life a lot easier. There is scroll padding and scroll margin. Like with padding or margin, try one. If it's not the right one, try the other one. In this case, it would be scroll padding that I want to use. The other choice is you can do your target. So target, and then I would actually want to do scroll margin. So margin goes on the element itself. Padding goes on the thing that's scrolling. It's not easy to remember which one you want, but now I've actually recreated the same experience. And target is literally, if I click on top, it's the target is the thing with an ID of top on it. The reason I put this here is because you might want to do something like this, just to add, and this is way exaggerated, but I just wanted to show that it's possible, where we can do an animation of target, and I'll just say it's 1 second, which is probably a bit too long. But when we scroll to that area, I can highlight where I've scrolled to, which can help with the user experience a little bit. You probably don't want it in a bright red like that. It's really ugly, but you can do that. You could even say something like target H2, or maybe we want to be a bit more specific, the direct child or H2 first child, whatever we need. You can set that up how you need. But then the animation, I broke it because it's probably not an H2. I thought it was. I thought that I broke something along the way. Oh, I put the scroll margin here now. That's why. Okay, I'll take that off. But you could have it set up. So is that fixed? Yeah, you could have it so the animation is running on the H2 instead. Actually, we could do a bit of CSS nesting now, and I could actually get that to work, I believe. There we go. So you see we're highlighting the thing itself. Again, you might not want to necessarily do that. Target's really powerful and something that a lot of people don't realize that we have. So I just wanted to throw that in there as a little bonus fact. Another place where people do not take advantage of the CSS that we have available is with forms. I am saying CSS is a great first line of defense, and we'll talk more about that. You don't want to use this for real form validation. I'm never going to say use CSS for form validation, but you can do it as a form of validation for the user before they've put anything in. And just for this, getting through this one quickly, I have set things up already. But this one, I just have some colors set up in my custom properties. So if I come into my input here and I start writing, you're going to see it's in green. So I'm getting an outline that's in green. And the way I'm doing this is if we have a focus and it's valid, and all we have right now is an input type of text and it's required. So for a type of text to be valid, it just needs some text in there. And then it's getting the valid on there. I do have this extra thing on here. Actually, we don't really need that first one, but this one here is saying it's valid and the placeholder isn't currently being shown. So that just means if we're in the box and we haven't done anything yet, the placeholder's there. So we're not going to get the success state until both we're valid and the placeholder is no longer shown. And we can just let the user know that it was good. This isn't the best use case for it, in my opinion, but we can do a little bit more to help users out, because I'm sure you've been on a forum, filled the whole thing out, hit submit, then it does the server-side validation and then returns an error. And that's really frustrating when you have 4 fields that you have to go and revisit. It'd be really nice if you could have immediate feedback. So here, if I start writing an email address, it's showing up in yellow because it's not valid yet. And once I get to a valid email address, then it goes away. But if I don't enter a valid email address, I'm getting it in red with a little warning coming up underneath just saying, please enter a valid email. This is just being done with an input type of email, once again, that's required. And then I also have a little div underneath it for the please enter the text here is just in a div that's coming underneath that has a display none on it. And we can come down far enough. I have this saying that if our input is not being focused, so it's only when I leave the input and there's no placeholder shown, so I know the user's already written something in there, the error that's following that input will get, we're changing it to a display block so it becomes visible. You might want to do some testing with this just for screen readers and other things to make sure this text is being read out loud if you think it's important enough for that. But it's a nice extra thing because only having color isn't enough. And even just the switch here from green to yellow probably isn't enough because a lot of people do suffer from color blindness, and just relying on color for hinting and helping users know state is never going to be enough. So having some text or other things that can go along with it can go a really long way. And then we can do even more. So my password down here is really cool because here I have my input type of password. So it's going to be a password field, enter a minimum of 12 characters, but I have a minimum length on there. So this isn't going to be considered valid until there's 12 characters in there. And that's just a nice thing that is there. It means the user can't submit this form even, because let's say I do at hi@email.com and I try and submit this, like the form can't be submitted here because it knows that we need 12 on there. So this is a minimum length. You can do a minimum length, whatever you want to set things for your inputs. It doesn't just have to be for passwords, but that's probably the one place where you might want to actually use it. And I'm doing the same thing here for the hinting because it makes sense. You get a hint as you're typing it to remind you what the minimum requirement is. And then once we pass it and we get to where we need, the hint can actually go away because we hit the valid state. And I'm doing the same thing I did before. The same thing I did before here, just for both my hint and my error to show up or disappear. One of them is if the placeholders, sorry, this one is when we're focused and this one is when we're not focused. So it's the hint at the beginning, and then when we leave focus, then we'll show the error. So that one's kind of fun, but one thing that makes it even better is you can actually, if you're using regex for your server-side form validation, you can use that same regex as a pattern on your input type. So here on my input type password, if you're making sure that there's a certain number of characters and not everything else, I'll just put it at the beginning here. But we can put a pattern there, and this means that I need letters and numbers. That's probably not the best one, but it's something. So I can put as many characters here as I want. It's never actually considered valid at this point because the browser knows that unless I'm meeting this pattern, it's not going to work. And then as soon as I put one number in there, it becomes valid. Or if I put a whole bunch of numbers, it's not valid until I have one regular character. So you can use the same pattern on the client side or just within your HTML that you're using on server side, or something simplified here, but at least to give the user that first hint before they hit that submit button, because I find that's really useful to do. And on the email, you might have noticed that as soon as I have this, it's considered valid. And I think even this is considered valid. Oh no, that one's not. Which is kind of weird. You can also use a pattern on your input type email just to make sure there is like a dot and then at least 2 letters coming after it if you wanted to. So you can set that up on your email. And there's actually a lot more you can do with inputs. Inputs are great. And there's so many different things we can do with them. So here on this one that we have right there, how many tickets? I just have a minimum and maximum set. And so if I come, oh, sorry, and this is an input type of number. There's some weird stuff with input type numbers, but I can hit that up arrow as many times as I want. It will never go past 6. Or if I come in and I put a number, because you can manually type it in, that's larger than what I wanted to, I can use a little bit of CSS to see what's going on there. So I can say if it's not in range, and then it knows that it's not within this min and max right there. So I can change the styling on it. Another really good one, and this is an HTML only. We're gonna have a few HTML only things here. I ignore my typo. If you have an input type of color, you can get a color picker that's better than a color picker that you can create yourself, because the color picker that comes with the system, first you can change from HSL to hex and all of that, that you probably can't see. I just realized that. But one thing you'll see, you get a color picker coming up on here. I do apologize that you can't see it, but you can play with this demo after. The reason you can't see it is this is actually a system level one, and I'm only sharing my window. But I can there's a eyedropper in there that actually allows you to pick a color that that isn't in your browser window. And that's not something that's available if you create your own color picker within the browser, just for security reasons. But the system level eye picker can pick colors from anywhere. So I can get my browser tab color, for example, or something like that. So just a really quick win with the type color there. And the last one here is with a checkbox. This is potentially something that's coming, which is the switch attribute that would actually turn it into a switch. This is in Safari's technical preview right now, and it's in proposal phase, I believe. So we might be able to turn that on and then get something that looks like a switch that is completely stylable, but it has a default switch to it or toggle look to it like this right now. I'm on a Windows computer right now, so that doesn't work. So I did have to style this myself, but it's also a really easy thing to style. I just have my toggle set, and then I have a pseudo element for my circle, and then I'm just using the check state to control where the color, and then the check state to move the toggle back and forth. So it's not difficult now, but it'd be pretty cool. We're probably going to get, or we will be getting something because they're working on it, whether it's an input type checkbox with a switch attribute on it, or whether it ends up becoming its own input type. We're not sure yet, but Safari has this at least in the technical preview, and I'm not sure if they've shipped it beyond that yet. But a couple of quick things there for your forms that you can do. You can get out of those. But again, those are first line of defense. Just want to make that really clear. This is all client side. Never do form validation client side only. You'd want to be doing some server side stuff along the way. And along that front, we don't want to go overboard in general. Don't want to rely on CSS for our form validation. We also don't, when you start finding a lot of these pseudo classes and pseudo elements, or especially the pseudo classes that I'm looking at, you start thinking about all the crazy and cool things that you could do. And there's lots of really clever examples of CSS only things that exist out there. But just because you can do it with CSS only doesn't mean you want to do it with CSS only. And I do think that's an important thing to talk about quickly before we move on to other things. So here's an example just of like a really simple tab system that I created, or demo that I created. It's nothing too fancy, but there's a lot of important things in creating tabs that I can't do with CSS. So first of all, when I'm in this, I can click and it looks like I'm clicking and there's nothing fancy. I could recreate this exact functionality with CSS only. But if you're doing tabs properly, you also want to be able to go with your arrow keys. So I'm cycling through just with my left and right arrow right now. If you want to make an accessible tabs, this needs to be one of the features that you include in it. I can't do that with CSS only. There's no way that we could. So that's an important thing. And the other thing is, if I'm on my socials, I should be able to hit my tab and actually come into this area. And it's one of the few times where you actually need to play around with your tab indexes a little bit. Because if a user goes to the marketing and they're using their keyboard, the next thing they should tab to should be that content that has just appeared. And they need to be able to reach that content that they just got to. And in your markup, the order here, you probably have, like if we look at mine, the order here is I have a list, and then I have all my tab actual panels down, lower, down. So just doing all of that with CSS only isn't something you'd be able to do reliably. If you had links in this, it could become a real disaster with tab ordering and other things, depending on how you're doing it. If you're doing a display none, maybe you could get away with it. But it just becomes an extra challenge. that CSS only is a fun thing to build, but it's probably not the best idea to rely on CSS for it. Another one is carousels. Lots of examples, really good examples of carousels. I found a CodePen and just forked this, and they did a really nice job creating it. CSS only carousel, really neat, with radio buttons and a few other things, but I can't use my keyboard to interact with it at all. And making this so you could interact with it with your keyboard is possible, but it's a ridiculous amount of work that you probably don't want to do, and you'd actually be doing less work if you're using JavaScript. Other things are hamburger menus. There's the checkbox hack that I think a lot of people are aware of, that it was even on Apple's website for the longest time where they were using it. And there's accessibility issues around these types of things where if we're changing the content that's on the screen and we're only using CSS for that to make those changes, often there's not enough information being passed to the browser about what's going on for accessibility reasons. And the way that we're interacting with the elements becomes very limited to how we're interacting with it, which is usually with a mouse clicking around and rarely with keyboard interaction. Some people do a bit of keyboard testing, but we're not going far enough with all of that. So just to be careful with all of that. Now, I did put a star on these two, the carousels and the hamburger menus, and there might be even for tabs, but there are some things in the works right now that could potentially be making these not require JavaScript or require less JavaScript. Hamburger menus especially, we'll see something at the end. I have a demo that we can look at for that. So the important thing is when you're creating something, just think about how the user is interacting with the content. And if the content is changing, that you probably do want some sort of JavaScript there along the way. Whereas if it's just relating to the content that is on the screen, well, then CSS is perfect because CSS knows, generally speaking, what's actually on the page. So as we can see right there, so some examples, we saw that with form elements. CSS is aware of the content on the page. As the user's filling things out, it knows if the thing is valid or invalid, or if it's in range, and all of these other things. We're not changing the content. The user's entering some information, but the page is static, and the CSS is just reacting or styling things according to what it has in front of it. Another thing we can do is select ranges of content, which can be really, really useful. So if you have an image gallery or something like that, this is where I like the example I like giving with it. So a lot of people know we have nth child, but so if I do nth child plus 5, it's actually going to start counting at the 5th child and then count every one, because I'm saying go to the 5th one with the plus 5, and then the n just means every single one after that. What people don't always know is you can actually count backwards as well. So you can use a negative n to count backwards. So if I do a negative nth child, negative n, I'm counting starting at the 7th one and then counting all the way back. But you've probably done this where you've combined different pseudo classes together before. I was doing that with my forms before, where I had like a not focus and things like that. So you can combine pseudo classes. So I can actually say that I want to select the 5th to the 7th image nice and easily. And I'll show the code for this one in a second, but you can see now I'm only selecting the 2nd, the 3rd, and the 4th one. Sorry, the 5th, the 6th, and the 7th one, I should say. And you can see that right there. I'm doing nth child that is n plus 5, and it's an nth child that is a negative n plus 7. If you do something like this, please leave a comment in your code, because if a coworker comes across this, they'll have no idea what you did. But a simple comment on here can make it really easy to understand what's happening. And the big advantage of something like this, if you do have a specific layout like I'm doing right now, this could be really, really useful, just because you're not worried about coming on your images and then being like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, this one here needs a class of like span, whatever, right? You're setting up the grid, your gallery, so that it works. Of course, it's going to be specific if it's this number of images and other things, but we're setting up the gallery to work. So you just place your images in there and it's going to do what it needs to do. I don't have time to get into it now, but if you play with this CodePen, there's some examples down here on how to actually use the has selector as well to count how many children are in an element. So it's a combination of has and then the last child with nth child. And right now you can see the background's not red, but just really fast. I have 11. If I remove one of those, the background will change. So, or the border will come on it. So you can actually count how many children something has, then select the children using has, and then so you can actually change the layout depending on how many children are in there as well. So you can combine this technique with this technique and not have to worry about figuring out what children need other classes on it or other things like that. You just plug your content in and your content works. Again, probably want lots of comments in the code just to explain what's happening, But once it's set up, it works, and you never really have to worry about it after that. Another really useful thing is detecting other content as well. So if I come and take a look, and we're going to go through a bit quick through these, so I have time at the end to do a few other things. But I just have the same card set up over and over with different content in it. So we have a class of only child, or a pseudo class of only child, where I can select something. So if my card title is the only child within its parent, it gets a larger font size, for example. Or you can do other things, change the padding, change the margins, whatever you need to do on it. You can also see if something is the only one of its type. So it could have siblings, but if it's the only paragraph, so in this case, this card only has one paragraph in it, even though there is a heading as well. So it doesn't matter what other content is there, as long as there's only one paragraph, I change the font size of it. Whereas down here and over here, those font sizes aren't changing. Could be useful in the right situation. Probably not for changing font sizes, but for doing other things. Actually, before another thing, there is a problem with the only of type, is people try and do it with a class, and it won't work with a class. So if we take a look here, I have a paragraph of example and then another paragraph underneath it. If I do example only of type, you would assume that it would look for if there's only one class of example, but it doesn't do that. It looks at what example is, and it goes, example is a paragraph. It's not the only one of that type of element, so it's not going to apply it. If I remove that paragraph at the end, then it will change over to red and get bigger. So it is a bit of a annoying thing if you're trying to do this with classes where you can't really do it, and there's not really a good way of doing it. There is an nth of class thing, or with nth of type, they've added a class thing you can do to actually do nth child type behavior, but with classes instead of with elements, that can be useful and potentially could solve this problem, but it's not quite the same thing. Another more practical example of this is here. I could say that if the image is the first child, I could add a border radius to my image, and I'm actually going to make this border radius bigger just to make it more obvious. And so right now the image doesn't have a border radius on it, but I could come down and just move that image up. And now, once it reloads, now it gets the border radius on there. So what could be useful in this case is the border radius is actually a 2rem 0, 0. So we're just getting the border radius across the top. And then it's only if it's the first child. So as soon as that image gets moved or placed somewhere else, it won't have a border radius on it. Or then you could also add this with last child, because some elements know if they're also the last child, and we could do the 0, 0 at the beginning. Whoops. And then you get the same type of behavior if the image is at the end, where it'll get the border radius on the bottom. And once again, this is super useful, not necessarily replacing JavaScript, because you're probably not doing this with JavaScript, but this is just useful for not having to worry about utility classes and placing them, because you might need to match the border radius on the bottom of a card and then on the top of a card and do other stuff, and it's really, really annoying. So these are a bit less replacements for JavaScript than they are just ways to make your life a little bit easier. And then we can also, this one's fun as well. You can use your has selector. As I alluded to before, this is the relational one. So I can say if my card has an only child, we can also do stuff to that card, which is really good. Or you can even choose the element itself at that point. So then I could choose that only child, a bit redundant with this one. But I could choose, if the card has that, then the descendant, which is an only child, will be changed. But you could choose other siblings and other stuff with it along the way as well. It's really powerful. Another one, this one definitely is useful for JavaScript, is if we're using empty, but there are some things you want to watch out for with empty. But here's an example that I like, where I have this weird blue box that's floating there, and it's because it's waiting for to-do lists. So my new list, and it gives me the list. I can create another new list, and then I can open those to-do lists on the side here. But if I have no lists, and I delete this one, I just get this blue box that's waiting there. And the reason for that is right now this is a UL that's just sitting here waiting for content to go in it. And you could use JavaScript where you could have like a div that's sitting here waiting, and then you're adding a new list, and then you have to do the logic of being like, is there an existing UL? No, so let's create the UL and then insert a list item in there. And then the next one you will insert will be like, oh, there already is one, so I'm only going to add it. And the logic for that ends up being a lot more complicated than just finding your existing UL and inserting list items in it. But because that task list has the background and padding on it, it's always visible, even if there's nothing in it. but I can just do a task list is empty, display none. And as long as it's empty, it disappears and there's nothing there. And as soon as I add stuff in there, well, now I have my lists coming in. I can delete those lists and then it disappears. It gets a display none on it, so I don't have to worry about it. There are problems with this that you want to watch out for, though. One of them is people just go, well, then I can just do this, empty. So anything that's empty gets a display none on it. But then images will disappear because they're replaced elements. The SVGs have disappeared because there's a lot of self-closing things that are in there, so they'll vanish. If you have HRs, those will get turned off as well. So they're not great. So you do not want to do blanket statement on this. It would just cause more trouble than it's worth. But you might have user-generated content that's coming in, like the UL that I had before. Here, maybe not the best example, but I have this span that's sitting here waiting for content, and you can see there's a box there waiting for it, which is my role. So if a user doesn't put it in, I don't really want a box with padding on it waiting there. So what I would suggest is just being very specific about, being very specific about the different things where you might want to actually be doing it. So I would say role is display empty to make sure that one thing isn't working. And if you had other things that are specific, you just focus on the ones where this could actually be a problem instead of doing it everywhere. The other problem with it is that right now, we have to go down. CodePen right here is the role. If I put a space here, and let's just change the background here too. Background is just to make sure you see it. Background is red, and I'll throw an important on there. That should work. I don't see that coming on. Background, I don't see it working, but I do see this is here. So I won't worry about the red then, but it's showing up on the screen right now. Maybe I could put a border on it. Border. Oh, that's because it's only if it's empty. That's why. Dot role background red important. That would work. I think there we go. So you can see the role is there, even though I'm saying display none on empty and there's nothing here. And that's because if there's a single space, so empty spaces, they will count as content. The spec on empty has been updated, I think, a couple of years ago at this point, and no browser has yet to implement this yet. So you do need to make sure if you want empty to work, it has to be actually empty with no empty spaces or anything in it. And that's the same with all the browsers right now. Hopefully one day they fix that. So that just means when you're inserting content with JavaScript, insert the content that you need. Another thing, HTML only, lazy loading. Don't lazy load with like intersection observers. You don't have to. You can just throw loading equals lazy on there. It will work. The browser's smart. It's really good at what it does. It will be better because it knows the network connection speeds and everything else. You can do it on images and iframes. And there's a whole bunch of other stuff coming. All those other things I talked about are pretty well supported at this point. There's a lot of new things coming. I know I'm really short on time, so I'm only going to look at one of those. But add these to your list of stuff to look at if you haven't looked at all of them. Some of them do require a little bit of JavaScript. But this one I know people are going to get really excited about. So if you have a pop-up that opens and closes, this could be used for a tooltip and other things. All I'm doing right now is I have a button that has a popover target, as looking at that, and then I have a div with the ID matching it and a popover. And without any JavaScript, it will open and close it like magic. There's nothing else you have to do. But the really cool thing with this, and the popover is already really cool, definitely look into it. It could solve a lot of use cases you have for things. Potentially could be used for navigations. So something to think about there for a hamburger menu. By default, this has a light dismiss. So if I push escape or if I click anywhere else, it will close. There's ways that you can change that behavior, though, with a little bit of JavaScript. What I want to look at, though, really fast here, because I don't have a lot of time, is we can actually anchor things now, too. This is only in Chrome right now, but there's a good polyfill by Oddbird that you can use if you look it up. So here I can give an anchor name to my button, and then I can anchor my element to the position of that element. So I'm saying anchor name is this, position anchor is there, and then I can just say position area top. And if I do position area top, let's let the CodePen, it will be at the top. Or I could switch this to bottom. And then when I open my menu, it will be at the bottom. And it's really cool. Let's just switch this for now over to a left. So it will be on the left side because I want it on the left for whatever reason. But then, of course, you might run out of room sometimes. The browser's small. That sucks. JavaScript library, talk about npm install. You don't need to do that. We have a position try at rule that we can do. And then we can do a position try fallbacks. And I can actually tell it where to go. And it will automatically move on its own and go to that spot. And you don't even need this, actually. We could do, I think it's flip I won't be able to use the flip, but we have like flip inline or flip block, and there's other defaults you can do. And if the defaults don't work and you want specific things, you can create specific rules as well. And I'm even changing the margin there too.
I love how focused you are. Like, there's nothing that can interrupt you. We technically are in the Q&A part, and there were like
awesome. That was my last thing, so we're perfect. Sorry about that.
Okay. No, you did great. This was a fantastic talk. I learned so much about CSS that I wasn't even remotely aware of. So thank you very much for that.
I knew I was running short on time there, so I was like, let me get through this last one quick.
No,
sure.
No, you did great.
And I think we can go ahead. Yeah, cool. Kevin, I hate you. Because I'm sitting and listening to this, and it's like I'm getting a narrated version of CSS Zen Garden with this silky smooth voice, and I'm watching all these fabulous comments that you're getting, and I think I should really be better at this. I'm supposed to be a professional. We have a lot of comments. We'll try and go through them fast, but as to reference how great this was, the first comment I thought was just hilarious. You should get in the fried air business, maybe, you know? And Khalid has a good reminder for everybody about this, that if you like this, go over there and then subscribe. Let's go back to the top. Kevin, you only have 10 seconds to answer this one. How do you feel about SAS?
I love SAS. I still use it, which probably, I think that surprises people when they hear it.
It surprised me.
Yeah, I do like it. I use it less. I'm less reliant on it than I have to be, or we used to have to be. But I sort of had created a system that was pretty heavy into using maps and then looping through them to create custom properties and other stuff like that. So like so I use maps, I use mixins and loops a lot. So as long as I still use those, but then from that, it's mostly to then generate custom properties that I use still, because custom properties are great. Nesting is now part of CSS. So if it was a small project, I don't really have a need. But if it was something that I knew was going to scale quite a bit, I'd probably, for now at least, I'm still using SAS for.
We have a question in chat. I don't know if you can pop into the YouTube chat later. People are asking for a link to the code pen.
Yeah, I can actually. All the code pens are. Oh, you can't see it now. I will put it in. Yes.
Okay, thanks.
That's
here's a question for you. Did this dude really write all this in CSS?
I did.
Pretty fun. Just to give you a little shout out for everything that you're doing, I think this is pretty cool. You do have a great teaching style, and you know what? CSS is not what people remember it from anymore, and so it is a good time for us to all re-engage CSS. Plenty of content out there in Mastodon and stuff like that. Another good kudos for you. I'll go through this pretty quick. Colin pointed out this one, the tilde. So there are a number of aspects for CSS that maybe were in the spec for a long time and weren't implemented widely enough to trust and things.
Yeah, I think there's a combination of some stuff that just people, I think, just went under the radar. And then there's those other things that come along. Everyone wants to use them, or some people want to use them, but browser support's not there. And by the time browser support's good enough, everybody's forgot about them. So I think it's a combination sometimes of those. And there's a lot of weird, obscure things that are in there that you don't always need.
Okay, here's a legit question. This was answered a little bit by another person in chat, but I just want to see if you want to give your take on it. Can you style a calendar system pop-up?
Great answer.
Well,
perfect.
Right. I mean, calendars are a nightmare. Even like just a select is hard enough. They are working on a select menu element, which is exactly the same as your select, but will be 100% stylable. Do whatever you want with it. So they are working on. There's OpenUI, which is a group that's doing a lot of work in trying to make these things actually things that we can use more regularly, because even calendars are so hard too, because on if you're on mobile, you probably just want to rely on the system ones because they're good and they work well, but then on desktop it's a little trickier. But yeah, you sort of need a custom solution if you want to style it.
You just brought up something that made me think I should troll you by posting a question and bringing it up. Do you think web components will kill SPA frameworks? Just kidding. All of you out there, just kidding. A question about keyboard strokes in CSS, maybe holding back some of these examples.
Holding back a few of the, I don't think it's just not what CSS is meant for.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's where like JavaScript still does have a purpose. And so I think, right, and it's not that we want to just remove it. It's just like, let's use CSS for what it's good at, and that's involving what's being painted on the page. Whereas as soon as the user interaction comes into it, that's where I think JavaScript should come in.
Got it. All right. And then we'll make this the last question, and then I'll let Jan do a little bit of closeout if he has any follow-up that he wanted to ask. This is kind of one of those art versus science. Do you put it in the peanut butter or the chocolate?
As I said at the very beginning, I'm biased towards CSS solutions if they're viable, just because it's what I'm comfortable with. But also, if it just, if I don't need to get the browser, the things that you can do with only HTML and CSS, it's just the browser's aware of all of those things that are going on, and it's going to be super highly optimized to handle all of that. So if it's able to do that for me, and I don't have to write code to figure that out, then I would just use the HTML and CSS. There is definitely a crossover. Like even in the example I was showing where like the warning was coming up, for accessibility reasons, you can have like an area live region, but I think you need to use JavaScript to change the text in there for that actually to be alerted to the user. So it could be something where you have that div that's there that's only being shown, but then you could be using JavaScript to change the text that's in there potentially. But that could also be good because you could get more fine-grained, errors for the user and everything too.
And if you think that's advanced, go to the chat where Waldo shows how to do a keylogger in CSS. Kevin, we have 10 more fantastic questions, including accessibility, that came up while we were talking, but we're out of time. I think everyone should join us next year for Kevin Powell Day 2025, where WebStorm will just host you for the entire day. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for everything that you do. And 2025 will be the year of CSS on the desktop. Am I right?
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks a lot, Kevin. I was irrationally excited about that one.
That was a great talk. I'm one of the person that tends to use JavaScript for everything, so I very much appreciate that counterbalance.
Sorry for not giving you a chance to get back on screen, but we were starting to use our budget a little bit too much. Let's see if I'm looking at the time. We have a break right now for people to go eat. I'm hungry. You hungry?
I need coffee.
All right, great. So we will come back at 12:50 Eastern time, which is in, what's the math here? 18 minutes? 17 minutes. And what are we going to be doing next, Jan?
I think the WebStorm team is like super excited already in the back to answer like any kind of questions that people might have, anything about features we are developing, features we might not be developing, and all those kind of things. So if there's anything interesting to anyone, make sure to join.
So come back at 12:50 for an AMA with the Justice League of WebStorm Superheroes. Thanks, everybody. Hello, welcome back from lunch, Jan.
Hello. How are you?
Good. We are entering a segment which we enjoy each year, the Ask Me Anything for WebStorm. And the cool thing about this is they're not asking us. They're asking people who actually have qualified answers to give, the heroes from the WebStorm team. Before we get started, Jan is our JavaScript developer advocate, so he'll be pitching in on this. Go ahead and get all your questions started. And I guess let's go ahead and bring everybody on, right?
Yeah, sounds good.
All right. Look at the League of Superheroes we have here. This is pretty cool. We'll go around and do intros. As I just mentioned, Jan is a developer advocate. And, you know, that's kind of an important role.
I hope so.
But you know what matters more than an advocate is someone who like steers the whole messaging ship. And we've had Ekaterina on before. Can you give us a little bit of an intro for you?
Hi, sure. Hi, everyone. As Paul said, I've been here before already. I'm still doing marketing for WebStorm. I've been working at JetBrains for nearly 5.5 years now. So yeah, I'm really excited to be here today.
And I started with you because you and I go way back on all of this stuff. Over to team lead, Vlad, give us some intro.
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Vlad. I joined the WebStorm team about a year ago and recently stepped into the team lead role. But my web development experience, however, began around 24 years ago when server-side rendering was the only approach. Still, I'm super excited about what's happening in the web ecosystem today. And as a WebStorm user for over a decade, my goal is to bring some fresh ideas and advocate for our users' needs. I'm looking forward to our chat.
And speaking of fresh ideas, server-side rendering is still the only way that things should be done. But I digress on that. Bringing up two people who do 127,000 Git commits in WebStorm each day. I'll start with Tomasz. Give us a little introduction.
Hi, my name is Tomasz Błachut. I'm a software developer here at JetBrains. Nowadays I mostly work on integrating language services with the rest of our features of our products, and like lots of my time is spent on analyzing how the framework ecosystem changes, which I really love doing. By the way, like shout out to Svelte team for releasing version 5 recently.
Very,
yeah.
Very good.
Yeah. And yeah, that's it. Excited to be here.
Sure. Okay, and last but not least, Peter, if you ever have a chance to run into him in the booth at a conference and you get a chance to talk to him, you're in for a treat. Give us a little intro.
Hi, turns out I'm the guy with the longest time in WebStorm team out of all of us here. I started a few years ago. I've been developing plugins for almost all my professional career. Started with Eclipse, and then I moved to IntelliJ and JetBrains. I'm working in many areas. Mainly it's Angular support, to which I'm kind of back after being on Vue and other frameworks. So I'm really happy about it and how Angular is moving forward. It's pretty exciting. Yeah, I love bikes. And there are so many of them because I have 3 kids. So they also love bikes. I mean, they have to.
And we have several people on screen that know the internals of every JavaScript framework in ways that really hurt. So we will go ahead and get started with the first question that we have up. And thank you, Khalid, for agreeing to manage the conversation for us in the background. I'll flash up the first one. I wouldn't have guessed that this will be the topic of the first question, but here we are. Vlad, I'll let you either answer this or steer this to who you would like to take it. I should repeat the question. Will Dino 2 and WebStorm be ready for it?
I think that we already support Dino, so we have a Dino plugin, and recently we made some advancements regarding to Dino support. I'm not sure I can guarantee you that everything will work, but still we put an effort to make it better in the coming release.
And just to add a little bit on that, I think the thing that is also important is that we are in very close contact with the Dino team. So they report things like I reported to them. We share observations with them. So it's a good collaboration going on in that sense.
Yeah, also, if I may, Andrej has been working on improving Dino LSP support recently. So it should be, I mean, LSP should be ready for the Dino.2, and we the same.
Okay, what we'll do is we'll take some questions and then give time for people to catch up on asking some more questions. In a few minutes, Jan will bring up some, back up the slides for the crazy cool announcement that we did at the beginning of the day, and hopefully get some more questions for that as well. So Jan, we'll say maybe 10 or 15 minutes from now on that one. Okay, next one is about TypeScript, which is the one that I kind of expected might have been the first one. And for the question on this, actually, Jan, I'll let you get started and then let you steer to who you'd like to cover it next.
So the team has been working on the particular use TypeScript server very, very hard for the last year, I guess, at this point. So first of all, I want to say we appreciate everyone who's trying it constantly and provided us feedback for that. This is really valuable because there are a lot of edge cases. So this is really valuable for us. We have done a lot of improvements, particularly in the next version coming up. So I would and I've talked to a lot of folks already, and I cannot recommend it enough to use the next EAP version or the latest EAP version, whatever you want to call it. So if you go to WebStorm, the website, go to download EAP or use Toolbox, we've seen really good improvements there, performance-wise, stability-wise, but also correctness-wise. So I don't want to jinx things, but from that aspect, it's looking pretty good. And I'm usually the first one to say it's not looking good. So on the technicality of things, I'm pretty sure Thomas has way more insights than I do.
Yeah. So like to piggyback on what you said, so we basically need to support TypeScript per each technology separately, and or language or framework, file type. So we've been working on it, as you said, as Jan said, for over a year, and this is we are like every release we are making more improvements. There were some parts of the new type evaluation engine for an entire year now for all major releases, and all of the releases work a bit differently. So like we invite you to try it for your projects and see how it goes. It won't be enabled by default yet for everything because we are like slowly rolling it out. Particularly Vue and Angular don't work properly on the projects, but as you know, like given the sheer amount of JavaScript packages in the ecosystem, some projects already have surprising results. And the thing is that we have a huge product with loyal user base, and we want to make sure that we don't break it for everyone before enabling it by default. So yeah, we really appreciate the feedback. I could also say a bit more about like what we are actually doing. So we want to use a native type checker from TypeScript. So like connecting two OS processes together and two tech stacks. It's really exciting, and we'll plug this and we'll plug this system into all our features such as refactoring, completion, etc. And maybe you can recall the presentation today, earlier today, about TypeScript generics, such as there were a couple of examples of TypeScript features, for example, const or noinfer. And previously, we had to like keep up with the changes in TypeScript and re-implement everything. But now with the new engine, we'll use directly the type checker from TypeScript. So we'll have the same performance characteristics, and will be compatible with the wide range of TypeScript versions going forward. So yeah, also wanted to make a small shout out to our OSS community again, because the landscape of language services is quite complex, and long story short, to enable support of Vue and Angular, we are heavily relying on Polar.js, the framework, and so shout out to Johnson for do all of that.
All right, this reminds me in a weird way of the evolution of our prettier support. And over the years, we refined and changed strategies a little bit and got to a point at the end where it was just all seamless and it was what everybody wanted and it was refined. And it's pretty cool to be able to not just build something, but actually refine it. No, making no commentary about anything in particular on that. Okay, next question. How long does it take for WebStorm to like adopt something? What is the process for deciding, yeah, we care about that, and we're going to do this, and we're going to do this, and then we're going to do that? Vlad, we'll start with you, but let's make this kind of an open discussion because it covers all kinds of things, including marketing and advocacy and storytelling.
Yeah, first of all, I want to jump in regarding the bun support, because in the previous release, we introduced basic support. And thanks to that, we brought the bug adapter protocol support into not only WebStorm, but other JetBrains IDEs. In this release, we improve this support, expanding it for Windows. So with regarding to the amount of time, I will transfer this question to Piotr or Tomasz. I think.
Yeah, so when it comes to implementing a new technology, it depends, right? Because in some cases, like, I don't know, support for Dino or things like that, it's something different than supporting a new framework, right? I can tell about how long it takes to support a new framework, and it's basically dozens of months of work to properly support a new framework. We're also like with this new thing, use types from server, right? We're also like trying to achieve something that we can focus on actually providing new stuff than just maintaining our TypeScript engine. So once we finish the project, we will be able to focus on many new technologies, I believe, because we had how many? 2-3 people just maintaining the TypeScript engine, and it's quite a lot actually with the team we have. So it's a lot of work to support framework. It's parser, lexer. Then you have to figure out what kind of quick fixes, inspections are required. You have to connect to the LSP and build on top of it. So a lot of challenges there.
And just real quick, kind of from an advocacy and marketing perspective, there's Jan and I are theoretically supposed to be out there listening and seeing what do people want. And Katarina and the awesome WebStorm marketing team have a really sophisticated kind of view of the market and what things are going in what direction. So it's not just that it has to be implemented. We've got to do a job of storytelling and letting people know expectations and what direction we're going, right? Do either one of you have any comments on that?
a lot.
I could probably add that we marketing also monitors feedback on social media along with developer advocacy, and we try to share it with the product team whenever we can. So yeah, unfortunately our resources are kind of limited, so we cannot always implement everything, but we do try to listen and share every feedback that is like brought to us.
I would like to add to that. I think it's important to distinguish, like, okay, do we want, and we're still very much in that conversation ourselves, do we want to support like the broad ecosystem very shallowly, or do we want to support the major frameworks, but therefore very deeply? And there is no right or wrong answer to this question. It's not easy to figure out, but we have to operate with the resources we have, which we've been doing fairly successfully, I would say, for the last couple of years. So Vlad will figure it out.
Sure. And while Jan's going to get set up to show us some slides about our big announcement, while he's doing that, Vlad, you wanted to add a comment?
Yeah. I just remember that in last release we've added support for mini app development framework, and it took just like a couple of months from scratch. It's okay. It's basic support, but still, due to our like internal framework for web technology support, it takes not too much time.
Sure. But when we do it, it works across all kinds of things in the rest of all the workflows. So Jan, over to you. Show us some slides.
Sweet. I mean, people that know me know that I spend way too much time on Twitter by now. So I've seen a couple of questions come up to our early announcement. So I thought we reiterate over those real quick. And if you have any follow-up questions, feel free to put them in the chat. So a couple of things that I would like to reiterate on is, yes, WebStorm is free if you use it in a non-commercial context, meaning open source, hobby project, side projects, you feel fancy and work at night on your side project, those kind of things. If you're in a context where you charge money for the software you're working, the license that you already have is not going to be affected. We're still, at the end of the day, we're still a business that need to pay our software developers. So that is not going to change. One thing that is very important to us, though, is that this free license that you have is you're getting the exact same product that you might already familiar with or might be interested in. There's no limitations in the plugins that you can use. There's no limitations in scope. You're getting the exact same features one-to-one. It's just, this is for commercial usage, or this is not for commercial usage. If I say that 5 more times, I'm going to go crazy. So yes, these are really the important things. If you want to learn on yourself, do open source stuff, which we heard great talks about, which you should do. We got some software for you. If you want to do any kind of content creation or hobby development, you can use this free license. You can download it now via the website. I'm not sure if by now you can download it via Toolbox. We don't think so. So that is really important. The other thing is, I've seen on Twitter that we do this for various reasons, but the thing that is important to us, we develop the software ourselves, we use the software ourselves, and we want to make it more accessible to the wider audience. It was already to some extent accessible for open source projects and for students, but the processes were kind of cumbersome. So with having this new license in place, this becomes much easier, and you can just install it and you're good to go. The same way, content creation is always a little bit of like a gray area because there might be money involved depending on the kind of content you create. So this way we have now a very clear guidance when you can use the free version of our products and whatnot. The other thing, and we briefly talked about this earlier, the thing is, why are we just doing this for WebStorm and Writer and not the entire JetBrains product suite? The thing is, at the end of the day, this decision is up to the product to make, and WebStorm and Writer basically just raised the hand the very first time, which I personally appreciate. But there's statistics that actually back that up. So the thing is, particularly in the web and game development ecosystem, this like attitude to work outside of, or like to do stuff outside of the work hour, like do any kind of like learning, do any kind of like side projects, it's very, very common in those communities. Therefore, we just thought, okay, this is a good starting point, and it will provide us some data how this is received within the communities, and then we can consider this for other products. Does this mean we're going to definitely do it for other products? No, but it also doesn't mean the opposite. We will see. We'll take a look at it and evaluate it constantly. There is in the blog post a section of, in case you already have a license, here are the criteria you need to fulfill to be eligible for a refund. I have no intent to go over this because this is way too long and I don't want to get a call from our lawyers afterwards. So there is information for that. If you happen to recently repay your license, check that out. And Paul, have you monitored the chat if there are any other questions? Did I forget any important part? I think I covered.
You're doing a good job on it. You actually covered one at exactly the moment someone asked about GoLand. So perfect job on that. You have something up here about if you have additional questions, this is good. That QR code will probably go to Ekaterina. So, ultimately all roads lead to her for giving a bunch of answers on this. We'll go ahead and wrap up on this topic, but please ask us some questions on this while we're here. So you have another, how many minutes do you have left? You have another 19 minutes to ask us some questions about the big announcement today. We will go on to the next question. And Tomasz, this is built for you. Do you want to talk about anything that's coming next?
Built for me. WebStorm pipeline. I mentioned the new type evaluation engine, right? And but I can also say like how our typical, let's say, workflow looks like. I think it fits the question about pipeline. Although let's start with that. So we have the huge monorepo of hundreds of developers, which are not only part of the platform of our team, but also platform. And so some of the features are shared by all of our IDEs. And within the in WebStorm, we have specialization, basically. People know some features, know some technologies, and we made some decisions based on the user requests, basically. And we always try to improve how frameworks and languages behave, what features they have, what features we provide.
Sure.
And
I should have mentioned that the part for you to cover was about the TypeScript engine. So you did a good job on that.
Yeah.
And one of the things the team has done a good job over the years is on the blog telling the story of what's coming next in WebStorm. So Vlad, do you want to cover plans for 2025?
Yeah, I think as a team, we see AI as an exciting opportunity to enhance development productivity, and we already allocated resources to improving AI integration in our IDE. However, our main priority remains the same: provide excellent support for JavaScript and TypeScript, along with key web frameworks, tools, and technologies. Although I cannot provide a detailed roadmap for 2025 just yet, I can share some of our main focus areas. So the first one is to work on performance, particularly tackling ongoing performance issues. Then improving and polishing support for core technologies like React, Angular, Vue, and other amazing tooling. Then AI and remote development. And one interesting thing that we are leaning towards enhancing the means to integrate external tools like language servers to allow plugin amazing stuff created by the community. That's how I see it.
One thing that I think is worth adding at this point is that we're currently exploring an RFC kind of process for new features that we're considering adding. So it's not even an early stage at this point. So we're really figuring out how we can incorporate getting feedback before we actually start the development. So that might be a good way for you to contribute and provide us valuable information once we figured out how such a process could look like.
Yeah,
I would
right.
hope for something like early next year, but we'll see.
Okay, onward. Tomasz, this will be a fast one for you. Since Svelte 5 has been out for a long time, what's the status for WebStorm and Svelte 5?
Yeah, so we implemented support for new syntax features in .2. So it's already there. Like you can use runes, you can use snippets, and all the new cool stuff that Svelte 5 provides. There's gonna be we released the new update today, so I believe we bumped the language server to the latest version, if I recall correctly, which added like a couple of fixes. Because one of the latest changes was update of the module syntax, which isn't supported in .2 because it didn't exist at that time, at the time of the release. And we are excited to get your feedback about how it works for you. If there's anything like we can improve, please open a ticket in your track and tell us what you think. Basically.
All right, next up, Peter, I'm going to give you this one because it's super fun. Do you write WebStorm in Vim?
No, and it's quick. No. I have a friend.
I have a developer of WebStorm. What do you see on your screen
when I develop WebStorm?
Yeah,
I have two screens. One is here and one is here.
One is Slack.
No, it's usually one is to just look up some related code, and one is to code actually. So it's like a lot of related stuff happening on one screen, and it's just a huge monorepo, as Tomasz mentioned before. Fun fact: if you when we push change to the monorepo, there are tests running, and we have 370,000 tests running basically on each commit.
Does that make you so happy right now,
that's
Paul?
just the number of tests, right? You can imagine the number of classes. And it's one monorepo with
about number of tests and modules and speed and stuff.
Yes, but it's working. I mean, our Git support is just amazing that it can cope with so many commits in it. So yeah. But no Vim here.
Sure. Okay, next question is one kind of for all of us. Well, let's see how we all feel about this. How can people influence the way JetBrains prioritizes issues to fix? I think the best way is to find an advocate and buy them dinner. Usually works best, but not easy to repeat. So for all of us, especially all of us that have been here for a while at JetBrains and WebStorm, anyone want to comment first? Vlad, we'll go with you about what are kind of the input signals that you use in making decisions. And then if any of the rest of you want to comment.
Yeah, of course, we use a lot of signals like stats, external stats and internal stats. Also, we track the amount of votes for issue, and we look to comments. Also we have input from our amazing developer advocates, and we take into consideration our developers' feelings, I'd say, like that. So folks who are responsible for subsystem, they may kind of feel that we need to improve something.
Anybody else want to comment on this?
Yeah, so we basically take a peek at Twitter, I mean X, and see what people talk about, and this is one of the biggest signal for me personally. And then I intermix it with everything that Vlad mentioned to get a better picture.
I will say Tomasz is super active on engaging people on Twitter. It's really cool to see. Okay, the question with the what's that?
I just wanted to add one more important detail because everyone else forgot about it for some reason. We are also doing research every so often. And yeah, I think
I wanted to
mention that. Yeah, because we're getting more serious with this one.
The research you've done in the past, like with Ellie, those are just great. Not just the systematic way that you get truth instead of opinion. You want opinions, go to an advocate. You want truth, you got to do some research, but also the analysis that you do afterwards to make it actionable.
Yeah, we have excellent researchers. We also do some beta testing programs to like validate if what we did is working good for the people.
Yeah,
lots of good stuff.
Yeah, good point. Peter, I think, gets the fastest answer to a question. This will be the second fastest. Any
It's
chance
being
that we
ported
port
right now.
WebStorm to, I don't know, Python? Do you want to port it to Python?
No, I mean we're actually moving it to a much more performant language, which is Kotlin. And it's true, actually. There is a story from the platform team because and people might have noticed that for 2024.1 and 0.2 that there were freezes in the IDE, right? There was something like that. We have moved a lot of platform to coroutines, to Kotlin coroutines, and this has saved us, like, I don't know, just moving the the IDE initialization code to coroutines saved us, like, cut this initialization time by half or something like that, because the Kotlin scheduler is really nice at putting job and connecting dots and scheduling everything as it should be. So so we're moving it to Kotlin. We're moving a lot of stuff to coroutines just to make it faster because of all the concurrency issues, and manual scheduling is really tedious when you can get Kotlin scheduler who does a lot of nice work.
So for everyone who wonders, Kotlin is just like Rust, but faster. Kidding.
Yeah, I'm
That's
kidding a little bit, but Kotlin is, I think, more performative than Java when it comes to parallel execution or some code things. Like if you have a for each loop in Java and you do the lambda, then it's not really the same thing as for each in Kotlin, which is actually transpiled to a very plain loop. So there's a lot of stuff. I'm really big fan of Kotlin. Yeah, just you can stop me.
I'll take the next one. It's a question about Fleet and its JavaScript support. Fleet is a project we've had for a number of years to kind of reimagine editors and IDEs in a polyglot and remote fashion. And we do have some support for JavaScript and TypeScript in there. It doesn't necessarily keep up with what WebStorm does, and that's okay. The two have a good relationship with each other. Fleet has informed like new UI and informed thinking about remote development. So at the moment, we don't expect Fleet to be just as featureful as WebStorm. Hey, next up.
Sorry to jump in there.
Yeah.
Super quickly, because a particular mentioned Angular, and as you might know, I have a personal interest in good Angular support in Fleet.
No.
So I did talk to the Fleet team about that, and it's a very highly upvoted ticket. So they're very much aware of that, and I think we have a good plan. It does need to be incorporated in the roadmap. So it is coming down the line. How long that line is, I don't know.
Okay. Tomasz, you can run, but you can't hide. I think this one's for you. Question about Vue and functional components.
Yeah, functional components. Interesting question. Like Vue is Vue's tagline is progressive framework, and it has a number of different ways of how to offer components, and some of them are less popular than others. And supporting everything is into like they're like Vue is actually like a number of different frameworks which you can mix and match. And I'm not actually sure. I don't remember. I didn't read the ticket now. What is the status of that? But what particularly doesn't work? Yeah, we are focusing on SFC support, which is like the main way to offer Vue applications. Now there is this effort to make a Vue compiler, which is called Vapor, and when this will be released, we'll definitely support it. And we try to support various different Vue component offering formats, such as like class decorators. I don't recall the proper name of the library now. But given just the sheer amount of custom versions, how we can write the custom Vue components, we just honestly we don't support everything.
I invite everyone in the audience to come and spend time sitting beside Tomasz, and he can explain to you the intricacies that it takes for doing every one of these questions, such as ESLint 8, ESLint 9. What are the plans to have equal kind of support? Vlad, I'll let you steer this to you or to the right person not named Paul.
Yeah, I guess we are fully support ESLint 9. And we even introduced an option to find, like, you know, that in ESLint 9, if I'm not mistaken, they deprecate the previous config files. And we made some work to support projects which migrated to ESLint 9, but their config is still in the previous format. We passed the correct option.
All right, cool. Here we go. For the record, we got 10 questions in before the first AI question. Didn't expect that. This is both a general and a specific question, a question about better autocomplete with consecutive change proposals. I don't have an answer for that specifically. I can say that autocomplete, you'll see some videos from somebody with a wood ski chalet background coming out on this topic pretty soon. But in general, Katarina and I can talk in general, and then maybe Piotr can talk specifically about anything that he might know about. Katarina, JetBrains has kind of a broad strategy for AI that's bigger than just WebStorm, right?
Yeah, that's right. And right now, as far as I know, we are prioritizing the most critical problems with AI assistant, like code completion was top priority for sure. And probably Vlad can say a few words about that as well.
Yeah, I think that our amazing AI team made a huge leap with regarding to quality of suggestions. So one interesting moment is that our approach is hybrid. So we use local LLMs with like and cloud LLMs. Also in this release, in 24.3 release, the mechanics of working with completion will be improved. So you will be able to partially accept suggestions by word by word, or line by line. Maybe it will answer the original question.
Real quick, Piotr, give us a couple more points if you got it on AI and autocomplete.
Yeah, so Vlad mentioned that we do local LLM, and this is actually our in-house LLM, which has been trained especially for code completion. So it makes it robust, and I saw the charts. We have a nice blog about this, by the way.
It was yesterday, right?
Sorry?
The blog post was yesterday, right?
Yeah, and one like 2 weeks
and it
ago.
Referenced one from last week, I think.
Yeah. So basically, the local LLM is really good. I've been using it for Kotlin development, and the same LLM is being used for JavaScript since 2024.2.2, I think.
All right. Sorry, I'll need to close you off. We're running low. Khaled made a link to the blog post so people can follow up with the information about that. Let's do a speed round real quick. Quality of third-party plugins after WebStorm updates. Anybody have any advice for folks?
So we have a process where we monitor whether we are not breaking APIs, and that happens quite often. So we get a warning, and we have to fix the code to not break the API. And also, when you put a plugin on the marketplace is sending you back to the developer of the third-party plugin, is sending back information about deprecated APIs and all these things. I heard about plans about something like including the external plugins in the quality process, but it's super complicated. So there is nothing like that right now. So it's up to the third-party developer to do the check for a particular release. From our side, we're trying to keep the API stable and inform the developers about any changes in the APIs.
That's the important part about the API. Real quick, data collection is mandatory. Anyone want to take this?
Yes.
I don't have a good idea for who to steer this to.
I can take this real quick, and then Vlad, you interrupt me if I say something stupid, right? So yes, we do collect data. We in our AI terms and service, we specifically say that we don't collect code for training models and stuff. So that's an important piece that I think is relevant at this point. But we do want to use this to collect information of how we can improve our products, because that's still an important part. We're lacking information to some extent.
Yeah, and but one important addition is that it's required only for non-commercial use, and for commercial use you can opt out, of course. But I wanted to add that we use this data to improve our product. So, for instance, we use it to see where we have performance issues. So we are really grateful for sharing this data.
All right, real quick, we got 1 minute left. Actually, we have -2 minutes left, but in my world, it's 1 minute. Collaborative and live and pair programming. We have something called Code With Me that has been shipping for a while and refined for a while. Jan and I use it on the projects that we co-develop with. Vlad, do you have anything that you want to add about anything that people should be aware of?
Not really. Just as what you said, we have Code With Me, and as for non-commercial license, community version of Code With Me will be available.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Next to last, Jan. Peter.
I think that's better.
15-second answer. What do you got?
Yeah. So so we have right now pretty well working highlighting with new TypeScript engine for Angular. So we have the type checking blocks, etc. So I think 2025.1 is the we're aiming to fully switch Angular to the new TypeScript engine.
All right, we will wrap up with that with a bold promise that people can take to the bank, write it in stone. It will happen. Thank you.
I really hope so. I really hope so.
Everyone in our wonderful community for all the great questions. We're going to go into a break, and we will be back in
5-ish minutes.
Like a little under 10 minutes. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Jan, you're muted.
I can do that too. I can do that too. All right. I think honestly, like we've been on this the whole day, so I don't think we really need a whole lot of chit chat. Let's get Shruti on and let's talk to her about her talk.
Yeah. Hi, Shruti. How are you doing?
Hello, thank you. How are you? I'm doing well. It is 10:40 in the morning, so I'm a little slow.
It's all right. Jan can give you some excellent coffee tips. Wake you right up.
That's true.
I've got my handy dandy React coffee.
Also love your henna tattoos on your hands.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, excellent. Very cool. Go ahead.
All right. Let's cut the chit chat. Let's stay on time. See how that goes. Usually we're not good with that. I'm very excited for your talk and having you here telling us everything about React 19. So if you want to lead it away, and we'll be back in like 30 minutes for some questions.
Good luck.
Oh, thank you, folks. Hey, everyone. Really nice to meet you all here digitally. I can see your comments in the right side, so I will have some questions for you. So please feel free to chat in the comments. I will be checking it occasionally. Today, we're going to talk about React 19. And through this talk, you will know every change that comes to the React ecosystem. So hopefully you're prepared to take on a new version of React. By the way, in case you missed it, React 19 is now in the RC stage, which means that it is the release candidate stage. It's not ready for app developers yet. So if you're working at a company using React, not ready to move to React 19 just yet. However, it's ready for library authors, which means that if you are writing a library, now may be a good time to upgrade your library to React 19 and check out the new features that's coming. The idea is to get experience with these features and prepare your libraries for React 19. If you are a React developer and hoping to upgrade to React 19, I would actually first suggest you to upgrade to React 18.3. So why are we doing this talk if it's not ready yet? I feel like React and just front end in general is such a fast pacing field, and there are so many rapid changes that come that I feel like every time a new feature comes out or a new version comes out, I'm just like, okay, let's jump on to the next new shiny thing. And what's in this new thing? And can I take my computer or can I take my website and my company to the newest version? But I feel like with all these changes, it can be so hard to keep up with React, but just front end in general. And so through this talk, my goal is to bring you all of those changes that are coming to React 19 and simplify it so you're ready to take on React 19. And so in this presentation, we're going to talk about everything you need to know about React 19 as an app developer. And specifically, we'll talk about what's new, what's changing, and then do a quick demo of a simplified version of converting a React 18 form to React 19 form. Even though this is a simple form, this will still give you idea of what the main features of React 19 are, such as React Actions, and also introduce you to two new hooks that comes with React 19, which is use action state and use form status. We'll talk about the theory and like what these things are and the concepts in a few minutes, but just an overview of what we're going to be talking about today. Before I start talking about what React 19 is, I will quickly introduce myself. My name is Shruti Kapoor. I am a front-end engineer at Slack. You can find me on the internet at Shruti Kapoor08, on Twitter, on LinkedIn, or YouTube, or on TikTok as well. So if you've ever attended any of my talk, you know what's coming. It's dev jokes. So the way this works is I'll ask you some question, and you can leave the answer down in the comments, and let me open that up right here. And the way this works is I'll ask you a question. It's going to be like a funny question, and then you put like nerdy answers. You put whatever comes to your mind. Doesn't have to be right, doesn't have to be wrong, whatever comes to your mind. So first question, what is a React developer's favorite workout? You can put the answer down in the comment section. Hook shots. Oh, I like that. Boxing and sleep. Ooh, sleep is nice. Hook. Actually, hook is pretty good. Boxing. It's lifting state. Okay, next question. How did HTML get drunk? Drilling props. That's a good one. HTML got drunk by having too many beers. Okay. By drinking coffee script. It drank too many tags. Oh, that's a good one. It got hydrated. Very nice. Thank you so much, folks. If you know a dev joke, please send it to me on GitHub. Create a pull request. Create a dev joke. So I know some of you might be thinking, hey, I came here for React 19. Let's talk about React 19 already. Okay, so let's talk about the new features of React 19. So we're going to talk about in discussing what comes new with React. I feel like it can be broadly divided into three categories, which is new features, new hooks, and new API. And then we're going to talk about new features for a little bit, because one of the main features that comes with React 19 is React Actions, which actually makes it much easier to handle forms. I feel like with React 19, forms are finally getting the support that they've needed in long term. If you're familiar with PHP or Remix, Actions will feel familiar. But let's take a look at what it means and what does an action mean. So typically, this is how we handle like an input field currently. We'll have a button, we'll have an input field, we'll have like a set name. We'll usually attach the set names to on-change event handlers. And then the button is kind of doing the job of submitting the input field. So right now here I have a div, but you can imagine if you replace the div with a form element, this is exactly how a form element would work as well. And then if you have any error fields, you would do a check on error and display the error. And similarly, if you want to display a loading state, typically what we do is we'll have like within the handle submit function itself, we'll manually set loading to false, which is like set is pending to, we'll set the loading to true, which is set is pending to true. And that starts showing like a loader state. Then if we have any errors, we'll catch errors. If you want to call any APIs, we'll call any APIs. And then once all of that is done, we'll set the is pending to false, which turns off the loader. And then we'll redirect the form if we need to. So in React 18, a new feature was introduced called Start Transition. By a show of hands, actually not hands, by a show of yes, just tell me if you have ever heard of start transitions or used start transitions in React 18. I'm looking at comments again. So if you've used start transition, let me know by saying yes. Okay, David has used it. Cool. Carl has used it. Luca has used it. Cool. So a few of you are familiar with it. I'm getting the feeling that not everybody is familiar with it. So I'll talk about it really briefly. So start transition is actually a new hook that is introduced in React 18, not 19, that actually helps us mark certain updates as urgent. What does that mean? Let's say that you're searching for something in like Google, you want to type something in the field. And if you've typed something, there are two types of feedback going on. One is the user actually typing like a letter A, B, C. And then the other feedback is also Google looking up that search term. So if you look for React, it'll be looking up for React and then showing you the display back, which is a set of fields that kind of matches React or like the search phrase that you sent. So there's two types of feedback going on. However, there's one feedback that's more important than the other feedback, which is showing the user that they've actually typed in the character. And that is called an urgent update. So that is more important than showing the search results. So in React 18, we can mark certain updates as urgent by putting non-urgent updates in start transition hook. So this is where start transition comes from. This is React 18 hook, which helps you mark certain updates as urgent by putting non-urgent updates within start transition. Now, the difference between React 18's version of start transition and 19's version is that in 19, you can actually put async functions within start transition as well. So here, if you see in handle submit, what I've done is I have a start transition hook and I'm putting an async function within the start transition. Now, why I talked about this in detail is because that async function is an action. So simply speaking, action is really just the async function that's going inside of that start transition hook. It doesn't have to be within a start transition hook, but that is the async function that's going within the start transition hook. So simply speaking, functions that use async transitions are called actions. And a good thing about actions is that it's also supported on the server, so you can use it for RSCs as well. Now, why this helps us is because now instead of doing a form and then using a button to handle the event handling of submitting, you can instead attach action to the form element itself. This might feel very familiar to you if you are from PHP or if you've used Remix. So now you can just add action and it'll take care of submitting the form. No need of handling handle submit anymore. No need of attaching a click handler to the form. So you can just attach an action right away. There's also another hook that really helps in this action, in extracting the information out of the action, which is called use form status. And the specific data that it gives us back, which is really helpful, is the pending attribute, the data attribute, and the action attribute. We'll look at this in a second, but for now, all you need to know is React Actions help in improving the user experience of form by automatically submitting the form using the action. So you don't have to manually track pending states, you don't have to manually create loading states, and you don't have to manually submit the form using on-click handler. So that was React Actions. In summary, it really improves the experience of forms. There's another thing that's being introduced with the new React 19 updates, which is the React compiler. React compiler actually does not come as part of the package of React 19, but is rather a new plugin. So you have to install it separately. But the helpful thing about React compiler is that it actually automatically memoizes your code. Oftentimes in your code, you may have noticed that you have use memo and use callbacks everywhere. You don't need it anymore. You don't need to memorize your code manually anymore. You can just use React compiler. If you're not familiar with use callback, it kind of looks like this. It has helped to like memorize and perform and make performance optimizations. Use callback specifically is used for functions, whereas use memo is used for values. With React compiler, you don't need to use memo and use callback anymore. So you don't have to wrap your functions anymore because it performs auto memorizations, which basically means that it'll figure out which function should be cached and automatically use their result. Another thing is that if your code base currently already has use memo or callback, you probably are already well memoized, hopefully. But if not, if you are already well memoized, you may not see a lot of performance changes. But if you're not using use memo, use callback appropriately or wherever it needs to, the React compiler will automatically figure out where it needs to and already improve the performance optimization as well. The way compiler improves performances and auto-memoizes code is by optimizing re-renders. So there's two things specifically that it does. We'll look at it in right now. The number one thing is it helps in skipping re-rendering of children when parent updates. And this is really cool because currently you'll see that anytime React will re-render, all of the component and all of its children's, like anytime React will re-render component, all of its children will re-update or re-render, unless you have manually memoized code with like use memo or use callback. So for example, in this case, in this friends list component, you'll see that anytime friends changes, which is the top thing which is the top parameter that's being passed to friends list, the component in the bottom, which is message button, that would also re-render, even though it is not dependent on friends. But with React compiler, it figures out that message button doesn't need to re-render. It also figures out the return value of friends list card and if it's dependent on a friend that has changed, and it can be reused, thereby decreasing the re-renders of the child components. The second optimization it does is by skipping expensive calculations. And compiler helps to skip calculations of expensive components because it can use its knowledge of JavaScript and React's rules to automatically memorize values or groups of values within your components and hooks. And the way this works is because it'll only memorize, there's one caveat to this, which is that it'll only memorize React components and hooks and not every function. And an example for that is here. So let's say that you have a really expensive function, which is at the top of your like component. It is outside a React component. It would not be memoized. So because this expensive process is outside the table container, which is the React's boundary, the React component, that function expensive process would not be memoized. So it's kind of your job to figure out anyway, in this case, which is to figure out if your function is expensive and how to memorize that. However, if you use that expensive function within your component, it comes within the boundaries of the React compiler. And now the data that comes back out of the expensive process, that will be automatically memoized, even though you have not written use memo here anymore. So it's really cool because even if we do manual memoization ourselves, you may have noticed that there are a lot of places where you forget to put use memo or use callback. So this is really nice because React compiler can automatically take care of that for you. So one less thing to worry about, which honestly was a big performance optimization that we had to do manually. And I'm so glad that React compiler can automatically take care of it for me, because I could not keep track of where use memo and use callback had to go. And then you would have to kind of do your measurements, which to see like how much productivity changes, like how much optimization it was causing. So it's really nice that compiler can take care of it for you. Now, one thing that I mentioned is that it actually figures out which component to memorize by looking at the rules of React. And in order to figure out like which component has been memoized or not, it comes with a very handy playground, which kind of looks like this. So on the left is the component that you're using, or the component that you have created. And on the right is the code that's been generated by the compiler. To understand which function has been memoized or which component has been memoized, in the playground, you'll see something like $=C. And that is a great sign that code has been memoized. That means that the compiler has gone through this code and optimized it. So if you're ever wondering if your component is following the rules of React and if it has been memoized, Playground can be really helpful there. So basically, you don't need to use memo and use callback anymore. But what if you're like, well, I love memoizing myself. I don't want to use compiler. Using compiler is kind of the go-to way to go memoize. However, there's one difference between the way use memo and use callback. Use memo, use callback memoizes and compiler memoizes. The difference is in the underlying way memoization is done using use memo, use callback, and compiler. So you might see some performance differences, but it shouldn't be too much. However, if you do see a lot of differences, or if you are running into errors with code that already is use memo, use callback, and uses use compiler, I would highly recommend going to the GitHub working group and posting a discussion there. I will share that in 1 second. But in order to install React compiler, all you have to do is install as an ESLint plugin. It goes part of your Webpack. The working group is this one, which is actually on GitHub. If you search for React compiler working group, you'll be able to find it. And this is where you can post any questions that come up or any issues that arise during the transition from current code to React compiler code. Okay, so that was React compiler. Basically, in a nutshell, React compiler auto-memoizes your code, so you don't have to use memo and use callback anymore. Now let's talk about the new hooks that are being introduced in React 19. Some hooks that are being introduced in React 19 are use form status, which actually gives you the information of last form submission. And it's really helpful because it actually gives you like these attributes called pending and data that can be used to get the data out of the form. So for example, if you're submitting 5 fields, the data attribute can be used to get the data that was submitted through the form. Pending is really helpful because it can actually help you create a loading state. So you don't have to create that anymore. You can just check for pending and add a loader if you need to. However, there is one caveat of this hook, which is that it can only be used inside a form's child component. And what that means is in this case, where I have a form at the top and I'm using pending out of use form status within the same component that has the form, that won't work. In order to make it work, I'll have to create a child component, which is actually within the form component where the form element was there. So now I have a submit component, which is a child component. And in that child component, I can use form status. This is just one thing that I would flag for anybody who has maybe like design systems, which has already created components. If you want to use form status, you're going to have to create child components. Same with use action state. Use action state is also another hook that's really helpful in getting information, which is state based on an action. And this can be helpful because it gives you back the state that was changed after an action was performed. And the action here is the form action that can be used to hook up with a form like this. So I was talking about that. Now you can just simply add an action to a form. This is where that action comes from. It comes from the use action state. We'll take a look at both of this in just a minute to take a look at how this actually works in action. But for now, we'll also talk about the use optimistic hook, which is introduced in React 19, which actually helps to optimistically update UI. This was something that we were doing manually as well before, but now it's really helpful that use optimistic can do it for us. Optimistic rendering, in case you're unfamiliar, is kind of a way of immediately showing a response to the user, which is kind of like a best guess scenario. So if somebody was, let's say, searching for React, and then you want to show, you're still looking up, you're still sending that information to the API and it's still looking up. Meanwhile, during that transition phase, you can optimistically update UI by showing like a search field, such as React is cool or React 19. So you can show a search phase or show a list or show any item or show a UI field based on what you think would be the best case scenario of submitting that form. So that's how use optimistic helps us. It also gives you back the optimistic state, which is how you want the data to be updated based on the optimistic value and the add optimistic function. There's also a new API that's been added in React 19, which is the use API, which can be, it kind of looks like a hook, but it's actually an API. And it can be used to read resources. And the specific resources that I think it is really helpful in reading is context. We know to read context, you have to actually wrap it between providers. But with the help of use, you don't need to use context providers anymore. Like in this component, you can just use, get the data out, and keep going. It can also be used to read promises as well. So if you have a like a comments promise that's been passed, you can use that with the use itself. There is one caveat though, that it does not support promises in render. If you try to pass a promise that's created in render to use, React will warn that creating a promise inside a client component is not yet supported. So the caveat is that it can only be called within render. However, there's one thing that unlike hooks, you can call it conditionally, because hooks cannot be called conditionally. However, use API can be called conditionally. So in brief, what's new? The new features are React Compiler, comes as a plugin, React Actions, useful for forms, hooks, which is use action state, use form status, and use optimistic, and a new API called use. So those are new features of React 19. Now, what's changed in React 19? One amazing update is that ref is now a prop. Oh my God, how many times I've had issues with this where I pass in a ref and I read the ref and I see that it's undefined. And it used to happen because you had to previously wrap refs with forward refs within your component that you were passing it to. But now you don't have to do it anymore. You're going to be fixing so many bugs without even knowing. So with this update, ref is now a prop and it gets passed in as is. You don't need to use useMemo and use callback anymore because manual memorization is now not needed with compiler. There are some other updates. Like error rendering is getting better support. In React 19, you can now render context instead of context.provider. You can also use the use API. React also supports the returning a cleanup function from ref callback. Another one that I'm really excited about is the metadata. So now you can actually add metadata for each component specifically. And this can be really helpful, especially if you have like site that depends a lot on SEO, like a blog post site or a site that generates a lot of content or creates a lot of content and you need SEO. So now you can provide meta tags within the component itself, which is really cool because now you can have meta tags for different components. Another really cool update about React 19 is that now it has a better support for style sheets, which is that you can actually define which style sheet should get what precedence. In this case, if you see here, there are two style sheets with the precedence of default and high. If you didn't have precedence, the second style sheet would have a lower precedence than the first style sheet because style sheets are loaded in the order of how they are mentioned. However, by specifying precedence equals high, you can be sure that some of the inline styles you're loading can actually be automatically loaded by React before loading other styles. So precedence can be really helpful. In order to upgrade, you can upgrade simply like you do npm install React, and it will be part of your dependencies. Now let's take a quick look at our demo. I know I'm running short on time, so I'm going to try to make this as quick as possible. And this is my demo. Okay, in this demo, hopefully this is legible to everybody, but if not, I'll zoom in a little bit. In this demo, I have a React 18 form. So through this demo, I want to show you how to convert a React 18 form from, I have only one input field here. You'll see here, there's just one input field, but I want to show you how to convert a React 18 form to a React 19 form. And through this, we'll learn the two new hooks we've seen, and learn how to wire up a form with an action. So in React 18, currently the way we have a form is we'll have a form element. And then I also talked about like input fields. So we'll typically actually like have an on change handler that takes care of like setting names and setting whatever. If we need a loader, we'll typically have like a is pending flag and check if pending, then show a loader. If not pending, then show the data that you want to show. And then to submit the form, we actually have a button. This is how we do forms right now. No change here. Quickly taking a look at our handle submit function, all it does is sets the is pending to true, which is how we start the loader. And then it'll like call our fake API. And then within the fake API, we're actually setting after we've called the API, we're setting the is pending to false. Now, in React 19, the way this changes is, let me comment this out. Okay, in React 19, the way this changes is, I told you that we, instead of having like a submit, instead of submitting the form through a div, like a button, we can actually submit the form through the action itself. Now, where does this action come from? I talked about the use action state. This is where that use action state comes from. So we have a use action state. This action state returns back a state and a form action. This is the form action that I'm actually hooking up in the form. Now, this use action state accepts two parameters, which is the action itself, which is how you kind of perform changes, and then an initial state. Quickly, we'll take a look at the submit form action, which is what we do to change data within this form. And in this form action, all we are doing is it actually accepts two parameters, which is the previous state, so that it can modify it and return the new state, and the form data. Form data is all of the fields that you submitted to the form. This is really helpful because if you want to get a specific field out of it, you can just do form data.get in the name of the field. So form data here is actually this data is actually a form data object, which means to get a field called input name, you can't just do form data dot input name. You have to do form data dot get input name because it's a form data object. Now, this is how you get information out of any field that was submitted. So if you had any other fields, any other input fields, this is how you can simply get that information out. And then I'm here calling my fake API again, and then I'm just returning the new state. So here, all I'm doing is appending name to the state and just returning that. Very simple form action, doesn't really do anything. Then I have my input field as is before. Notice I'm not adding an on change anymore because I can take care of that through my form action. I also used to have a loader, so I've brought back the loader here. And then I'm going to render my name, and I'm going to pass the data that comes back from the use action state, because this is the hook that gives me back information on what changed in the state. So I have it through state, and then my submit button. So I talked about that you don't need the submit button. So let's take a look at what's in the submit button, actually. All right, so in the button, I'm actually not doing anything. All I'm doing is I'm getting the use form status out to actually disable the pending button. I don't even have an on submit. So all I'm doing here is disable the button in case loading state is going on, so we don't actually show the user that something is happening. And once this button is clicked, the form action will automatically take care of submitting the form. Now, in order to render data on the page, I have this render component where I'm just looking for the pending state, and I've gotten the data back out of the name parameter, and I'm rendering this. So it looks super simple. You might feel like there might be a lot of changes. So let me show it to you side by side, showing what's the difference between React 19 and React 18 form. Let me uncomment this. And uncomment this. Okay, so on the left, I have my React 18 form. Let me make it smaller. And on the right, I have my React 19 form. Make it smaller a bit. Hopefully it's still legible. If not, please tell me. Okay, so this is my React 18 form. I'm going to zoom it in a bit. This is my React 18 form. I used to have a form, and I used to have a button through which I would submit. In React 19, I have a form wired up with an action. Button doesn't really do anything except it only has a disabled state. In order to show loaders, I used to have an is pending, which I would be manually setting to true and then setting it to false. However, in React 19, in my loader component, I can get that data out of use form status. And all I need to do is look for pending. I don't even have to track it anymore. Use form status will do it for me. And then all I do is look for pending and add loading state. So that's the difference between React 18 form and React 19 form. Hopefully it was simple enough and you could understand the difference between the two forms and how to use the two different hooks, use form status and use action state. Okay, so that was a demo. To quickly recap what we talked about, forms are getting a better support in React 19. It's now becoming much easier to manage pending states because you don't have to manually track it anymore. The new hooks can do it for you. With the help of React compiler, you don't need to use memo, use callbacks anymore. There's no more forward refs, thank God. Refs is now just a prop, and you get the data out as soon as you pass it. You don't need to have forward refs anymore. There's few updates that I didn't get a chance to talk about, so I'm gonna pause on this for 1 second in case anybody wants to take a screenshot. These are all of the updates of React 19, so I'll pause here for 1 second. Okay, So one last thing before I quit, one last thing before I end. If you've ever thought of giving a conference talk and you might be feeling intimidated, I just want to tell you that it's a lot easier than you think. I have created some resources if you're ever thinking of speaking at conferences. This conference honestly is a really great conference for you to speak at as well. It was very easy. It's a lot easier to speak in front of a camera like this instead of speaking in front of like a really huge audience. So if you're ever thinking of getting started with speaking at conferences, this is a really great conference to speak at. I also have a few tips that I've given on my YouTube channel if you're ever interested. If you need tips on how to get started, or if you're just in that doubt, like I submitted some talks, but they didn't go through, please send me a DM. I'll try my best to help you out and help you submit an CFP. With that, thank you so much, everyone, for showing up and for participating in the chat. The link to the slides I will post as well later on. But before I go, I have one final thing I want to share. One final dev joke. How does a developer cheer? Hip hip hooray! Thank you so much, everyone.
That was a great talk. Yeah, great talk, Shruti. Hey, I said it first. Jinx. No.
That was just your internet. Like wherever you're living, I don't really know it. I think it's just slow.
You know, we did a survey while you were giving your talk, and we asked chat, what version of React are you currently on? 66% of respondents said they are on V18, so version 18. So they're in prime position to upgrade to version 19. So that's kind of cool.
Perfect. I'm so impressed. I'm impressed that most people did not say React 16. Because when you said we did a survey, I was like, okay, most people will still be on React 16. I'm impressed by the audience.
Yeah, there's a poor 9% still on 16. So thoughts and prayers to those folks. But on that note, I think Jan has some questions here for you.
Funny enough, now that you say it, the first question was actually from you. So,
I know that guy.
Yeah. So how do you see folks approaching undo the manual memorization when moving from 18 to 19?
Yeah, this is a great question. And when I was doing the talk, I was actually thinking of removing all of my use memo use callbacks to like just React compiler. However, in the guide of React 19, I've seen that what's mentioned is that you can keep your use memo and use callback until compiler is kind of stable, which is still trying to get stable. Because I mentioned that there's some difference between the way memorization is done between use memo use callbacks and compiler, the way it actually memorizes is different. So what you can do is keep your use memo use callback as of now, and then going forward, all of your new code can be memorized with React compiler. So you don't have to remove it right now.
Oh, very cool. That's very cool. Yep.
Let me put that away. And there was also the question, I'm not sure how far in the planning you already are with that, but if you can share anything, how Slack is transitioning to React 19, I think that's very interesting to our audience because it's a big code base, very relatable to a lot of our users. So
yeah, you know, one thing that comes with big code base is the speed, which is slow. So we are actually currently in the process of migrating to React 18. This is what happens when you work in a really big company. Why I had that kind of meme of this person looking at like React like this, like, oh, that was me because I was involved in transitioning from React 16 to React 18. And I was talking about like what we need to do and what are the changes and like what we need to deprecate, what are the other libraries. So we are currently in the process. We're like pretty far along, but we're still migrating from 16 to 18. React 19, since it's not like in stable stage, it's still in RC stage. It's still like far ahead. I don't imagine us going there in like the next 2 years, but we'll see how we get there. Forms is actually a really big thing that comes with React 19. And I would say that while I was working at PayPal, that was something that I would have loved to do because most of our stuff was actually really big forms. And with React 19, that would have made my life a lot easier. Slack doesn't have a kind of path to React 19 just yet because we're still moving to React 18.
Makes sense. I think it's pretty common for a big corp to be like always behind one version to just have like all the big issues ironed out beforehand.
Yeah.
Sweet. We still have time for one more question, and it's it might be a little bit of a curveball, but there was like this big. So I'm not super into the details on the history, but let me share my screen. You might notice a blog post that might seem familiar to you. So Dominik Dorfmeister, and that's probably the only time where my German heritage allows me to pronounce the name properly. So wrote this blog post about the suspense drama that happened probably by now like half a year ago. And the blog post is very, very detailed. Great blog post. And from my understanding, not being like super deep into the weeds, it was basically like the way that suspense used to work in React 18 and the way that it works now in React 19, and the release candidate changed, leading to a lot of waterfalls, leading to like a lot of like basically like single components being rendered successfully. Do you have any insights of what's going on with that? Because the blog post pretty much ends with the React team is looking into this.
You know, I have not used suspense in that much detail to talk about the waterfall effect. I don't think I've read this blog post, but I've read about this in a different blog post where it talks about like React 19 actually creates a lot more waterfalls now. I can't offer insights into this, unfortunately, but I saw that you shared the link. I'm going to read this after this.
Yes, and I before I forget, I can also put this in the chat. It's generally a great blog post. It lines out really well what happens. I was just wondering if there's like any news to that already, because I think the blog post was written in like July.
June.
June.
Okay. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm going to
Kelly,
check that out.
Kelly, do you have any question, anything you want to know? Always
No,
wanted to
I
know
mean,
about React.
No, I mean, the thing that I learned from your talk today, the meta tags, I know Paul and I have been working with components, especially kind of in a content focused scenario, and having the ability to update the meta tags on a page. I think, oh, thank goodness.
I know, same. I have all these like blog posts that I kind of actually create like React components for them. They're actually really just React components. So being able to specify like meta tags for each of them is going to be so helpful, especially for most of us who create our own like websites and put our blog posts there. So I'm very excited about it.
Yeah, we need that SEO-ness. So anything to add more meta tags, more open graph values, I'm all for it. So
yes.
On that note, thank you so much for this talk. I know chat was amazing. They were asking a lot of questions. They're excited. Go back and chat, see what people are saying. And again, if you folks want more of Shruti, be sure to go follow her on YouTube. A lot of good content there. So again, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, folks.
All right, Jan, we got to bring old Yeller back onto screen. So
I'm so glad you're here, because like with this like manager employee relationship, I'm not in a position to do those kind of things, but I very much appreciate you doing that.
Yeah. Paul is not my boss, so I can go a little harder on him.
You can think it, you just can't say it.
I'm thinking it, obviously.
You probably can type it, just don't say it.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
That was a good talk.
Yeah, I mean, it's exciting to see React really start focusing on forms, like HTML forms. And it was a great transition from Kevin's talk where he said, hey, here's a lot of stuff you can do with forms with CSS. And it's nice to see React also saying, you know what, forms are a critical part of the web platform. Let's really focus on making that a lot better for people. So it's pretty cool. So yeah, I don't know. I guess, Jan, we can kind of, let you take a break here. Yeah.
Be nice to Chau. He's very nice, so make sure to be nice to him. Otherwise, I'll get very mean with you.
Look, we're nice to our guests, maybe not so much to Paul. So let's keep
that's all right.
You've been on JavaScript day longer than you have, Jan. So we got to be nice to Chau.
Yeah. All right, Jan, enjoy your break. All right, Paul, the adults are back.
There you go.
Yeah.
These talks have been great.
Yeah.
All day long. All day long.
Fantastic. So go ahead. I guess we're gonna, we do have our guests. We're a little ahead of time. Do you want to chat a little bit before we introduce our guest, or
sure? I've got something I wanted to talk with you about after reading today's State of Front End, and either Evan or maybe Kevin referenced State of JavaScript or stuff like that. And this is kind of a long running question for me, being kind of one foot in Python, one foot in JavaScript. And it's interesting always talking with you coming from a background where tooling is presumed.
Mm-hmm.
But in JavaScript and Python, it isn't necessarily, right? And so we're seeing some talks today about the kind of maturation of the JavaScript tools ecosystem and tooling.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's interesting too, because clearly like JavaScript comes from a background where it was like maybe a second player in the experience, servers driving a lot of that experience. Maybe folks doing JavaScript aren't doing a lot of enterprisey stuff, but that's completely changed in the last decade. I mean, Shruti works at Slack. She said she worked at PayPal as well. Those are not small organizations, and they're depending on JavaScript. So as those code bases grow, you're going to need good tooling. And like even Evan, you earlier today mentioned time as a resource that you really can't get back. So it's fascinating to see this maturation of the ecosystem and coming to a place where it's like you want to communicate with your team members, you want to understand where your code base is at, and tooling is an important part of that. So it's good stuff. It's good
So
stuff.
the follow up on that in the couple of minutes we have remaining, there's a point I alluded to with Evan, is the equivalent of Void Zero in the Python world is a company called Astral, which is rusting the Python tooling. And the founder, Charlie Marsh, says in podcasts, this is what I alluded to earlier, that it's not just faster, it's kind of like categorically faster, and it makes you think differently about using it. And as these things, I mean, before, like we'll say 3 to 5 years ago, going through the pipeline was something you wanted to think about. And, you know, the difference between dev and prod and all these other things was in testing was kind of related to the performance feedback. And these are high level languages that don't normally have a compile cycle. So the developers are used to, I type it, I see it. As the performance gets back, it will just be interesting to see whether these kind of more rigorous, more, I'll say enterprisey approaches to software development really get absorbed by the JavaScript community.
Yeah, I think it is interesting. You know, the thing I found fascinating just in general in the programming ecosystem as a whole is, I'm sure a lot of people don't want to admit this, but their coding style and their practices are really like bent by the tools that they have, right? So limitations in your tooling can make their way into how you code and how you set up your solutions, how you potentially deploy. And again, over the last 5 years, the landscape has changed. Continuous integration has improved. You know, with Josh Goldberg, ESLint has, you know, made it easier for folks to get early warnings that they potentially are getting into a problem situation. So yeah, I mean, it's really, really, really fascinating stuff. I think it's more fascinating for me to watch teams evolve, because even Shruti was kind of mentioning Slack is still maybe a version of React behind. So it's more interesting to me to see the technology evolve, but even more interesting to see how teams change their patterns and practices in adopting that, and whether they're reevaluating kind of their current practices and whether they should kind of change them or get rid of them completely. So I think
now you and I have a philosophy that kind of runs counter to this, and I'll point at Carl Swan in chat about coding. Remember coding JavaScript without TypeScript is now the platform has a really pleasant development experience. You know, ES6 is everywhere. You can do ESM modules in the browser, so you don't really need bundling to get imports the way that you did before, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And now that there's less need for tooling at the moment when tooling really becomes superior, it's a pretty interesting question.
Yeah. Carl said, the simpler the tools, the lower the cognitive overhead. allows you to express yourself more. I agree. Like at the end of the day, we're here to solve problems. We're here to deliver solutions to our users. I remember the time where everyone worked on a team. You bundle all your work together for one deployment at the end of the week, the end of the month, and you hope that it all kind of coalesced properly before you deployed to production.
And the person with the pager had a nervous night of sleep.
Oh man, being on call. I don't
Sure.
ever want to be on call ever again.
But
So,
last point on this
yeah.
is that Alex Russell does a good job of championing this point, is that these bundlers wind up putting a lot of stuff in the bundle that isn't there for that isn't needed for that browser. And there are some pathological cases of like multiple copies of React being smuggled into the build, and people doing in their deployed sites are really, really bad. So there's still some ground to cover with all of this tooling.
Yeah,
I think a great segue for Chau, right?
Yeah, let's go ahead. There's a couple more minutes. We're early, but we'll introduce Chau. Chau is a senior engineer at NX. He's an Angular GDE, creator of Angular 3. I think that's a 3D framework, right? Is it? I thought I saw that, but and he's a recovering Neo-Vim user. So on that note, let's welcome Chau.
Hi everyone.
Hello.
Hi, Paul. Hi,
again.
How many days has it been since you've had to semicolon Q out of a editor?
I mean, like I still use it, but no.
Oh, okay.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you use idea Vim, right? That's what you use, right?
100%. And
Okay,
I work Jan Nicholas all the time.
Yeah, for folks who don't know, if you're a Vim devotee, all of our IDEs have the Idea Vim plugin available. So you can retain all your quick shortcuts and get the power of tools like WebStorm. So that's pretty cool. I also see there's a lot of Legos in the back. So I imagine that's what you do in your free time. And I do as well. I have some Legos around here somewhere.
Yeah.
So.
Yes.
That and be a maintainer of Angular 3. And so what's life? We had a talk earlier today, Chau, about open source maintainers and what they're facing and stuff like that. What's it like? What's it been like maintaining that? I mean, this is if it's for 3GS, then it's a big thing.
Well, so that one came out of spite, basically, because the React ecosystem has one. It's so good. So I kind of want to kind of test the limit of, I guess, myself as well as the Angular framework itself. So I kind of take on that. So right now it's just me. And not a lot of users, basically. So I don't have that kind of like maintainers headache yet. However, I did have one project. It's called Automapper with TypeScript. So it's like Automapper on the .NET side. I had to abandon that one because I got so burned out.
Don't worry, Automapper
the .NET and then heard
it's funny. I saw that in your profile and I was like, it's interesting. He has something called Automapper. I wonder if it's related to the .NET Automapper. Here we go.
It is. Yeah.
So yeah, on that note, we don't want to take up any of your time, folks. Again, if you're in chat, please ask questions. We'll gather them up. We've been really enjoying the chat, so thank you again, everyone, for joining us. Chau, I'm going to give you the stage. Paul and I are going to fade in the background, but we're here if you need us. So good luck.
All right, thanks. All right, hi everyone. Again, thanks JavaScript Day for having me today. And today we're going to talk about library and NX and much more. So we continue diving into that toolings conversation. So for those of you who don't know what NX is and maybe has had experience with NX before, but kind of like confusing what it actually is, 10,000 feet view, NX at its core is a task runner, a smart one at that can orchestrate and execute tasks efficiently in the way that it knows about your projects so that that drive the affected projects and the affected tasks. So it knows when project A change caused like an affected in project B and C and D and down the line, all of the tasks associated with those projects. And because it does so, it can orchestrate and execute and cache tasks in a very performant way. So that's NX at its core. In addition, it is also a collection of tools. So on top of the core, so there's a collection of tools, and I mean a lot of tools that can integrate into your tech stack. And if something is missing, you can always extend NX. And we're gonna talk about extending NX a little bit in the presentation. And disclaimers. Personally, I like to give some kind of disclaimers about things that I'm talking about and why I talk about them or why I present and demo them. Kind of like pre-talk FAQ almost. The demo is going to be in NX 19. What about NX 20? So as of this moment, NX 20 has been released. Video blog post promotion has been going on for NX 20. That said, the material for this talk was prepared with NX 19. And I mean, I could have just like do an NX migrate or update NX to 20 and everything would just work. However, the features that makes NX 20 really, really shine, I could not have time to like incorporate that into the material of this talk. So I'm gonna be sticking with NX 19 for like a smooth experience. The demo is gonna be focused on Angular. Why? I am most efficient with Angular, and I maintain projects. I maintain open source projects in the Angular space with NX. So to have a smooth demo presentation, I'm sticking with Angular. However, almost everything that I mentioned in the presentation apply to any JavaScript technology. And if NX doesn't already have it for that particular technology, you can always extend it. All right, so with that out of the way, I hope I'm going to be able to inspire you to try NX, to give NX a try for your next projects or library. And welcome to Libraries with NX. My name is Chau, and here are my socials that you can reach out to me on Twitter and on GitHub. I have my email on my GitHub, so you can email me as well. And I'm an engineer at NX and an Angular GDE. All right, so for the agenda, it's going to be a lot of like jumping back and forth between the slide and the demo. I'm more of a demo kind of guy. So we're going to create an NX workspace. And next, we're going to create an Angular library. We're going to create a playground application for this library. Why? Because sometimes if you build like a component suite library, like a UI component library, there are some behaviors like drag and dropping, canvas-based behaviors that you cannot just use unit testing to test those from the library itself. So usually we have like a playground or like an example application to render those behaviors and then use an end-to-end testing framework like Playwright or Cypress to test the playground application. So we're going to do that. Not the actual testing part because we don't have time. And then next, we're going to talk about secondary entry points. What are those? Why do we need them? We talk about custom plugin, custom NX plugin. Then after all that, you need to get the library out to the consumer. So we're going to talk about release and optimize the library workspace. So this point is applicable to the authors, the library authors, so that you can have like a more streamlined process of your library, of the workspace, so that you can maintain it better. And if we have time, we're going to talk about documentations for the library itself. And every single bullet point is we're going to use NX in some form of way, and for some, just NX. So create NX workspace. Well, it's just a command. So just run npx create NX workspace, and then the name of your workspace, and you will get. And then you're gonna go through a series of questions to customize that workspace, and you have an NX workspace. And we're gonna take a look at that at the demo. I've already done it because of Wi-Fi and like internet and all of that. Optionally, you can also specify the package manager like npm yarn or pnpm to use in this workspace. But by default, it's just going to use whatever invoked to create NX workspace for the package manager. So if you yarn, it's going to use yarn. If you use pnpm dox or pnpm exec, I don't remember exactly, it's going to use pnpm. And this is the start of that series of questions. So which stack do you want to use? I'm going to pick none for a demo. And this is what you get. So it's just a very bare bone repo project with NX.json, package JSON, and that's pretty much it. All right, so at this point, we are kind of ready to get started with the Angular library. So the first thing is we're going to install the NX plugin for Angular. Now, NX plugins are not required. They are not a requirement, but they make our lives a lot easier. You can always just use NX in like an npm workspaces style or pnpm workspaces style, or you can use plugins, or you can kind of mix and match both. And you can always create your custom plugin that applies to your own workspace, to your own organization. All right, we're gonna go with demo. So what I have here is a demo where I install, I ran through all the steps to have everything installed so that we don't have to wait for npm. So I mentioned that we need to install the NX Angular plugin. The next thing is we're gonna install, we're gonna run the generator for the Angular library. All right, I'm gonna type it out and I'm gonna explain. So generators are part of an NX plugin. This is what we use to tell NX to scaffold some kind of project, some kind of code. And in this case, we're going to scaffold an Angular library. And the syntax is that NX generate, or G for short, the name of the plugin, colon, and then the name of the generator. So in this case, we're going to use the library generator from NX Angular. And you can kind of imagine that you can also have NX React library, NX Vue library, so on and so forth. And then you have a full path, including the name of the library as the first argument. And for this one, I want to publish this. So I say publishable, and then the import path for this library. The import path is the package, the npm package name that we're going to be using to publish to npm. So with this, I'm just gonna let NX run, and it's going to generate the entire library. Now at this point, I can start building the library. So I'm saying, hey, I want to build core. I call it core. So I build a core, and now this is going to use the underlying tools to build my library into dist, the distribution directory, libs core. And we can look into that with this. With the package JSON, everything is ready to publish. And this is the library itself. So we can have we have package JSON with that name because we say this one is a publishable one. And the project JSON lets NX know that this is an NX project. So that all of the things about the project graph work together with NX from this project.json. If you use npm workspaces or pnpm workspaces, you can use the package JSON in the library with the NX keyword to notify that, hey, this is an NX project. And this is also allow you to customize this project as well. All right, so now we have the library. I'm going to quickly commit this. I'll say, hey, add core library. Now I'm going to go back to the talk. All right, so we already done that. And we already done the demo. Next, we're going to create the Angular application, the playground application to render this core library. Again, same thing, npx nx generate. So we're going to generate nx Angular app, and I'm going to call it app playground. And you just like kind of like pick the generator can ask questions and say it's built. I'm going to use playwright. I'm not going to use SSR, and now it's going to create the playground application and also the playground end-to-end application along with the playground application. And same as before, I can now run the app, build the app, or serve the app. And I mentioned caching. So if I rebuild the app now without changing anything, everything is cached. So we have cache by default. So now we have the app and we have the library. Let's use this library inside of our application. I'm going to remove everything in app component.html, and I'm going to use libcore. I'm going to just kind of like gloss over the Angular aspect of it because we're going to have an Angular talk right next after this one. But I just want to point out something real quick here. So for an Angular component to work in another Angular component, we have to import it from where it is, like a JavaScript import. And we also have to put it in the imports array of the component decorator. But WebStorm does that for us. Like everything is just like with a code action, say import core component, and it just works. So now I'm going to serve the application. So serve playground. And here we go. We have core works. All right. Another thing that I want to show is because now the playground app is using the core library. So in a sense, it depends on the core library. So I'm going to do npx nx graph to show the graph, to show the relationship between all of the projects inside of our like workspace right now. So we have the core library. Where's my mouse? So we have the core library, and then this is the playground app. And we also have the end-to-end application that implicitly depends on the playground app, because when we change the playground app, we want like the end-to-end app of it to rerun, to rebuild, to retest, right? And NX also knows where in the playground app that uses the core library. So we use in app.component.ts and like through that import from the core library. All right, great. To this, I'm gonna go here. No. Sorry, the key map of Arc kind of messes me up with the slides. So now we have the Angular app. We use that library in the Angular app. Let's move on to entry points. So what are entry points? So usually when you have a library, you have that main entry point that you do npm install the library name, and that is the main entry point. Like for the Angular framework, it's going to be add Angular core, right? And you also see, sometimes you see something like this, like Angular core testing. And the testing part here is the secondary entry point of the Angular core. And why do we do this? It's because, so in the secondary entry points, you might have code or you might use libraries that not necessarily contribute to the actual application. So that way, when we use everything inside of core, right, and we build the application, we don't want things in testing inside of the bundle size of the application. So that's why we have like core, we have core testing, or some of the UI libraries. You have the core library itself, and then you have core library /bund/calendar/table, things like that. Another example is if you look into the mock service worker package JSON, you see a bunch of exports for secondary entry points, and two of those are core HTTP and then core GraphQL. So they are separate into 2 different entry points, so that if your app doesn't use GraphQL, you don't have to import the things that has to do with GraphQL. Right, to generate an entry point for our Angular library, again, is another command that we can run this with our command. So here I'm going to call nx generate nx Angular entry point. What the name I'm going to call this, I guess, bunt. And I want to create a secondary entry point for the core library, like that. And let's create another one. Bunt, I guess table. And now we have 2 secondary entry point, right? And now if we build core, and we go back and take a look at the dist, you see that we have bunt, we have table, and in package.json, we have everything set up for secondary entry points and publishing to NPM, and everything should just work correctly. All right. Now back to the apps. I also want to use this bunt inside of my app. So I'm going to call, actually, I need to add some code to the libraries. I'm going to just rename this to bunt, do refactor, right? And this is going to be a directive. It's going to be a bunt with that, then a long chew, and there's no template for this one. Yeah. And for this one, I'm gonna give it some default style. So like padding, rem one rem, border, that maybe, right? All right, that looks good. And that's the bunt. I'm gonna use this bunt inside of my app component, and it's gonna be bunt, lib bunt, and again, my bunt. WebStorm does the heavy lifting here, that importing my bunt for me. Now we go back to the app. And now I have my bunt, right? All right, so next to, back to this. So that entry point. So you see how easy it is for NX to create entry points for your library and to build the library with the entry points ready to go for NPM. All right, next we're going to talk about custom plugin. Now, in the Angular ecosystem, usually when developers want to add a new library, we tend to prefer the schematics or the ng-add schematics, because sometimes when you install a library, you not just install that library and that's it. Sometimes you're going to have to like change the types, or you adjust the ts config to have the types of that the library is using, or you import you install multiple libraries along with this library, or you change some code that like some providers so that the libraries works correctly. And this is very popular amongst Angular developers. And if a library does not provide an ng-add, it tends to be frowned upon. Like, what? I have to set up everything myself, things like that. With that, we're gonna provide the ng-add capability to our library as well, and we're going to use a custom plugin feature of NX. So NX has a plugin to create your plugins. So now someone putting like, I heard you like plugin, so I put plugin, things like that at the meme. All right, anyway, we're going to create a custom plugin. So back here, I'm going to install this, and I'm going to generate a new plugin with this command. And now I have the plugin. The ng-add is a generator. It is the essence. In an essence, the ng-add is just a generator, so that we're going to generate a new generator in this plugin library. So we have the generator. I'm just going to copy this one. So the name of this one is, I'm going to call this libs plugin generators and init as provided. Actually, as provided. Generators. Okay. Let's go to here. And now inside the plugin, instead of generators, we have that init generator. This is the actual implementation of the init generator that's got generated. This is the schema that what you can pass in for that generator. This is the generators.json file. So Angular or NX is going to look at this generators.json file to kind of like map the generator with the actual implementation, the schema, and the description of this. This is actually just init. And inside the package.json, we also have that map to generator.json. And because we're going to target Angular as well, we're going to do schematics so that we have both NX and Angular CLI working with this library. All right, so for the actual implementation, we're going to do very simple. I'm going to do init here. And we're not going to pass in anything because this is just ng add our library. All right. Let's see if I have the init generator. There we go. That's the JSDay demo. And this one is just JSDay demo as well. So all this init generator or ng add does is that, hey, I want to add this package to my package JSON on the app, and it's going to turn on skip lib check. That's it. But you can kind of imagine that you can do everything you want to do inside of here. Add more libraries or add more dev dependencies or dev libraries inside of this object here. All right, so with this, we're going to create a compat file. So this generator runs in NX, but it doesn't run in Angular CLI. So we're going to create a compat.ts file, and we're going to export a default convert NX generator to convert. Oh, not that. Sorry, this to Angular CLI generator schematics. Now here we're going to add this. We're going to do schematics, and this one is going to be compat. And this one is going to be ng add. So because it's going to be ng add. All right, so with that in mind, now we can build this library. Plugin. There we go. Libs plugin. All right, so now we have plugin build. Plugin generators. Project JSON. All right. Sorry, demo god. I think something went wrong with the generation of plugins. So we're going to skip the plugin for now. So back to this. Something went wrong with my, I guess, package JSON. Next dev kit. There should be the generators in here. But anyway, let's not waste time on this one. Let's go. Demo failed. All right, next. I guess since we have a little bit of time, let's try to fix this one. I'm gonna open recent with my dry run. Let's display. All right, let's try to fix this one. I'm gonna copy this over, maybe that work. Override for all. Yes. and generate a JSON. Okay, let's try this one. Build plugin again. Let's see if it's there or not. It's still not there. Interesting. Oh. In project JSON. Okay, I found it. Core. Inside of core, plugin, source. It's still not there. All right. Never mind. Never mind on this one. Let's move on to release. Sorry. Okay, so let's assume the plugin works. The ng add works. We're gonna go to release. Is that NX also support releasing package out of the box? It is a smart release tool because it has information about the project graph. So let's set it up. I'm so bummed about the plugin thing. All right, so let's set up the plugin, the release. So in NX.json, so NX.json is the configuration file for NX CLI itself. And inside of here, there's a key called release that you can set up. So I'm going to say, hey, I want to release the project called core. And there's a version, and there's a pre-version command. And this is where you're going to run whatever you want to run before we run the version. So NX release support bumping the version, changelog generation with conventional commits, and all of that. So we can tell NX to say, hey, before you run the version, before you bump the version, build first. So here we're going to say, hey, build a core. Or actually, I'm going to say package core because I'm going to do something else with the assumption that plugin actually works. Okay. And we have the generator option with generator options. So I'm going to just copy this real quick here. So the package root where it's going to generate is this libs project name. So it's going to look inside of the build directory of the core, grab the update that version of the package JSON inside the dist, so that we don't update version here. We do not update the version in the source, but we only update the version in the dist before we publish. All right, so that NX release. And let's fix something in here. So if you look into the libs directory, I'm going to just remove that one. You can see that core and plugin are two separate libraries. However, we want people to do ng add that. So this is the core library, not the plugin library. So we cannot just do ng add GSA demo core. What we want to do is we want to build the plugin library inside of the core library as a publishable whole, a publishable entity. But in the source code, we still manage those as two separate libraries. And in order to do that, we can change the build target in the plugin library to say, hey, I want you to build into the folder called plugin inside of the core, inside of the build output of the core library. And when we have that, we can go back to project JSON. And instead of build, we can add a new custom target called, not that, but it's going to be run commands. For the options, for the commands, we're going to run the build core, and then we're going to run the build plugin. And we don't want to run these in parallel. So what it means is when I run NX package core, it's going to run the build core, and so that we have the build directory for the core, and then we run build plugin, and build plugin is going to go inside of the core build output. So let's try that. I'm going to remove the disk, and I'm going to run build package core. So it's going to run the core production, and then it's going to run the build for the plugin. And we'll go back to here. Now we have the plugin inside of the core. All right. So now this core library is ready to be published. So let's see what we can do with the publish. So for release, we can do first release, NX release, first release with dry run, so that we can see what effects the NX release does to the Codebase. And is it a major? It is the first release, so it's going to be a major. And because it's dry run, so everything is just kind of like dry run without writing to the disk. So the version is updated inside of this lib's core package JSON. So it's 1.0. And the changelog is generated with the features, say add core lib. And then there's like thank you to the contributor, because the commit that adds this feature has my name on it. And of course, if you want, when you actually want to release this one, we're going to take off the dry run. And also there's a tons of documentations around NX.json, the release, what you can do with GitHub, the commit message itself, create like a release in GitHub. NX release is going to use if you have the GitHub token, like your personal access token inside of like inside your environment variable, NX release is going to use that to authenticate itself with GitHub. Or if you are already authenticated with the GitHub CLI, it can also use that to kind of like authenticate itself and push the release to GitHub. All right, so next, I think we still have some time. Let's optimize the workspace. Let's optimize the workspace. What do I mean by optimize the workspace? So here, I'm going to go ahead and go back to my Playground application. I'm going to take out the library core. I'm not going to use that anymore. I'm just use the bund from the core, right? And now I'm run serve Playground. My bund still works. Now, if I run graph, and so this, it shows that Playground still depends on core as the entire core library. So imagine if your core library has a bunch of entry points inside of it, like all the UI components that you can think of, right? You probably don't want that. From the consumer standpoint, when you like publish this core library as an npm package, the consumers, they depends on your package, yeah. But like within the workspace itself, for you as library authors, it'd be nicer to be able to tell if Playground depends on what in core instead of like core as the entire entity. And we can do that by turning the entry point into a project. So let me show you that. I'm going to go to core, go to bund, and I'm going to create the project.json file. And inside of this, I'm just going to give this a name of core bund. And let's see how it does. And next graph. All right, now we have core bund and then Playground core, right? I think I need to. I need also the. Let me open another one here. Display. There we go. I also need the root, and the project type. Yep. One core, one bund. With that, let's recalculate the graph. Let's recalculate the graph with this. Show all projects. Core. Not. Why everything's not working today? I'm sad. I'm so sad. So for this, I'm going to use my library, my actual library, because I know this one is working. I'm so sorry. All right, so inside of this NX workspace, I have a test app. It's very similar to the Playground app, but when I focus on this, it shows that the test app depends on these entry points, right? The entry points instead of the entire NGX extension project. If we show everything, the NGX extension project, then this is how much that we have, and not everything depends on the test app. And with that in mind, we can go ahead and do this. So I'm going to go NX grab again for the NG extension. I'm going to focus on the test app. All right, so we see that test app depends on, let's say, active element, right? So now if I go ahead and change the active element, just update it with like a console log. Hi. Run NX graph affected graph, npx graph affected. And now we have an affected graph where we only change active element, so we don't have to rebuild everything else that's not affected with active element. Let's go show all project as well. So you can see that everything gray, we don't have to rebuild, relint, or retest them. Just the active element, the test app, and the end-to-end test app. All right, and let's go back to this. All right, so conclusion, we failed the demo today. I'm very apologizing, very bummed on why it's not working. Probably some npm package, npm version issues. Anyway, we see that NX provides pretty much everything out of the box for you to manage your library workspace. I know I manage ng extension, I manage Angular 3. There's documentation site in there. There's 5 different libraries, a bunch of entry points, and everything is managed through NX and the custom plugin of NX, so that like new people onboarding onto the projects know exactly what they need to run if they need to add new features. And with the NX graph, NX affected graph, and the way that we turn entry points into projects, we can definitely make the workspace, the library authors, in terms of like managing the workspace, a lot easier and a lot more maintainable. We show that what exactly depends on what inside of the NX graph, and the affected just helps with running tasks, running CI, and to tie that all up with NX release. So we can release in a more performant way. We only release what we need to release when we release them. Right, so thank you.
All right, Chau, that was an amazing talk. Even our chat has said, here's a comment for you from Dr. Dreo. I always want to say Dr. Oreo when I see this person's name, but he says,
you hungry? You need a break?
Yeah, I'm pretty hungry. Love this workshop, so much covered. So yeah, like folks, go check out NX if you're interested. We actually don't have time for questions, but this was a great talk. Even though the demo gods chimed in, don't worry about it. I think people got it for sure.
Got it.
Yeah. On that note, Chau, thank you so much. We really appreciate this talk. Fantastic talk. I think a lot of people really are going to enjoy NX. So give that a try, folks.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, folks. On that note, I know it's been a long day, 6 hours in, so we want to jump over into a break. Paul, Jan, what are you guys going to do in your break? Coffee.
I'm going to get some Oreos. And when we come back, we'll be all ready for prime time.
Yeah.
Prime time.
All right, folks. Enjoy the break, and we'll be back in 9 minutes.
Hi.
Hey, Jan.
So next year we need to like up the breaks because that was the most rushed cup of coffee that I'll ever have. And it just doesn't sit right with me.
Look, the finest of K-cups fills my mug. That's all I'm saying.
We'll enjoy. Okay. I'm super excited for the next talk. So I would love to welcome Jeremy to the stage.
Hello.
Hi, Jeremy. How you doing?
I am excellent and very excited.
So I have a very, very important question. I mean, we've interacted on a lot of conferences before. And the thing that I'll probably love the most about you is like your very good humor. It's like just very pointed. So the question that is like burning in my brain right now is, are you British, or is that just that you're like having this exact kind of humor?
I am absolutely not British. I also am worried about you talking about me being funny because I don't know that this talk is very funny. We'll see.
Well, I set the stage now for you. You just need, you got this. All right. We will be back in like 30 minutes or however long you need for your talk. Stage is yours. Have fun. See ya.
Good luck.
All right. Thank you so much. So, welcome to Evolving Angular for the Long Run. My name is Jeremy Elbourn, and I'm the technical lead for Angular, and I have been on the Angular team for just a little under 10 years. And it's really something that I'm here talking about Angular in 2024. The project has been going for quite a long time, especially for the web ecosystem, and there's been a lot of changes over the years. Or to be specific, 31,293 changes, give or take an AngularJS worth of commits. And there's a lot of stories in that commit history, a lot of lessons learned along the way. There has been some hate. There has been a lot more love. And all of that has taken us to today, where the community is saying a phrase, Angular Renaissance. And so I thought it would be interesting to zoom out a bit and talk about how the Angular team approaches evolving the framework, so that we're still talking about Angular in another 10 years. To really understand how we came to our approach today.
Hey, Jeremy, could you reshare your slides? They don't seem to be progressing.
Oh, they are not updating. Okay. So
they seem to be moving now, so I think it's okay.
They're not okay. So these are swapping?
Yep, I'm seeing things change. Yep.
Okay. We can blame that one on Google Slides. We'll take that hit. Okay. So going back to what I was saying, to really understand how we came to our approach today, it's helpful to look back in time to some of the big lessons that the team has learned over the years. And from those lessons, we can get into some big picture takeaways that give us a template for our work today. And finally, how these things all distill into practical strategies that we use every day, with some examples of how we've applied those strategies recently. So there have been a lot of places where we've learned lessons over the years. Some come from, studying computer science. Some come from seeing what others in the community have created. But for today, I want to highlight two particularly noteworthy periods of time in Angular's history. For our first stop, we can look at the transition from AngularJS to Angular. And I'm not even going to get into the naming confusion. We're going to use some old logos here since we're talking about old versions. And I'm guessing many of you are familiar with this period, but it has been 8 years, so I will give a summary. If we go back in time to the period of around 2012 to 2014, when Guardians of the Galaxy topped the box office and people were still obsessed with Game of Thrones, a novel web framework called AngularJS was becoming super popular, even though AngularJS was originally designed as a rapid prototyping tool rather than something to build production applications with. Developers fell in love with how easy it made wiring up highly interactive experiences. And tons of developers embraced this new way of writing web UIs. But even in that short time period, some limitations became apparent. And there were questions about how much more the framework could be. Could it be faster? Could it be safer? Could it just do more? And these reasons, among others, led to a rewrite. And this is where we came to Angular, as we know it today, or at the time as it was called Angular 2. And this was a complete rewrite of the framework from scratch with very different goals and architecture. This rewrite was very ambitious, and it included all the same features as the original in that it had a runtime, forms and router support, UI components, and an HTTP client, and an animations module, and quite a bit more. There was the introduction of a compiler and support for SSR, both the TypeScript and Dart programming language, and accommodations for native applications and service workers. And all of these things together made a framework that was pretty radically different than what came before. So what did we learn from this big experience? First is that backwards compatibility is table stakes. Because the rewrite was so different, the jump to Angular was too costly for many developers. While there was an interoperability layer between AngularJS and Angular, that left developers in a state where now they have two frameworks that they have to think about on their page and made their lives a little bit more complicated. And there wasn't much help or tooling for actually converting AngularJS code, which left a lot of developers feeling stuck. This transition could have done more to bring AngularJS developers along to the new version. The second lesson here is that the second system effect is real. The idea was originally presented by Fred Brooks in his 1975 book, The Mythical Man Month. And I'm paraphrasing here, but the idea is that you have some system, and that system, it has some problems. You see over time where it starts to fail. And you dream up a brand new system without these problems. And you spend a long time building that new system. And it's hard. You encounter unknown obstacles and challenges you didn't foresee, but you persevere. And at the end, you have a new system. And it did solve some of those original problems, mostly. But you now realize you've introduced new, different problems. The fallacy here is that in applying new, unfamiliar techniques to a system, you easily fall prey to new design flaws and pitfalls with those techniques. And we definitely saw these outcomes play out with Angular. One specific example, the team had very little experience in building compilers or working with build systems. And that led to the very first versions of Angular having made some architectural decisions with the compiler that led to slow build speeds and inflated bundle sizes. People undertake rewrites because they believe the end state will be better, but a lot of the time, the new system is just different. Software engineering is about identifying trade-offs and deciding which specific trade-offs make the most sense for a project's goals. And in the case of those early versions of Angular, it became clear that the specific trade-offs were not quite in the right place yet. This leads to the next time period I want to highlight, which is the Ivy project. So around 2018, there was a growing desire to fix some of the architectural challenges in the compiler and parts of the runtime. So the team started working on a project named Ivy to address some of these observed problems. Initially, this was intended to be a relatively modest refactoring of the compiler output. But like countless software projects before it, the scope grew into becoming effectively a rewrite of the framework's internals, taking about 3 years to fully roll out. And while the end state did leave Angular with a significantly improved architecture that we are still building on today, it was a challenging journey to get there. And so once more, I ask, what did we learn? First is to plan for the planning fallacy. Again, I'm paraphrasing here, but the idea is that people broadly underestimate how long it takes to complete a task. And when you have a very, very large project with many tasks, those underestimations can accumulate and projects can drag on for far longer than originally dreamed up. And this one, it may be kind of a gimme. If you've worked as a developer for more than 6 months, you're intimately familiar with how bad programmers are at estimating how long something is going to take. But there are steps you can take to help fight the planning fallacy and steps you can take to mitigate the consequences. This is not a comprehensive list, but these are some of the cultural practices that have worked their way into the team's planning over time. The first is to estimate work based on past projects. While people are pretty bad at absolutely estimating work, they're pretty good at making relative comparisons to past projects. The next is to strictly scope projects from the start. And this can also mean phasing projects into smaller pieces, which we'll actually talk about a little bit later. The next is to aggressively reject scope creep. This is something that you have to really be on the lookout, because when you define that strict scope from the start, you have to be mindful that you're not slowly increasing it as you go. And it's important to have a backup plan for when things do go long. And that does happen sometimes, right? Nobody's perfect, and we do end up running long on some projects sometimes. And so it's important not to have all of your eggs in one basket, so to speak, to where you're only working on one deliverable, and that is the thing everybody is waiting on. The next big lesson that we got out of this experience was to never underestimate Hiram's law. So this is a term that was coined by a software engineer named Hiram Wright while he was working at Google in the past. And it goes like this. With a sufficient number of users of an API, it does not matter what you promise in the contract. All observable behaviors of your system will be depended on by somebody. And the Angular team really lived Hiram's law firsthand as they tried to roll out Ivy across all of the Angular applications inside of Google. Even though it was mostly an internal refactoring, and even though none of the framework's APIs or main concepts significantly changed, tons of applications broke because they were depending on observable implementation details of the framework. These days, the team is much more deeply attuned to the way that code changes can inadvertently cause breakages because of these inadvertent dependencies on observable implementation details. And it's a major factor we weigh as we make more changes. So these are some of the big formative experiences for Angular. And what are our big takeaways that are worth highlighting? So the first is that just knowing about a pitfall doesn't make you immune to it. This is a really big one for me personally, and if you only remember one thing from this talk, make it this. If you take almost any developer, including Angular developers who are on the team in the past, and ask whether a whole system rewrite is generally a good idea, they'll tell you no, of course not. But if you ask the developer in the middle of a rewrite why their situation is different, you will likely get some very plausible rationale. They have their reasons, and it's easy to fall into the trap of thinking, since I know rewrites are bad, I can avoid the pitfalls of a rewrite. But in my experience, knowing isn't enough. You have to be able to apply that knowledge to recognize a situation that falls under a best practice, and then have the conviction to act on that knowledge. It's the difference between theory and practice. And when you're in the midst of your work, it's truly hard to take a step back and look at the big picture, and a real skill to be able to stand up and say, no, let's not do it this way. Let's come up with a different strategy. Our next takeaway is that it's good to be ambitious, but be ambitious in bite-sized pieces. So big, ambitious visions are necessary if you want to accomplish something truly impactful. But if you go and lock yourself into a closet for years on end to achieve your perfect vision, you're not going to end up building the right thing. The world is going to move on while you're working, and you can easily end up building something based on outdated ideas by the time you finish. Getting feedback on your work as you go is also critical. Again, it's easy to end up building something that doesn't meet your goals because you didn't course correct along the way. It's very easy to start off with a clear idea of where you want to go, and it seems like a straight line. But then reality sets in, and as you execute, you can start to drift from this vision as you encounter unexpected obstacles or things that didn't work out the way you thought they did. And it's only by a few degrees at first, but the further you travel and the more adjustments you have to make, the more these errors compound. And even though it feels like you've been going in a straight line, you're now way off target. And so what do you do about this? As you move towards that goal that's far away, it's critical to give yourself opportunities to make course corrections along the way. And in the case of Angular, this means we have a big focus on shipping incrementally and getting developer feedback regularly to make those course corrections as we go. Our next takeaway is that there are no perfect solutions. Everything is about trade-offs and compromises. In its early days, AngularJS was super focused on features and developer experience, and there were some design decisions made that didn't really prioritize performance. In the transition to Angular, the framework tried to be better about performance, but in doing so, it lost just a little bit of that developer experience magic that people loved in the first place. The team didn't have a really formal model for how to think about the trade-off space in which they were working. And so maybe to think about what is a trade-off space, we can look at a simplified model for demonstration purposes. So here we have a triangle where the points of this triangle are performance, developer experience, and platform scope. And there's a saying I like: all models are wrong, but some models are useful. And I think this model is a useful way of thinking about how you intrinsically make trade-offs as you invest in a project. So say you've landed on a certain point in this trade-off space, right? You're pretty close to developer experience, but you're pretty far away from performance and, a little bit of the way towards your platform scope. We could direct some energy here towards one of these points. We can move towards performance. And doing this changes our trade-offs. We have moved closer to the performance point, but we have moved further away from the others. And this move here, it can be technological. It can be related to the architecture choices you're making, but it could also just be related to opportunity cost, right? Time that you spent investing in performance is time that you're not spending investing in developer experience. And so you can come up with kind of a gradient that you apply over your trade-off space to help decide where you want to be in that trade-off space to guide future decisions. So for colorblind readers, the top left of this triangle is green with a gradient turning to orange and then red as it moves down to the right. Where the green here, the idea is you kind of want to stay inside of this green space and be mindful of any decisions that would take you outside of that. Our next takeaway here is that we don't want to have any concept of you're holding it wrong with Angular. Thanks, Steve Jobs. In its original inception, Angular gave developers a lot of different ways to accomplish a task. And in doing this, the framework maybe made it a little bit too easy to do some suboptimal things that maybe weren't the best performance or maybe weren't the best scalability or maintainability. And at the time, the attitude, I think, of the community more broadly was that every developer should just learn all of the best practices, and understand how to tune the system, and just always do things the right way. But that attitude doesn't really scale up to large developer populations. Developers generally want to take the shortest path to their destination. Sure, you're going to have some goody two-shoes that take the sidewalk here and walk all the way around and do everything they're supposed to, but with a large enough population, people aren't just intrinsically going to cut this corner and make themselves a little desire path, even if you put up a sign warning about venomous snakes. And so the takeaway here is that the framework needs to ensure that the easiest path and that the path of the least friction is also the path that is going to give you the best outcome for your application. And finally, our last takeaway is that we need to challenge assumptions about what Angular needs to be. In both the transition from AngularJS to Angular and in the Ivy project, a lot of work was anchored on a very specific idea of what Angular was and what Angular had to be. Coming out of these projects, the team is now very interested in questioning every aspect of the framework. And it has to be this way in order to continue, right? The web ecosystem evolves quickly, and change is necessary to help developers build the best apps possible, because what constitutes the best app changes over time. And everything is on the table here, including changing the logo. So we spent a while now talking about the past and some big picture ideas. Let's get a little bit closer, a little bit more practical, and look at some examples of what we've been working on recently and how our practical strategies tie into that. So our first practical strategy is to make evidence-based decisions. And I don't mean you have to write a 20-page report for every commit, but when we're going to make some big change to the way that people use Angular, when we challenge our assumptions about what Angular can be, we better have some compelling evidence to back it up. And we did that recently. So the original idea for Angular's control flow, ngIf, ngFor, ngSwitch, was that they could be implemented totally in user space, and that this was a desirable property, without having these APIs need any special access to the framework. But over time, we found that developers really struggled with these APIs. And so we started looking into alternatives and challenging that assumption about the fact that they didn't need special access. And so we recently shipped a whole new control flow API built directly into the template syntax. The if, for, and switch blocks much more closely resemble their JavaScript counterparts. These are more intuitive, they have less boilerplate, and they have better performance guardrails for the for block in particular. And so how did we make an evidence-based decision to get to this point? So we started by running a request for comments, or RFC, on GitHub. And as part of this RFC, we got a lot of developer feedback, concrete evidence that the pain points were real and that people would like something better. And as part of this RFC, the community proposed an alternate syntax that was not in our original pitch. Well, we thought that syntax was very interesting. We took it and we ran forward to collect more evidence. We conducted a formal research study that consisted of a practical coding exercise. 14 participants, both Angular and non-Angular developers, showed a clear preference for the new @-based syntax, the @ character. And from there, we polled thousands of developers in our annual developer survey. All of the evidence from each of these steps was loud and clear. People found the new syntax dramatically improved their experience writing Angular code and was a really great success for our strategy here of making evidence-based decisions. Our next practical strategy is to focus on developer intent. That is, when a developer sits down to build some UI, what are they actually trying to do? Which part is hard? And how could we make that easier and more intuitive? And an example of how we have done this recently is with our new deferrable views feature, also called defer blocks. And this is an example where we took a relatively common developer task and built support for it directly into the framework. So in this case, this intent was, I want to defer loading and rendering of some portion of my UI. And sure, people could do this already. You could use dynamic import and add some event listeners and stitch things together yourself. But we saw an opportunity to build an API that would make this easier and directly align with that developer intent. So we had added the syntax that lets you declaratively defer a part of your UI right in the template with built-in support for placeholders and error handling and support for triggers built directly into the syntax. So for example, this code right here uses the viewport trigger, which then under the hood uses intersection observer to load the content when the placeholder enters the viewport. All of this is built directly into the framework, and you don't have to write a single line of TypeScript code to make this work. This syntax has been really successful in accomplishing its goal. We've seen some products inside of Google dramatically reduce the size of their initial JavaScript bundle just because it's so much easier to defer chunks of your initial JavaScript, and developers don't really run into any friction in doing that deferring. Our next practical strategy is to ship incrementally with experimental and developer preview. So I mentioned earlier that we want to be ambitious in bite-sized pieces, and this is how we're practically applying this concept. And I think the best example of how we're applying this is with Angular signals. So we started with a really big, ambitious goal, Angular without Zone.js. And in case you're not familiar with it, Zone.js is a library that's part of Angular, and for as long as it's existed, Angular has depended on Zone.js to drive its change detection. And the way this works is that Zone comes in and it monkey patches a bunch of native browser APIs like set timeout, promise.resolve, add event listener, so that it can know when those events are called, or when those APIs are called. When those APIs are called, Zone can then let Angular know that something might have happened and that it should do change detection, and if Angular detects changes, it updates the DOM. But over the years, a lot of downsides with zones became apparent. It adds some additional bloat to your bundle size. It adds some additional startup latency. It makes debugging more difficult because you've got a bunch of zone frames in your stack trace. It's incompatible with the native JavaScript await syntax. And there's some dissonance with testing because your unit tests don't use zones the same way your production code does, which means that you're not always testing your code in the same way that it would be used in production. So what do we do about all of this? I guess no problem, right? We'll just spend a few years heads down on a zoneless Angular, right? Well, this is live stream, so I can't see your reactions in the audience, so I'll assume everyone is just putting their arms up and yelling, no! That's right, we know we're not going to go down this road. So what do we do? Instead, we ship in phases. So our phase 1 here was about introducing the lowest level building blocks for this long-term vision. We started with a few simple primitives: signal, computed, and effect. These low-level building blocks were the basis upon which we were going to build a larger reactivity model. So a signal is just a wrapper around a value that you would use instead of raw properties. Angular can know when a signal is read or written and use that information to drive change detection instead of Zone.js. This also gives us more granular information about what changed, so in the future, it can also enable some better performance optimizations. By focusing on this very tightly scoped phase 1, we were able to get feedback, build, ship, and make course corrections before moving on to the next step. The second phase built on top of the first, adding APIs for authoring reactive Angular components. This included an API for signal-based inputs. You can think of them as props if maybe you aren't super familiar with Angular, as well as model, which is a type of input that supports two-way data synchronization or two-way data binding. We also included signal-based query APIs, which is Angular's way of working with kind of child or descendant elements, and a new function-based output syntax, which is not strictly related to signals, but matches the API style of all of these other signal APIs. And again, this was a very tightly scoped phase of a larger project, which made progress towards our bigger picture goal. And at the end of this phase, developers got some clean, concise new APIs, some new features as well. And the Angular team was able to make any course corrections before moving on to the next phase. So developers are getting value while the Angular team is still making progress towards that big goal. And phase 3 catches us up to where we are today. We have some new APIs that are experimental, have landed just in the last few weeks. We have Resource, which is an API with working with any kind of asynchronous data, most commonly data that you're fetching from your server. And we have Link Signal, which is an API that combines writable state and derived state. Now, it would take a bit more time than I have today to dive into these APIs in detail, so make sure you follow Angular's version 19 updates to learn more. But these APIs came about due to the team observing production usage of Angular signals and seeing the need to fill in some gaps in order to improve the experience. This was a course correction. Now, I mentioned that for each of these phases, we were able to do these course corrections along the way. But how could we have done that if we had already shipped the APIs, if they were being used in production? Well, we've done this by taking advantage of experimental and developer preview labels for certain new APIs. You can kind of imagine the pipeline like this. We have phase 1 starts in experimental, moves into developer preview, and as that's happening, we can already pipeline getting started on phase 2 and starting to introduce more APIs as experimental. And all of these can move together so that we are pipelining a set of changes through experimental to stables, gradually ramping up that stability to make those course corrections I'm talking about, based on developer feedback and based on usage and production. And all of this lets us still iterate quickly enough to be making real progress towards those larger goals. And these labels, experimental and developer preview, do a pretty good job of grounding developer expectations. Our next practical strategy is to work directly with product teams to validate ideas and to feel the churn. So as we approached working on Angular signals and zoneless, we knew that moving an existing code base would not be trivial. We talked about different coding patterns and use cases and what people might do with them. But as we talked about in the previous section, just knowing or just thinking about a pitfall doesn't make you immune to falling prey to it. And so just kind of thinking about these use cases didn't mean the team really viscerally understood them or felt them. And so the team made a special effort to go and get their hands dirty with a real production code base. Google Fonts. So the Angular team worked with the Google Fonts team both to adopt signals and to switch to zoneless. And this was a great learning experience and directly inspired several additions to the bigger signal roadmaps. In particular, that resource and that link signal API that we just talked about, those were directly inspired by this hands-on work in the Google Fonts codebase and the patterns that they were actually shipping in their production code. This collaboration ultimately led to a successful rollout of zoneless in Google Fonts. So if you go to fonts.google.com right now and you go into your console, you type window.zone, you will see that it is undefined. So hands-on product engagements like this have been immensely valuable for the team in validating that we're solving real problems that hold up in production. And our last practical strategy for today is to provide migration and refactoring tools as often as possible. So time and time again, we've seen that version updates are a major struggle for developers, and our update experience has become a cornerstone of our strategy for helping developers stay up to date. Whenever we make some change that would require a mechanical update downstream in applications, we create an automated refactoring tool that runs as part of ng update when you update your version of Angular. But we go even beyond that now. And as we're shipping new features, that built-in control flow and new dependency injection APIs and signals, we're also building opt-in tools that refactor your existing code to the new patterns. And these tools, they work for the majority of cases, but there are some places where they can't quite refactor your code, where your code is too complicated or the tool can't reason about what the code should be doing or what the right outcome is. We think that most of the time these tools handle around like 80 to 90% of the targeted patterns. And we think that this is a really good compromise that lets the Angular team ship new features and evolve the framework while still giving developers really great tools to stay up to date with these versions. If we were to constrain ourselves to only updates that could be 100% automated, we would be really limited in the kinds of changes that we could make in the first place. So we have learned quite a lot here, but how are we going to continue applying these lessons in the future? We have all of these takeaways and all of these strategies. You probably want to know how we're going to apply these going into the future. So we can give you a little bit of a teaser about at least one of the big things that we're thinking about, a big ambitious goal. So our evergreen goal is to continue making it easier to ship web apps with confidence. And as part of this, right, to make this easier, we're not afraid to make big changes. And one area we've been talking about a lot lately is the component authoring experience. And we've got a lot of ideas. And I do want to emphasize that these are ideas. This is not an announcement that something is happening, just ideas. But to give you some sense, what if you could author an Angular component using a very TypeScript first function syntax, where your component is a function and its inputs are expressed in the parameter space, and your template is defined as a return from that function? What if you could author an Angular component to use a more HTML first syntax, similar to the single file component syntax that you can see in Svelte and in Vue? And let's get really wild here. What if you could define a component with a CSS-like syntax, where you have a rule and it has properties? Okay, probably not this one. This one, admittedly, is a little silly. But all of these ideas, whatever we do after watching this talk, hopefully you know that they will be incremental, backwards compatible, migratable, focused on the developer intent to solve real problems, evidence-based, and hopefully delightful. I want to thank all of my teammates on Angular for their work. It is an unrivaled inspiration to work with all of you. Thank you to JetBrains for putting together this lovely event, and also for making WebStorm a tool that I truthfully cannot live without. And thank you, viewer, for watching this talk. If you liked what you heard and saw, visit us at angular.dev. That is all I have for slides. And I think we might have some questions now.
You see, great British humor. Exactly what I said. End of slide was just... Before we go into the question, I want to hook into what you just said. I also very much appreciate the very close collaboration that we have with the Angular team. So you as a representative now have to accept that thank you from our side. The way we work together is unique compared to other frameworks. So I really appreciate you.
Oh, thank you.
Khalid, you were super active in the chat while I was working on my copy. So do you want to go over the questions?
Yeah, let's go over some questions here. Paul showing how old he is. Does anybody remember @script? I think the Pharaohs were around back then. You don't have to answer that one, Jeremy.
I was there. I was very, very recently on the team, and they were still using @script. And not long after I joined the team, everything got switched over to TypeScript.
All right. Yeah. So yeah, you folks are OGs. You know what the score is with @script. This one is actually an interesting question by someone you might know.
I don't know. Didn't ring a bell.
Oh yeah. Wondering, has the stability and evolution of the web platform itself made it easier to avoid that big rewrite that you were kind of mentioning as a pitfall at the beginning? Especially in the last few years, the web platforms really evolved to have a lot of functionality just baked in. So
yeah, I think that definitely there is some historic context around those rewrites that adds more color. So I think I am a little bit reductive in the talk about the reasons for why the rewrite happened. And one of the things I didn't touch on is the changes in the web platform. And so around the time Angular 2 was being worked on, we were also looking at ECMAScript. It was 5, right, at that time, or 6. I forget because they changed to 2015 at some point. So we'll call it ECMAScript 2015.
I want to say 5 too, yeah.
Yeah, it was a colossal change to the JavaScript language. It added classes and arrow functions and promises and so much stuff. And compared to, like, if you took code that was like targeting that and compared it to frameworks that came before, the frameworks that came before seemed very out of date. And so these big monumental changes in the web platform were part of the inspiration for like why these rewrites happened in the first place. And I think you're right that the web platform has become a lot more stable, and TC39 in particular in their evolution of the JavaScript language is being much more incremental. So I believe they have learned some of these lessons themselves, and we have these annual updates of small features that is much more digestible by your rank and file developer.
Yep. This is actually a follow-up question even by me because it relates to this, but like when the Angular team is deciding when to write custom solutions for problems you're trying to solve, like how do you decide when to lean on custom written solutions versus leaning on something that's built into the platform? Signals kind of comes to mind, right? Like there's been conversations around signals and but yeah, how does the Angular team decide?
Yeah, so if there is a solution in the platform that solves the problem, we will 100% use it and want to use it. And not only that, but several of the things that we have worked on, we would love to see maybe get some traction in standards body. And so Signals is a perfect example of this. The team invested a long time in building out the Signals library and exploring the problem space. And our team members, Alex and Powell, along with another Googler who works on another web framework at Google called Wiz, Jotin, they worked together and put together a proposal to TC39 to add signals to the JavaScript programming language. Now, standards processes are very long and complicated, and we don't know if this is actually going to work out, but we think it would be great if signals were standardized. In general, right, we're making a case-by-case judgment on whether any particular part of the web platform does what we need it to. And so, maybe an example of somewhere where we don't necessarily use something in the platform where we could is maybe Shadow DOM, right? So Angular supports Shadow DOM. You can choose to configure a component to render a shadow root and use that for style encapsulation, but it's not the default, right? The default is this emulated mode. And we go with this because we think that the more intuitive thing for most developers is a scoping mechanism that keeps styles within a component boundaries, but doesn't necessarily prevent styles from outside from going into that, kind of more aligned with the native CSS scoping proposal that's been floating around for a while, but hasn't gotten enough traction to be fully standardized yet.
Yeah, it's funny you say that because earlier our guest Kevin Powell mentioned like by the time the standards body gets to implementing something that everybody wants, by the time people can use it, they forget that it even exists. So there's probably something in the Angular team wanting to get this stuff in the hands of people and using this stuff. And you kind of mentioned that with the migration workflow that you showed at the end of your talk. So interesting stuff. Jan, do you have any questions?
I think there's one question we should go over just because like everything is so super new with Angular 19 now. So Lance asked, do you think resource and Rx resource will be able to replace things like NGINX signal store by embedding the translation layer in Angular? Which kind of also goes in this direction. Is Angular starting to commit on like a state management solution to some extent?
So I'll say it's not our intent to build a whole state management solution. That's not the goal. The goal is to build primitives and patterns that people can compose into more sophisticated solutions themselves. And so I don't know that I would say replace, because for one, I'm not actually familiar with NGRX signal store. And
you should change that. That's really good. It's pretty good.
But what I can say is that it is our hope that people can take APIs like resource and build on top of them to get more sophisticated and more opinionated solutions.
Yeah.
And we hope to continue that pattern going forward, where we can give people the building blocks and they build the kind of more specific product level things.
I like that. I'm very excited for what you are working on with forms and the router to make that a little bit more signally. So very excited once the RFC is out there. And truth be told, I'm also excited about the authoring format.
Yes. So hopefully I didn't scare anybody with the authoring format.
I love it.
It is very much a teaser of ideas that we're thinking about, right? None of this is, there's no code written. There's no
No, you said exactly like this is the way it's going to ship in V20. That's what everyone heard. That's what the Angular team officially committed on here. I will flip that.
Yep.
All right. I think we're a little over time already. Thank you so much for joining. Really appreciate it. There were a couple more questions in the chat. If you have like 5 more minutes and join the chat and go over some, that would be highly appreciated. But we also understand if you have to do your day job, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll try to pop in the chat.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Thanks so much,
that.
Jeremy.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. The control flow stuff is awesome, Jan. I want to see that. And I think it really gears towards like tooling support. So I think, yeah.
Because it's somewhat inspired by Blazor. So I thought like, oh, no, he's not, don't go there. No, the control flow is really nice. Like, and in the beginning, I was a little bit skeptical when I read through the proposal, but once I worked on the first component with it, I was like, okay, this is really nice.
Yeah. I also think single file components is going to be a nice improvement for a lot of Angular devs if that ever lands. We don't get paid on how many files we create, right, people? Like,
say it louder for people in the back. Single file components are heavily underrated in the Angular space.
Yeah, so that was kind of an exciting thing. So, and I just enjoyed Jeremy's history of all this stuff. So it's always nice to know where you came from and where you're going. It kind of
I love that we reach now a maturity level of like JavaScript frameworks where like the maintainer can actually reflect like what was good, what was bad. I think it's very interesting because those are usually like large scale systems and are used by like millions of developers. So I thought it was a great talk.
I mean, even the Google Fonts reference, that site must be one of the most visited sites, most traffic sites on the internet. So seeing that Angular is powering that, I think Angular also powers YouTube, if I'm not.
The Signal implementation does.
Yeah,
I think it's basically Wiz that powers YouTube because, I think Wiz is powering YouTube, but the Signal implementation from Angular got adapted in Wiz.
Yeah, that's really, really cool stuff. So yeah, Angular, I think really is having a renaissance. I mean, let's ask you this, Jan, since you're heavily part of the Angular community, what do you want to see in Angular V20?
V20.
Yeah. Looking to the
Okay,
future.
that is pretty soon. I mean, we're talking about like 6 months, right? I don't think we will see either of the things that I mentioned that I'm particularly excited about. I don't think we will see signal forms. I don't think we will see signal routers. And I also don't think we will see a new authoring format. Those are the three things that I'm particularly excited about, because Angular always did forms really, really good. Router has room for improvement. But forms in general was always a pretty strong part of Angular. So having a more modern API would be nice. And the authoring format is, once you like work a little bit with like Vue or Svelte, you'll notice how much it's lacking comparatively. So I would really hope for some improvements there. But I think just with the RFC process, all those things will probably go through an official RFC. So I doubt we will see that anytime soon. The other thing that I would like to see is have a better unit testing story. And not that like that's part of the Angular CLI, so there is a unit testing story, but just as, I mean, we talked about it. I don't like Jest. Brandon does great with VTest, but I would like to see that part of the core framework and like an official strategy to say, okay, we're moving towards Vite.
Yeah. So we're getting to our next guest here pretty soon, but before we do that, let's introduce Paul back into the equation here. Paul.
Hi, Paul.
Yeah, welcome
That
back.
was a cool talk.
Yeah, very cool. It kind of reminds me my hair is starting to gray a little bit and getting old. So
this is blonde.
You're dust, Paul, compared to me. No, I'm just joking. I love Paul. I'm
I think
joking, folks.
the biggest question we have is, do you have any questions, Colin, that you want to ask?
Ask you. I don't know.
Wall hogging all the questions in the Angular talk.
You know what? I always say this. I selfishly do these live streams because I just want to learn stuff. And the side effect of the audience learning stuff is kind of like, sure, it's good. People learn things, but I'm learning. That's what I'm here for.
Yeah.
You just want to ask your question, and that's totally fair.
Hey,
totally
we
fair.
have one come up just at the end that I thought was a good comment about something that might be good to get in. One of the things I thought was interesting, I would love to sit down and talk with Jeremy about this, is Angular 2 arrived at a moment kind of when the web platform had some more capabilities, but more importantly, it presumed TypeScript. So the combination of something that was TypeScript first and only, basically, and everything came in the box from one vendor, leads to an interesting outcome versus like React.
Technically, there's still Angular Dart, in case you're interested. I'm just saying, just for correctness, there's still
I
Angular
dare
Dart
you to
around.
do a poll right now. Go do it. See if you get more than 0.
No,
Hey,
if there's like one person from Google, they would be like, "Oh yeah."
I just want to point out that Todd in the chat said after Kevin Powell Day, we should have Khalid Ask Questions Day. So I think that's a great idea. Just a whole day.
Hey, Todd.
I think so too. I think this will either be a great day or a pretty awful day.
Hey, depends.
Colin,
Depends
we'll
what
let
you like.
Go ahead and take a little bit of a break, but come back and join us for the Q&A after this one, because I think this next talk's gonna be pretty good. Our last talk of the day. You want to come back and do some chit chat with us?
Yeah. Did you say me or did you say Jan? All right. I'll take a break.
You gotta work for your money too, Colin.
All right. All
If
right.
you're
Oh,
getting
wait, no,
Khalid
I'm
Day,
sorry.
then-
No. Sorry, Colin's in the
What?
session. I thought you two had swapped.
No,
All right, so
no.
Jan, will you come
Yeah.
back and join us for this for
What?
the chit chat?
Oh, I need to work. Sure, I guess. I don't think I can say no to my manager, so I guess yes.
All right,
Yeah.
good. Thank you for volunteering, man. All right, so Jan drop off, and Colin, this last talk of the day, something about this one just seems to wrap it up pretty well. It's a topic, obviously, TypeScript and tooling has been a major part of everything today, but it's about how we can get where we are now into all these hopes and dreams that we've seen all day. So we're going to bring in Danny Thompson, Director of Technology at this dot. Danny,
hello.
Welcome to the show. Welcome to the final slot, the one where you carry us home on this. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, I'm Danny Thompson. I'm a software engineer. Have been developing for several years now. I'm a director of technology at this.labs. We're doing some pretty amazing stuff, and I'm kind of excited about this topic a little bit. As I've been talking about TypeScript for quite some time now. I want to release a lot more content around it, and I feel like the angle that we're taking today is an angle a lot of people don't necessarily think about. And my ultimate hope is, if anything, if you learn something about TypeScript, I think that's phenomenal. But if you have some data points to go back to the business people I work with, I think that's another interesting aspect to today's talk. So it's not necessarily just a TypeScript talk. There's a lot of data-driven decisions as well as information related today. So hopefully it'll help a lot of people out.
We
Sounds really good.
will, Kyle, let's you and I work the crowd and get some good questions back, because I think this one does have kind of poses the right questions where the audience can get stuff back to you to factor in during the Q&A afterwards. So with that said, Danny, take it away.
Yep. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you. What's going on, everybody? For the next 20, 30, 40 minutes, whatever it may be, y'all stuck with me. So hopefully I do this justice. If I don't, Twitter will let me know. I'm pretty confident about that, so I'm not too worried there. Thank you so much for hanging out. You could be anywhere in the world. You decide to hang out with me. I take that very seriously. So hopefully you get some value out of this. So a couple things. The reason why I came up with the idea originally for this topic, as well as writing this talk out, honestly, and a lot of talks, they come to me because of this. It was just a real life situation. I was joining a different company, and this was about a year and a half ago when this happened to me. I joined a different company, and I had noticed that when I was adopting the code base, when I was trying to integrate, get used to it, and really try and learn more about this code base, as you do with any job, I felt like I was having a little bit easier of a time getting used to the code base in comparison to previous positions where I have ever joined another company, right? And I had been using TypeScript for years, but I had always worked with it in the capacity of, we're migrating, or we're building a new application, or we're creating something brand new, and so we're creating it from the ground up. This was the first time I had really got fully entrenched into an application that already existed, that had TypeScript running for it, and had to kind of dive down deep into it. And I was adopting and understanding the code base at a significantly faster pace compared to any other code base that I've been into before. And of course, there's some obvious reasons for that, right? Readability, as far as I'm concerned, is vastly improved when you utilize TypeScript. But on top of that, especially if you're coming from, let's say, a full stack capacity where you have people that are working on the back end, they're used to back end structure and frameworks. When they're going to JavaScript, for example, sometimes there's a lot lost. They don't necessarily know the types of things. That strictly typed aspect is gone. That readability aspect is gone. And to be honest, JavaScript lets through a lot of what I would consider obvious scenarios not to happen. It allows that to happen, where TypeScript catches those for you. And so because of that, you start finding that adoption rate significantly higher. And because of that, I don't like leading with opinions, right? We all have opinions. I love TypeScript, but I hate TypeScript, whatever it may be. Let's remove opinions from this today. Let's use some data to say whether or not this is the right decision. Let's use some data to say, okay, we're seeing organizations started adopting this at a higher rate or not, or maybe they're regressing from it. Or let's say open source is rejecting TypeScript. Let's take all aspects into consideration today, and hopefully you'll have some notes that you can take out off from this. So if you can, I highly advise it. Maybe pen, paper, screenshot, whatever you feel comfortable with, Google Doc, whatever you want to utilize. Jot down a couple of these notes, because I think it's going to be a lot of really strong points that people could utilize. Now, I'll be honest, you could probably sense a little bit, I'm nervous. This is a big deal, right? It's JetBrains conference. I hope to do this justice. I'm hoping to make sure that at the very least, this is worth all of your times. And so we're going to dive into this. So obviously just some photos of me speaking at other events and conferences and things like that. TypeScript and your code base, they deserve each other. That's my thesis, my opinion, and hopefully I can prove that statement by the end of this. So let's go into some facts right away. As of right now, TypeScript is the 4th most popular language on GitHub by the number of contributors, demonstrating its widespread use in open source projects. That's a big point, I think, as far as I'm concerned. Then on top of that, the number of TypeScript-related packages and their downloads has been increasing, indicating a growing ecosystem and adoption in the JavaScript community. Now, this was a big one for me. December 25th, 2022, there were roughly 19,131,979 NPM downloads for TypeScript, just roughly. October 17th, that's last week, y'all. 63,460,765. That is a significant leap. That is not hobbyists that are just adopting it at that point, right? Like, we can easily see just from those two numbers being compared to each other that, hey, this is being adopted at an enterprise level. Larger organizations are adopting this. Professional developers are adopting this. So it's not just hobbyists. It's not just people that would like a better experience when they're building something on the side. We're talking enterprise at this point. And so if you're an organization that's not utilizing TypeScript, one consideration I think you need to start making is, are we being left behind and not attracting some of the best talent that we could be attracting because we're not using something that's being widely adopted all over? And so is it going to start maybe potentially limiting some of the factors or developers that we could be reaching out to? TypeScript rise in popularity in 2023. TypeScript overtook Java for the first time as the third most popular language across open source projects on GitHub, with 37% growth of its user base. And TypeScript is the second most loved language, with 73.1% of professional developers, according to Stack Overflow's survey of 2023. I should have updated that for 2024. I didn't really have time for that, but I should have updated that. But regardless, 73.1% of developers loving the language, that's significant. That's no longer people saying, like, I feel like it's better. That's a lion's share of the majority saying this is a really good experience as far as development goes. And the thing is that I always kind of come back to is saying, I think TypeScript is fantastic when you are on a mid-sized to larger project. If you're building a to-do app or you're building some little SaaS item on the side where it's just going to be you're just going to have a few files, it may be too much to implement at that time, right? So you need to start making those conscious decisions on, where am I utilizing this? But if you're working with other developers, you need to have it. If you're working on a team, I think you need to have it. The readability aspect alone is fantastic. And to prove this, I was having a debate, not even an argument, but a spirited debate on LinkedIn, as you do. And I was speaking with a CTO of an organization. And the CTO, he came in my comments basically on the stance of stating that he did not like TypeScript, and every argument that he has ever seen for TypeScript never made sense to him. He's like, if you just write the code right the first time, if you have defensive programming standards in place, if you have all these things, you don't need it. And we went back and forth multiple times. And, he definitely had some arguments that went for him, I would say, right? Even the repo that he was using, for an example, millions of lines of code. I totally understand where he's coming from. And then finally, I came back with one thing. And I think this is the thing that you need to really think about and internalize when you think about TypeScript as a whole. If you're writing perfect code, I think that's incredible. But what about when you bring that junior developer on that team? What about when you bring in a developer from another team that has never seen that part of the code base? What are you doing then? It's great when you have all the context, you have all the knowledge, you have all that key values and understanding of what values are going in, what types are going in. I think it's great. But what happens when those newer people come in? What happens when the junior dev comes in? They're going to obviously break stuff. And it took him several hours before he finally replied. And he said, this is the first argument that I heard about TypeScript that made me pause and say, I probably need to add this into my code base. And I think that's a win, right? Because I think that's what a lot of people don't consider or think about at times. They're often thinking about, hey, I think this is fantastic and great, but it's too much work, it's too much leverage, there's too much that I need to do. But doing all that defensive programming and all that unit testing and all this and that, and I'm not saying get rid of unit test. I have a whole talk on unit testing. I'm big on testing. But I think you're doing a lot of extra effort for something that's already built in. And I think we always can have the argument of more libraries, less libraries, et cetera, but I think it really comes down to, what are you doing that's going to give you the most amount of productivity as well as security within your teams. And I think this, from a readability aspect, it's almost a form of documentation in a sense. I think it's going to go a really long way. Okay, now into some more stats. This was a stat, I think if you're in the TypeScript community, you've probably seen this at some point or another, but 38% of bugs at Airbnb could have been prevented by TypeScript, according to a post-mortem analysis released by the Airbnb engineering team. They even gave a talk on this. I believe it was in 2019. 38% of the bugs at Airbnb could have been easily prevented simply by adding TypeScript. I think that's a big win in itself, right? So when you're thinking enterprise-level organizations, larger code bases, I think that is something to really keep into consideration, where they're doing an entire post-mortem on a lot of their features and initiatives, and they're noticing it themselves. And another study, and I even linked the study here, if you want to jot that down, screenshot it. 15% of bugs on GitHub can be prevented with static typing, according to a research study, including Microsoft and the TypeScript team and the Microsoft research team, kind of putting together this entire, I think it's like a 15-page PDF through a ton of research. It's a very long read, but there's a lot of valuable insight in there. And I think, you know, you can definitely get some stuff out of that. So I definitely think combining those two things alone from some very large authorities, I think that's something to really pull into consideration when you're looking at TypeScript. Now, for me, why is TypeScript worth learning, right? I kind of look at it from several aspects, and especially if you're coming into this from the beginner aspect. I think it's so much easier for you to kind of set a type and make sure you don't break it, because especially as beginners, it's easy to, you know, maybe pass in the wrong type, especially when utilizing JavaScript. I have some examples of that kind of going there as well, but I think that's something to really take in consideration. And we're definitely going to cover a lot more of this in a little bit. Let me get something to drink. All right, so let's use some data, right? So Stack Overflow survey from, I believe it's 2021. TypeScript was within the top 10, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It was in position 8. And then this year, it's already climbed up to position number 3. That's a big jump in such a short period of time. We're showcasing 28% of users, of professional developers, mind you, utilizing TypeScript. Now, the respondents for this year's, I believe it was maybe 60% increase. I believe it was close to 70,000 respondents. And this is the 2024 survey, where 43%, right? 43%, 15% increase in just 3 years of adoption have showcased that TypeScript now is in the top 5, which is a big, big jump, right? I mean, we're passing up Java at that point. We're passing up C# at that point. Very enterprise level friendly languages that are now being utilized at a wider scale by professional developers. I think this is extremely important to consider when you're talking about organizing enterprise level teams, or, you know, utilizing larger scale teams. Obviously, the adoption rate is increasing pretty dramatically. TypeScript may end up becoming the preference for enterprise level companies. Might be something you should keep on your radar in case you have not thought about it. According to data, according to data from Stack Overflow surveys, the percentage of professional developers using TypeScript increased by approximate percentage points of 54.59% from 2020 until 2024. It's also up higher in the rankings, and I think that's really important to kind of take a look at. So now you're saying, you know, why? You know, this is just day in the life. This is me at my last organization before this Fortune 50, Fortune 500 company. But I would say TypeScript, I've found errors and I've found situations before utilizing TypeScript that may have held me back, may have caused bigger issues. And so some of those errors that I kind of jotted down will be kind of explained further along. I've also created an application that I think we can take a look at together. I created a calorie tracking application, and I think there's a lot of use cases we can utilize. We'll have some beginner stuff, so if you're newer to TypeScript, you have something there, but we have a lot more advanced content in there as well that we're going to kind of dive into and hopefully have something for everyone, but we're definitely going to be jumping into the deep end a little bit. So why is learning TypeScript worth it? The biggest immediate advantages to me, code readability and catching errors at compile time instead of runtime. Now, often when I reference this, there seems to be some kind of confusion for beginners. They're confused with the differences between these two items. And so I have an example that I've utilized. I've taught at boot camps. I obviously try to help beginners wherever I can. I do talks and stuff like that. So I have an example. So compile time is when the computer translates your written code into a format it can execute. It happens before. Again, saying it happens before the program runs. Runtime is when your program is actively running and performing tasks. So that compile time before it runs is the big win here. And I'll show some examples of that. But to further explain this a little bit better, this was obviously a real photo of me actively working in the kitchen as I do. So the example that I like to use is imagine you're baking a cake and following a recipe. Compile time would be checking the recipe ingredients and instructions, not just the ingredients and stuff, and the instructions before you start baking it, right? Runtime is when you're actually mixing the ingredients and baking the cake. Now, obviously, if we have an error when we're already mixing, what ends up happening then? You're going to have to end up throwing out some of the ingredients, bringing in some new stuff. It costs you time, effort. It costs a lot of situations, and it kind of slows you down in that comparison. But when I'm overlooking the recipe and I'm overlooking those instructions, guess what? Now I can see like, oh, this is wrong. Let me fix this right away. Maybe the recipe asked for 4 eggs and I only brought 2. Well, guess what? Now's the perfect time for me to bring in 2 more eggs instead of when I'm active in the mixing process and maybe I've lost track and I've lost count of things, right? So it's very key to think about that. Like catching it so early on can save you a lot of headache in the long run. So yeah, here's an example. So we have a function here, very basic, that shows, basically what JavaScript would do in comparison to TypeScript, right? So we have a calculate total function. So maybe something that you would see on like an e-commerce checkout, obviously a very simplistic version, but it would be there where we were calculating the price plus the tax. We're adding them together to get maybe a full total instead of a subtotal, right? So if I were to console log calculate total where I'm putting in a numeric value of 5 and then putting in a string of 10 in TypeScript, it catches this, right? So this string right here, it catches it saying, hey, we're expecting a type of number because we've already explicitly written out the types that we want. Price of number, tax of number. And by kind of having our value here, we're helping TypeScript infer that our return value is also going to be of number, right? But because we have TypeScript, it's giving us this error. If we were doing this just in JavaScript, it would return the value of 510. So obviously, if we're kind of displaying this to the customer, they're expecting to see something, maybe it's like $15. Now they're seeing $510. They're freaking out. They don't know what's going on. It's not a good experience for them. Now, one thing that I will say that I'm going to do is for the benefits that I'm providing you through this talk, there needs to be a little pain that happens, right? No pain, no reward, right? So here's the pain. Why are TypeScript developers always in the shade? Because they do a certain type of lifting. I love dad jokes, y'all. We got a couple of them. So if it hurts, I understand. If you love it, I also understand. All right. So kind of explaining this a little bit more. With TypeScript, for example, if we were to highlight this, an argument of type string is not assignable to the parameter of type number. So we're seeing this error within our IDE, within whatever tool that you're utilizing. We would see that error right there, and we have a detailed description of what that error is. Whereas JavaScript, you're not going to really see that error. And to be honest, in this very specific scenario, you might not see an error at all, even in the console. It's going to display that value there. And so because of that, you might not catch it. And if your QA, for example, is not paying attention, they may not see the accurate numbers. If you're not doing a good check of it yourself, it may go into prod because it's not going to set off any alarm bells or flags. So that's something really important to pay attention to. Whereas this, at compile time, we're seeing it right away. We can catch it. QA doesn't even get involved at that point. All right, so here's another example. So we have this function, and we're doing it to get user data, and we're passing in a user ID. We're returning a fetch, and we have an API example that we're getting here, and we're console logging our date.name.toUppercase. And so in here, we're passing in get user data and we're passing in the number 1. Does anybody know what's wrong with this right here? Obviously, you can see here we're using a slug to pass in the user ID right there. Anybody see anything wrong with this? The problem is we're passing in a number, right? And so in here, we don't really have anything being specified here. So from here, you can kind of see we're kind of utilizing this. TypeScript ensures the data has a name property of type string. If name is missing or a wrong type, TypeScript will throw a compile time error. So here we'll have our message, property name is missing in type age number, but required in user data. So here you can kind of see here from the data, name dot is the type of string instead of a number that we're passing in. So that can kind of go a long way. And of course, here we can infer the value of number with the type right there with user ID. And so now we're kind of going into this a little bit further, and we're going to kind of introduce you to the concepts of interfacing and how we would utilize this. So we have an interface of user here, and we have a name that's a string value and age that's a number value. And then we have our actual user. And by here, we're saying it's a type of user. So we're utilizing all these values here automatically. And so it's saying name Alice, which is a string, which is great. And we have an age of a number of 25. Now we can kind of take this a little bit further. And this is where we really start getting into interesting territory, because we can, the reusability aspect is what really thrives in the world of TypeScript. So here we have an interface of address. So we have our street address, city, zip code, all strings. And then we have our interface of user, right? So we have, for example, if we wanted Alice to have more, we could have her name, we can have the address or their age, but we can add in the address here. So to kind of use an example a little bit further, we can illustrate this example with Bob, who's age of 30, and his address, which becomes this object here, it's street, city, zip. So because of that reusability, it saves so much headache. Now, obviously, these are simplistic in nature, but these are actual use cases. Like, imagine you had customer information that you were taking in from, e-commerce checkout process. This could be utilized. Or maybe you have a shipping company and you're shipping stuff to a user. This could be a use case as well. So real use cases instead of trying to create something that wouldn't necessarily apply, but this goes a long way. Now, obviously, I'm not saying thank you for attending. I'm just going to switch over now to VS Code so we can kind of go into some stuff. But let me kind of pull that up here, VS Code. Okay, we got a lot to go over. So let me kind of show you what we're working with first, so that way we get an idea about this. And so I created this calorie tracker. For maybe some of y'all that may know me online, I've been on this whole weight loss journey. At one point, I was almost 400 pounds. I'm down 120 pounds. I'm still trying to progress in the right direction. Still got some ways to go. And as I was logging my meals one day, I was using a very popular app. I won't shout them out or anything like that, but a very popular app a lot of people probably know about. And when I was utilizing, I was like, you know what? This, if you remove like the user tracking stuff, if you remove the ads and the upsell stuff, this is a pretty interesting app that you can build and implement some stuff. So version 1 of this app that I ended up building just kind of displayed whatever I put here, right? And so this app is actually using AppWrite as a database. So I can kind of show this here. So we have all these values coming in here for food and stuff like that. So we'll kind of go through it. But version 1 just displayed anything in the database. I was like, that's kind of cool. I love that it's displaying it, but I don't eat a continuous thing, right? It's like I eat for one day, wake up the next day, it's a new cycle. So I need some pagination involved. So in version 2, I decided to implement some pagination stuff here. And I just saw a comment that's making me laugh. I won't note it out. It didn't dawn on me until I read this. Maybe I should have tried something else. I apologize if anyone feels jaded on that one. Didn't dawn on me until this very moment. All right. Yeah. That man threw me off. Okay, yeah. So I implemented some pagination in V2, and in version 2, I implemented date logic. And with the date logic, we're obviously going to be separating the meals through dates, and so we can now cycle through previous meals. So, for example, here you can see that on day 2, I just put some values here, and each day, this I'm looking for the word. This imaging, this design that we put here, it's going to be basically changing based on the percentage points of the calories that were utilized for that day. So for example, here now we have 0 calories being utilized. So obviously nothing will be there. Maybe we forgot to log in. Here's a day where we use 460 calories out of my goal weight for that day being 2,000. And then so on and so forth. So you can kind of see here that implementation there. Really good use case for what we're doing. And to be completely honest with you, this is very usable. And then, of course, if we want to add some more food, we can kind of add some food. Or one thing that I decided to implement was a date checker, so that way it'd be easier to go back in dates. I thought that was pretty cool. But if we want to add some food, like let's say ice cream to hide my feelings after that comment, we'll go ahead and add in an ice cream bar of 400 calories. And now I'm almost at my daily goal there. It updates in real time. It also adds it into the database at real time. So as we can see here, we now see ice cream. For those that may not necessarily be familiar, I'm a big fan of AppWrite. I've been using them now for like 2 years. I've done some side projects with them. I've done kind of some other cool stuff as well with them. Really great community. If you haven't checked them out, highly recommend it. Their Discord is fire. But essentially, they're a backend as a service. They do everything that you'd possibly need on the backend. So if you want to scale something or build something quickly, you can use everything that they offer. You can use some of the things that they offer. This application just uses their database to kind of showcase things, but they have authentication as well. So if you wanted to create a user sign-up process, you could, and things like that. But overall, really, really cool tool. I'm a big fan of them. I highly recommend checking them out if you have not already. And they're open source as well. So I'm going to try and read this. So I'll be completely transparent with you. On my screen, I have a large screen, but this is super zoomed in. So it's a little hard for me to read and kind of see where we're going with stuff. But I will try my best to make sure, like, because I have a second editor here just so I can kind of see what's going on, just to be safe. So I can kind of see where I want to take y'all down. But yeah, so we have quite a few things here. So we have our components. We did a lot of logic with close this here. We have a lot of logic here with components. We have some examples of our calorie table that we see here. And let me kind of showcase this as we're going through it. So we have obviously our calorie table here that we're kind of displaying items. We have our modal for the adding food. And then we have our progress bar, which is this section here, right? So just to kind of bring that together. And of course, you know, I had to highlight the JetBrains. So this is the JetBrains fitness app today. But I own the rights to it. JetBrains, don't sue me, y'all. And then we have conditional types. We have our modal types. We have a couple things that we're going to be going over. So let's kind of walk through our code a little bit. And so we can kind of see here, we have this interface that we'll kind of go over in a second. We're importing quite a few things here. We'll kind of go over as well. I have a bunch of comments and I've uploaded this to GitHub. So if this is something that you want to download locally to kind of try and follow the comments, or hopefully this can kind of illustrate a lot of this and explain it for you, I hope. The ultimate goal for this was honestly the use case of maybe someone wants to follow on their own. I missed the program you shouted out for the database. I'll shout them out again. It's called AppWrite, AppWrite. I think they're fantastic. Really, really good people all around. And to be honest, their team is pretty incredible and very active at responding to people. So I think that's a big win there. And I wanted to give a couple shout outs too. I forgot to shout this out. So you can kind of see the Airbnb when they did that talk. I wanted to show that when I was explaining it. This was the Microsoft postmortem on the TypeScript research. I think that there, and NPM, of course, of TypeScript. You can kind of see where I got that value for that, just to kind of resupport that. And also, I want to shout out 3 people in particular, and it looks like I deleted one of them by accident, the tab. But Matt Pocock, if you're a fan of TypeScript, or if you're new to TypeScript, I really recommend checking him out. I think he's phenomenal, really great at this. I also want to shout out, and I'll kind of go back to him, Josh Goldberg, who's currently Josh Goldberg. I think he's incredible. I actually got to attend one of his workshops. Really great developer all around. And I want to shout out Trash Dev. If you don't know him, really great. He's funny as all heck, but he's building a really cool tool called Type Hero, which is also open source. And his whole community has been focused on really helping people adopt TypeScript. I really, really am a fan. So I wanted to shout him out and really give some positive support to him. So, and for those that don't know, I'm D Thompson Dev on all social media platforms, Danny Thompson. So you can kind of check me out there as well if that's something you're interested in. If you're not following me, not gonna lie, your timeline's probably better. I tend to run my mouth a little bit too much on social media. So just FYI. So you no hard feelings at all. All right. So as we're kind of going through this, we'll kind of walk through the logic a little bit, and then we'll kind of explain some of this stuff, and hopefully this will get people in a very good situation. So we have our app. Obviously, we have some logic in here for the pagination that I kind of showed at the bottom. Just to kind of refresh our memories here, we can kind of go through this. The pagination, we can go through dates here, or we can go through our date checker here as well, and we can kind of change the dates. So, but obviously, we don't want all that food showing on the exact same day. So because of that, we have to have some kind of logic there that references what's today, how do we go to the previous date, and when we do so, what is that new date being entailed? We have our function here that we're actually utilizing some generics that we're going to talk about. We're implementing some conditional types that we're going to be discussing on how we utilize, some explanation on how we getting our information for the database, and we can kind of go down and see all this logic. It's hard for me to see where we're leading with this. And then we have our pagination at the bottom. So let's kind of start walking through this. So we are importing a couple things here. In particular, we have our progress bar, our calorie table, AppWrite, very easy. And to be honest, their docs are incredible, but very easy to kind of get the values of your database, your ID, and your query. It's already kind of there for you. Really easy to get those values. I'm using a date picker, obviously, for the dropdown and choosing those dates. And I have my get property that I'm getting from my utils that I've created that I'll showcase in a second, and our calorie response. So our conditional type, we're kind of utilizing here, and we're having our type extend. What if it's success? Then we're obviously passing in our data through a document array. If it's an error, we want to see what that error is in a string format. And then we can go to our interference here. So we have our get property. And maybe I should explain how we're utilizing this first, so that way it kind of makes sense. And I'll come back to this example in a moment. But to give you an idea, so we'll see here, for example, we have a helper function to get the current date and time in our local time zones. But the thing that I want to emphasize here, if you saw the example earlier before the error function, we have our type of string that we're saying. And by doing this before the return date, and for some reason, a lot of beginners end up getting confused by this a little bit. That's why I want to kind of emphasize this one. By emphasizing our string before the return date in the error function, we're helping TypeScript infer and basically say, whatever we're returning, it's going to be of that type, right? So by doing that, we're saying in this situation, the date of ISO string, we're guaranteeing that's going to be of the type of string and not another type. All right. Now, when we come to this, and the only reason why I kind of wrote this out, I didn't have this written out even yesterday, but I was showing someone in my Discord this, and they were confused by this. So format date, we're formatting the date, and we're saying, of course, the type that we're returning is going to be a string. But the confusing part was having this undefined here first, right? So the function takes in a date as an argument as well and returns a string. The function uses the toLocalDateString method to format the date. And by using undefined first, it's saying use the default locale of the JavaScript runtime. So instead of us specifying it by doing it undefined, it's going to use whatever's local. Hopefully, if you've never seen that before, you're confused by that, maybe that cleared up something for you. All right, so we can kind of come here to this example now. So getting us used to this now, we can see that I have a type here, and we're saying this type is of calories total. And this is just an example to kind of get us a little bit more in the mindset of how we're using generics and kind of getting used to this aspect. And here, we're kind of putting our parameter, right? And so we're putting in these angle brackets, and we're saying we're having this type to be T calories, right? And normally I would have something here like data, we'll say string, right? But by having as T calories, I can pass this in here now. So type of daily calories total, for example, and we have our calories total. And now as you see, as I hover over it, it automatically shows me this type here of being T calories. And from here, I'm sorry, I meant to show here. You can see now it shows our data and it shows the object format of calories being a number. Right? So it's passing that in. This is where that your reusability aspect of generics really thrives within the TypeScript ecosystem. It goes a long way in how you can utilize it. So I'm going to comment that back out. And so, Paul?
Yeah, real quick, you're a little over on time, so spend a couple of minutes if you could and wrap up, and then we'll take a few questions.
I'm on it, boss. I got you. Okay, so I'm known to speak fast. Hopefully I don't speak too fast, but we can kind of get into this. So now it's our first introduction into a generic function. The function takes the date and page number as arguments that we can see here. The function returns a promise that resolves to a calorie response object. The calorie response object has two properties, which is success and error that we kind of saw here, right? So we're putting in our type and we're extending this. And so by importing that, we can say, here's our promise of our calorie response. If we have a response, it's a success. If we don't have a response, it's an error. And this means the function will return a promise that resolves to a calorie response object. And this object will either contain success or error as the results. And so here we're kind of passing in, number one, the start of the day. So what is our start of the day? We're setting the time. And by now we have our database and we're listing our documents. So here we would write our app-write database ID and our collection ID. So that way we can get our documents in the form of an array that would kind of tell us all the necessary information. As you can see here, we have this app document, right? And if we saw here at the top, did I put it at the top? I believe so. Yes. So we have our interface. And these are basically, we're saying these are what we're expecting to come back via an app document. Okay. So string, string, string. We're basically listing out everything and permissions to be a string of an array. All right. So now as we kind of go down through here, we're giving in all these values to make sure that we're fulfilling our types. And as we go down, we can kind of see here, we're saying we want this get property. So what is this get property referencing? We're referencing here. So we're basically saying we're putting in a type, and K is a key of those types. And as we're going through those key of types, we're inferring and making sure that our object has that key involved. So by doing so, and you can download this repo off of GitHub. It has a lot of instructions in there as well. So hopefully that can help you all out. As we're, for example, setting the calories, we're making sure that our get property is valid. As we're setting our calories, we're doing the same thing here. It basically allows us to have this reusability aspect without having to write the same code over and over, but not just within this one file. We can import this anywhere in our code base and reutilize it there as well. And then, of course, we have here, which I wanted to kind of explain, our TypeScript type assertion, which means we're manually telling TypeScript to treat the document array as a specific type, or in this specific case, as an unknown, because we may have different types coming in here. And then we have our situation here to add calories. You can see that when I add calories, we're sending something to app-write to store in the database. So I'm creating my document with the same values that I had up at the top. And so we can kind of go down here and go through this. Now, this is pretty straightforward as far as the logic of modal state open. And I'll kind of go to our modal here where we can see we're looking for an is modal type. And so here we have a discriminated union. A discriminated union is a pattern in TypeScript that combines union types with discriminant properties to enable type-safe differentiation between different variants of the union. This is important. It is particularly useful for modeling situations where an entity can be in one of several distinct states, such as a modal. It could be open, it could be closed. So because of that, both modal closed and modal open interfaces here have a common property state, which acts as the discriminant, right? So our common state here is state closed, state open. But when it's open, we have two additional values here. That's when we would go ahead and utilize that. So discriminant joins, or discriminant union, sorry, super, super useful. I use it quite often, especially when utilizing modals. I'll be honest, is probably one of my most common use cases of this. And I've already gone over that. And then, then we can kind of walk through our progress bar. So our progress bar, it's a lot of CSS involved, but we're using a radius here and we're checking the circumference. And essentially the idea here is we're doing a math minted minus the circumference to kind of see where we want to stroke to show the progress bar intact. And with that, hopefully I gave you a quick rundown of what we end up utilizing with TypeScript, hopefully answer some questions and all that good stuff. Hopefully made it worth your time. I'm Danny Thompson, and hopefully you enjoyed this.
I'm
sweating, y'all.
I got the first comment in. You had me at y'all.
Oh, had me at y'all. Yeah.
I come from the wrong part of Florida, and so that's here.
There are just wrong parts of Florida, to be correct.
What's that, Jan?
You said you're from the wrong part of Florida. It's like this implies there's a right part of Florida. It's like
Disney's in Florida, man.
You might be.
That's what I'm saying. It's also in Paris.
you might have a point. We only have time, really. I'll bring one comment up because it kind of captures the vibe a little bit of the comments. But adding types are important because it helps everyone understand the code. Danny, you brought up about bringing juniors on, and it got a lot of positive feedback and a lot of comments about that. I want to say, like the me 6 months from now is like a junior, and I'm communicating with the future me by writing down what the hell I was thinking right now. And the more I can put in there, the better.
Yeah, I've always said being very explicit with your code, because I think we've all gone through the phase of you read some random blog article, you're like, I'm gonna do the coolest thing in the world. And then 3 months later, you're like, wow, I completely forgot what the coolest thing in the world was. And so now you're trying to find that exact same blog article and you can't, right? So for me, I'm very big on, and to some people, they hate this. I love long variable names. And so if my team agrees on that standard, I love having that, because I believe a comment in your code shouldn't necessarily explain what's going on. I think it should explain why it's happening, giving me that additional context. Maybe there's a service that I'm not familiar with, or maybe there's something that I can kind of see somewhere else. And because of that, I love that fashion of your function name, your variable name should tell me everything I should know about this right away. And if you're doing that practice even early on, as you bring on juniors, they're going to adopt that practice as well.
Yeah.
Danny, real quick, can you maybe paste the link to the code samples in the chat so that people can check it out in like proper IDE, you know?
It's not like you would think I would have the GitHub repo open right now, but give me a second.
Yeah, and if it's about weight loss, I think I'd like that URL asking for a friend.
Cake is a health food, right? Just checking with you guys. Cake,
rock and roll band, and it's a health food. Yeah.
I don't know if it will show the URL, so I'll post this in this chat here. Maybe y'all can share it. I typed it out, but I don't see it popping up. So
here, I'll copy it in and paste it. So yeah, thank you for that, folks. Links in the chat. So if you want to look at that code that Danny showed, click that link and take you to his GitHub repo.
Yep. All right, Danny, thanks a bunch for joining us. This topic about TypeScript and getting people to see the value of it and explain it to others, really important part. I appreciate you joining us.
Thanks for having me. Hopefully I did some justice, and I'll keep cheering you on.
All right.
Yep.
All right,
Thanks so much.
Thanks.
Guys, I almost clicked the end stream button early.
Really?
So, oh my God.
we have like a whole team in the background that handles all that stuff. You literally just need to be present at this point.
Oh, look, I'm holding my hands up. I don't want to click it. I'm not clicking anything anymore. Go ahead. Go
That would
ahead.
have been glorious.
Oh my God. All right, Paul.
Your
But
performance
then again-
review would be like whoosh.
Then again, this has been such a great day. All these great talks, people commenting throughout the entire day. We could go through quite a number of people. They're still in here asking questions and making comments. A lot of fun stuff all the way to the end.
Yep.
Some less fun stuff.
Yeah.
Hit
Maybe
at the end.
Maybe it's a good time to remind folks the earlier announcement of today, where most folks probably have seen it if they stuck with us this whole time. But if you just joined the stream, we'll go back and watch the whole rest of the stream. What are you doing?
Maybe we should get Jan to put the slides back up. One more time. One more for the road.
Yeah. But WebStorm is now free for non-commercial use. So folks, if you're interested in trying out WebStorm, go download that, give it a try. Maybe try it with some of the sample code that was presented here today. I think that's going to be pretty cool. But let's thank the people at JetBrains that made this possible. So first of all, let's thank the WebStorm team, obviously. Great. Paul, who do you want to thank?
Sergey.
Yes, Sergey
Staying
and
up late,
Alex.
keeping us in track, sitting here sweating about you clicking the wrong button.
Oh my. Sorry, Sergey. I'm sorry. Jan, who do you want to thank?
I said it before. I think without Sasha, this whole thing wouldn't be possible. Yeah. So we're just present here doing the chit chat part, but like all the work in the background that has enabled this for the last couple months is very unseen. So
on that point, for all of you that are still here, I see John typing and others typing, Todd typing, etc. We've got this Slack channel over here with the three of us and Sasha, and all day long, the three of us are just acting like the weirdest little children, and poor Sasha has to put up with us all day long.
In my defense, like I'm acting age appropriate. You two should be ashamed.
Yeah, sure.
Man. We are professional adults. Professional adults. Let's thank the audience for watching this live stream. I think that's kind of been amazing, just the interaction back and forth. So thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. I want to just thank everyone at JetBrains. Really, without them, none of this would be possible. So from the devs, the other developer advocates, Jan, Paul, thank you so much for doing this. Couldn't do this without you guys. Been fantastic. And yeah, it's just awesome
Thanks,
stuff.
Colin.
So let's wrap it up.
right.
You guys have any last things to say?
One thing that I realized earlier when I mentioned that this was a 4th edition, this basically means that next year is the 5th edition of this. So if anyone has like super cool ideas what we could do next year, or wants to see like a particular speaker or something, send an email at paul@everett.com or something. No, you know, I'm very active on Twitter, LinkedIn. Just shoot me a text. I would be very interested, and I'm
We could
pretty
do like
sure we're
a Luc Besson Fifth Element theme.
So we're gonna push you out of a plane. That's the
okay
plan
with
for next year.
Yeah.
So tune in next year where we push Paul out of a plane. That should be lots of fun.
Well, for me, the takeaway is thankful to the two of you and all JetBrains, but it's Kyle, you and I are kind of like web fundamentalists, and we really believe in the platform and everything going on with the web. And it's cool to see that there's like this burst of energy again for the web and things like that. And so conferences like this are a joyful thing for me, hanging out with everyone in the audience that's going out there and doing cool things with the web.
Yep. I agree with that. And I just think the variety of the speakers and the topics today was kind of reinvigorating, inspiring. Just go out there and do it with code, right? So very cool. So.
Yeah. Keep an eye on what we're doing in this release cycle too, because some cool stuff's coming out.
Yep. All right, folks. Let's wrap it up with for the folks that are still here, please
if you say like and subscribe.
Come on. Yeah, we got to do it. We're YouTubers now. This is how it goes. I'm gonna start selling ad space soon.
Cool.
But for folks who are still watching, please like, subscribe, hit that notification bell, leave a comment. Tell us what you like. Tell us what you didn't like.
Can we get like a tattoo on your body for like the most like comment after like a month or so?
Yes.
If that's a thing, I'm going to promote the shit out of this.
Look, Jan, we're YouTubers now. This is how it works. Anyways, let's end it on a professional note. If you haven't already, go download WebStorm. Give it a try, free for non-commercial use. Let us know what you think. We're making it available so you can try it out. You love it. Maybe you want something improved. Let us know. And on that note, let's say goodbye. Thanks, everybody. Have a good one. Bye.
Bye.